You're on. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you. My name is Nick Palumbo. I serve as the alderman for the 4th District in the city of Savannah, and I'm so honored to be here with you for our first annual Earth Day Summit in Darien, Georgia. Isn't this a beautiful location, folks? Yeah. Come on. Been here 4 months. Yes, let's give it up. And I'd like to pass the baton over to Tim, our Public Service Commissioner. You know him, you love him. Tim Echols is here with us to help lead us today. Tim?
Well, great. Thanks, everyone. I'm so glad that you're here. And to our online audience, 7 of you already hopped on there. We're gonna have folks throughout the day here, a continual live stream. We've got another MC, Dr. Adam Orford. You'll see him in the second hour. He's a professor at the University of Georgia. Just a couple of announcements as we kick it off. The Darien folks, festival folks, are up there about to tow some vehicles that are outside of the hotel's parking area in that very front facing. It looks like it's hotel parking, but it's not. You can come into the property, or you can just go down to the Masonic Lodge, which is 50 yards down the way. They've given us permission to park there on their grass. So if your vehicle is up there, they will tow it, and we would like for you to be able to get that. There's drinks outside all day long, coffee, tea, water, and soft drinks. So feel free to avail yourself of that. The food for lunch will be set out at 11:45, just out in the hallway there. You're welcome to get it, bring it in here, sit at a table, use one of the cocktail tables in the back, and we are happy to have you. Marcus, I wanted you to come up and just open us up in prayer. We talk about the earth a lot. Marcus, I'll have you sit right up here. We talk about the earth a lot, but I always love to acknowledge the creator of the earth on Earth Day. He doesn't get enough credit. So why don't you kick us off in prayer?
Yeah, if you don't mind just bowing your head for a moment. Abba, Father, Creator God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for your provision, your sunshine, your rain that you cause to fall. Lord, we just reflect that you sustain and create, and that you, in fact, are the original planter. You planted the garden, you planted Eden, and you planted us in the garden. So this time today, we ask for your Holy Spirit to be with us, that your wisdom, that we learn something today, Lord, but maybe most importantly, that we reflect back your glory as you call us to do. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. We'll hear from Marcus later on. He works with the Evangelical Environmental Network. Well, Nick, this has been a long time coming. We've been planning this event out. You serve as a city councilman, an alderman, you call it, right, in Savannah.
That's right. We try to be fancy to throw it back to the times of Oglethorpe and call ourselves the alderman. And it's such an honor to be here today and to kick off this fantastic celebration with the restoration of an Oglethorpe Square. It's just incredible.
I tease people that are from Charleston and say, well, you've got some cool stuff up there, but you don't have any squares.
That's right. You don't have any squares. And to see that the spirit is alive in preservation and Earth Day, and that there's this synergy that binds it together about the history of Georgia, the history of our coast, and celebrating this here today. It's just fantastic to do it here.
Those of you that are online, we're streaming live on LinkedIn, Twitter, YouTube, and all Facebook channels. And it's great to have 3 students from McIntosh County High School running a separate Facebook Live today. So thank you, students. They're dressed all in black there. They'll be sharing the camera. Well, let's get started. I want to ask the mayor to come up today. Mayor, come on up on stage right up here. And we were together yesterday at that cemetery event. So great. You sit down over here, Mayor, if you don't mind. At that cemetery event where we cleaned that crypt of Henry Todd, who really donated the land. He was, quote, a man of color. That was one of the things that as he was described, but he donated the land for the school. So, Mayor, just have you welcome everyone to your wonderful town.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This is another wonderful event that we're here, and I want to thank each and everyone for being here. But I mainly want to thank each and everyone for doing your part to make Darien and McIntosh County such a wonderful place to visit and place to live. We just, as I said, we just left the square and everything. To me, restoring and rebuilding is just as good as building something new. But actually, and then I got thinking that's a little bit better, because we're not just restoring an event or a place, we're restoring history. And that's what I talk about, and I can't say it, when I'm talking about weeping times. I want to thank everyone for bringing that up and everything, because instead of, like a lot of them you see on TV and everything, wanting to tear down the idols, wanting to erase history, we need to educate our children on history so that they won't make the same mistakes that someone else had already made. So, it's just wonderful having you here. And we're talking about electric vehicles and all. And I got thinking back, I remember as a child having these little cars that you had to hunt batteries and put batteries, and then to play them with these electric cars and all. Never dawned on me that, hey, one day we'd be riding around in these electric cars. I do want to thank you for educating us and all on that.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And, I think we have more Bubbas here per capita today than anywhere in the state. We've got you. We got Bubba Skeen and Bubba McDonald. We're going to have 3 Bubbas in one room. How about that?
We're Bubba-fied.
Yeah, we are Bubba-fied. So thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you being here.
Appreciate it.
Councilman Lawson, I'd like to have you come up if you're out there. Appreciate your leadership. You were over there as well. Stayed to the very end in cleaning that cemetery. Nick, if we started this project, it was really just going to be initially a conference, and then turned into a tree planting, and then into a cemetery cleanup project, and then a speaker's dinner. It's just really morphed and really grown into something special.
Well, you see that latent energy that's built into the soil, just ready to leap out, and all of this civic activity as everyone's come here together in this new space to celebrate our planet, to celebrate our coast, because we know how special it is. And you can see here today with all the attendees, the secret is getting out, but we encourage everybody to keep the ball rolling. This is just the beginning, and it's incredible to see it.
Well, Mr. Lawson, thank you for being here. You and I visited about the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor that you serve on. I guess the last time I was significantly in Darien was going to Sapelo and putting that solar array out there for that library and hog hammock. We have a couple of folks that really helped with that, Ryan Sanders and Scott Wolfrey, who were here. Scott's company donated those solar panels. But tell us a little bit about your city and what you're proud of.
Well, thank you, Tim. And I remember when he came and brought those solar panels. Back then, he was very powerful and high and mighty. And then I received a phone call that he gave me a private meeting with him. I was on his radio show, so I'm on high cotton right now. Thank you, Tim, for the work that you do. My name is Griffin Lawson. I'm a 7th generation, what they call Gullah Geechees. Gullah Geechees are descendants of enslavement. The mayor echoed a little bit about the weeping time, which is the largest slave trade in America's history, happened to be on our soil. So we teach the more positive side of things that have happened in the past as we move forward. For the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Commission corridor, it spans from those descendants that played a major part in the history of America, not only in beautification, but when I think of some of the ancestors, what we call Igbo and Igbo landing in the water, and the water spirit brought us. Waka Mona Kambali Yale, dealing with the history with the African dialect. So right here today in Darien, we have an opportunity to host this first in our area. So we are very privileged of that. So I wear 2 hats. I serve as the mayor pro tem in the city of Darien, Georgia. I serve as the vice chairman of the entire United States of America. And we have went through 3 presidents, Barack Obama, President Donald Trump, and our new president, Joe Biden. We have to be appointed to the commission. And I feel proud and privileged, Tim, to be here with you guys because we operate on a national, international level. And I get a chance to take this back to people far beyond the walls of Georgia. So I thank you for this opportunity.
Well, thank you for being here, and thanks for bringing greetings today to everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, let's bring up, do we have Bubba Skeen here? Come on up. So get our second of 3 Bubbas that we're gonna have here. Have a seat up here at the hot table. So do you know any other Bubbas in town besides the Bubba mayor and the Bubba councilman?
Well, there's several Bubbas, and that's why we call it, most of the county is called Bubbaville. So, yeah, it is, like the mayor said, we are Bubba-fied.
Yeah, this festival today, a lot of our guests are from out of town. They've never been to the festival. This is your biggest event. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, it is our biggest event, but before I get into the blessing, I want to say this, that the ones that are here that have never been here, when you go back home, if you would do us a favor and don't tell anybody you came here, because we are, this is a beautiful place and it is a beautiful town, but maybe some of you don't know, this is the second oldest city in Georgia. And we are very proud. I am very proud. 55 years of a blessing. And, you spoke a little bit about our Butler Island, our Weeping Times. There's so much history here. And the festival, what it does is it brings people here. That's what it does, so we can showcase this city. And I do thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me speak. And, I wish you would have put me in front of the mayor and especially Griffin, because, they're political genius. I'm new.
Yeah. Sorry about that. We are glad to be here. Thank you for your leadership in this wonderful city, and Darien Telephone and their great work. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Hey, let's turn to our county officials. I want to bring David Stevens up, the chair of the county commission. David, Nick, as he's coming up, you and I were at the Savannah St. Patrick's Day Parade, and we were just talking about how that festival has so much religious significance. I mean, we all love the parade, we all love the fun, the fun stuff, but that event was religiously significant, and this event, the blessing of the shrimp fleet, the fact that members of the city, people that live here in the county, that they recognize the importance of God's blessing on these fishermen out there.
Absolutely. The connection to our local economy and that spiritual connection, and just the tradition of continuing it for, as Bubba said, 55 years, and knowing that it will continue for 55 more. It's wonderful to see.
Hey, it's good to see you, Mr. Chairman.
Good to see you.
Yeah. So you and I we worked together getting those solar panels out there, and we talked about them eventually getting a new playground, and I understand that they have a new playground out there, and that was one of the things that we wanted to happen, and so it's really exciting to bring people to your community. My colleague Commissioner McDonald, he's here, and all of these sustainability leaders from all over the state coming to your community. Who knows what can become of something like this as people are introduced to Darien and McIntosh County.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner, for having us here and bringing this celebration here, this Earth Day celebration. I'm going to tell a little story. Is the streaming working? Is the online working well?
Yeah, we're online. We sure are.
Well, good, because I am the Chief Operating Officer for Darien Telephone Company, and we did extend the fiber optic cable down here. So
it's the fastest connection I've ever seen in my life.
Wonderful. Wonderful. But I do have the pleasure of serving as Chief Operating Officer for Darien Telephone Company, as well as Chairman of the County Commissioner, served with some great people. And just like you were saying, had the honor and pleasure of visiting with Commissioner McDonald yesterday. He's always been a big supporter of our industry, as well as you have too. And I'm going to tell a little story on you all, on Commissioner Echols. A couple of months ago, I get an email from him and said, "Hey, I'm thinking about doing Earth Day celebration on this day." And I replied, and I said, "Commissioner, I don't know that that's the best idea. It's the blessing of the fleet. It's Coast Fest. You're going to be competing." He said, "Wonderful. That's when we're going to do it." So here we are. And I look at the people that he's brought to our community. And when I look out there and I see Mr. Art Lucas and just his vision, 2 years ago, we wouldn't have been able to host this. We didn't have a location to host it. And 2 years ago, or maybe a little longer for him, but he had the vision to transform our waterfront and bring this development here while preserving its natural beauty, its historic values, and we really appreciate him. And when I walked in earlier, I saw Mr. Rusty Quarterman sitting here as well. 20 something years ago is when my relationship with Rusty started, when I served on the Development Authority, and he had the vision to do the wine shop across town. I mean, both of those things have changed our waterfront for the good. And I'll get back to what you said about the people it's drawing here. And it's just an honor and a privilege to host those. And just so glad that you decided to do this event on this weekend and bring these people to our community.
Well, thank you so much for your leadership, and thanks for being here today and being part of the event. Thank you. Hey, let's bring up Commissioner Roger Lawson. Come on up, sir, and special thanks to Timothy and Karina Karsten. They're running our green row and our green room. So we've got things hopping here. Nick, this is such a fun production.
I mean, we have all kinds of activities that are percolating right now, and I see out into the audience good friends, folks from coming all over, and even East Coast Greenway is here with us today, which connects this location to the rest of the United States, all across the eastern seaboard. So
Wow.
From Darien really to the rest of the coast, it's wonderful.
So Commissioner Lawson, your brother was up here, right? Y'all get along pretty good?
We do.
Pull
Long
the mic
as
up
he
so,
understands it, I'm the
put your
better
mic
looking
up so
one.
we can hear it. Yeah.
Yes, we get along well. He understands that he's older, but I'm better looking.
Well, you work in the county, he's in the city. Do y'all have some disputes at the dinner table sometime?
Not really. We get along well with the city. So the city and the county, we have a very good collaborative working arrangement. So we rarely have any issues.
Yeah, as you think about what's ahead for Darien, you've got the waterfront, all the waterfront work. I understand there's going to be some dock work also down at Skippers, and then the county at large. What's ahead for this community?
One of the things that we did as we recently did our strategic plan, regardless of the growth that we want to bring here, we have as our number one priority to maintain our small town image and character. And that's who we are. While you all are here, you're going to see the thousands of guests coming. I encourage you to come back when the thousands have gone away and fully experience the small town community that we are. Come and go canoeing, go fishing, walk the scenic, historical, cultural streets of McIntosh County. But I must warn you, many who have come and visited and they said they're coming just for a few days, they end up moving down here and living happily ever after.
All right. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your leadership. Let's bring up our next commissioner, Commissioner Kawaki. Kate, come on up. And Nick, you know, as a state official, you as a Savannah City official, you're always thinking about economic development. You're always thinking about tourism because you're proud of your community, right? You're a cheerleader.
Well, it's good to see that people want to come and visit. You know, it's often the lifeblood of the community that's there, and something to truly be proud of. I mean, this scenic setting that we have here, you can't buy that, and that's what people are coming to see.
Hey, good to see you, Commissioner. Hyundai is coming up the road in Bryan County, and it's really impacting coastal Georgia in a big way. More people are moving here. It seems like there's so many attractive things about Georgia. When you tell people about McIntosh County and Darien, what do you say?
Well, I have to start by saying it's home, and we're the last frontier. Echoing some of the words from Tom Draffen, our Industrial Development Authority Director, the time is now. We are starting to see some of the ancillary businesses from the Hyundai plant looking at us and looking within our area and region and everything. And so, we are probably experiencing some of the first real looks, so to speak, that we have in several decades.
Yeah, so it's going to have enormous impact. I know that, Nick, if we were planning to come here, I said to city leaders, I need those EV chargers working. If I'm going to bring an Earth Day conference to your town, let's have them working. And they did. They scrambled to get them working because a couple of them had been broken. These things have to be upgraded. Kate, as you think about kind of this new energy economy, I mean, we're on Earth Day here, kind of celebrating this. How much is the ecotourism and the beautiful water and the marsh and Sapelo Islands beach, and how important is that to the area?
Oh, hugely. I mean, up until now, that's our number one attraction, the lifestyle, the laid back, have the opportunity of freshwater or saltwater fishing, have the opportunity for miles of undisturbed beach that you're not sharing with a lot of other people. So I definitely think that's one of our largest attractions. And, from the real estate side, which is my day-to-day life, it's definitely brought about some of the lowest inventory in the area that we've seen in years.
Yeah.
Decades.
Well, thank you so much for being here with us, for your service to the county. Thank you. Let's bring up Davis Poole, another one of our county commissioners. Those of you that are just joining us on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, welcome. We're in Darien, Georgia. We're at the coast. We're having fun.
We're having a blast. I've never had an experience like this between opening up a brand new 300-year Oglethorpe Square to this brand new hotel here.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Well, David Spool, you're one of the first commissioners I met with to kind of toss this idea to. We met for breakfast here, and did you think I was crazy for bringing a sustainability conference to your town on Blessing Weekend?
Not at all. Not at all. Well, at the end of the day, it draws more people. And that's what we're about. We're about small town community, like Roger mentioned. A couple of notes that I'd like to make, if you don't mind. For those of you who don't know, the Eastern Seaboard is a tremendous marsh area. Georgia holds 1/3 of all the marsh on the entire Eastern Seaboard, of which about 400,000 acres is just in the state of Georgia, of which 100,000 acres here in McIntosh County is owned by the state and the federal authorities. So we sort of carry the water for the state for environmental stewardship. As a result, we embrace this. If we sit right here and go out to the open ocean, there's about a 7-mile barrier that protects us from storms. Carbon sequestration is huge, 10 times more effective than tropical farm or forest. One of the notes that we want to make sure that we carry is that going into May, in terms of how Earth Day and environmental protection, is that we as a county are considering a resolution to ban broadcast spraying and contribute more to our environmental resources and try to protect our environmental resources.
Wow. Yeah, I think early on in the solar movement in Georgia, which you'll hear from my colleague, who's the godfather of solar shortly, they were using gravel, they were using Bermuda grass. And I think in 2.0, version 2.0, they realized, wait a second, let's try to make these solar arrays, I'm talking these big ones out there, these fields, as agricultural friendly as possible. Let's have sheep grazing out there. Let's put pollinator flowers. So I think they're going back and kind of rethinking that. It sounds like you're doing that on the road stuff as well. You serve on the advisory council for the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. Obviously, the water is important to you.
Exceptionally important. My background, my original college degree is not where my profession went. It was in oceanography, marine biology, and aquaculture. So I've tried to stay as close to it as possible. Advisory committee for artificial habitats down there. Locally here in the state of Georgia, I'm also on the commission for marsh and shore protection with Commissioner Williams. And it's near and dear to my heart. And I want to make sure that understanding that we have a representative for the state that represents that commission is exceptionally important here in McIntosh County.
Well, thanks for your service and thanks for being with us today and encouraging me to come down here. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, I want to ask Mayor Cosby Johnson to come up. We were able to pull him out of Brunswick. We pulled you out of Savannah, and we pulled the mayor out of Brunswick. Mayor, have a seat. I know, and even if you did, you probably wouldn't say it publicly, spending time up here in Darien, the neighboring county, but it's beautiful. It's beautiful what they're doing on this waterfront. This hotel, we got the curtains drawn because of our backlight on our camera, but I know you're proud of what your colleagues are doing here.
Beyond proud. I had the chance to come up here with President Hoyt of the chamber and speak with their chamber. And at that time, I learned that even the bar that's upstairs is an old tree that was on the owner's property that had been cut down, repurposed. So the thing that I think that's beautiful is there are little stories all throughout this place that, while it's new, tells a history of this area and this region.
Yeah, Brunswick has got a lovely downtown area, a lot of wonderful historic homes, a lot of industry. I mean, it's the Golden Isles that most people know about. And I've done conferences, my Energy Con at Jekyll, and certainly been my radio shows in Glenn County every Saturday morning at 9. But I wanted to come to McIntosh because it's an area I feel that doesn't get enough attention. We wanted to draw attention to it. What do you love about being here in coastal Georgia?
The thing that I love most is the inherent connection between communities. I think because we're all kind of smaller communities, instead of having that bifurcation, We know that we have to work together to pull industry, but work together to also make sure that that industry fits inside of our coastal footprint and our coastal ecosystems in a way that makes sense. And also find ways, just like with Alderman, find ways to steal great ideas from other cities. We've begun to redo our squares in Brunswick, just like they have in Savannah. And that has completely changed and rehabbed our entire downtown. So the thing that I love is the further you get away kind of from the division in Atlanta, you really understand that there are greater connections between the communities, and especially here in the coastal region.
You know, Nick, I was half expecting Governor Kemp, after the Hyundai plant came in there, I was half expecting him to say that the capital of Georgia is going to be relocating to Savannah.
I think it should. I think it should. I know that my civic competition that's in me is being activated here. And Mayor, you are absolutely right. There's nothing proprietary about a good idea. You know, and for all these conferences, and we spend time together at Georgia Municipal Association, we encourage everybody to beg, borrow, steal everything that's here so that you can bring it back home to your community.
That's it.
Hey, Mayor, tomorrow, Alan Shedd, I don't know if I see Alan here in the room, but Alan Shedd, who works for Oglethorpe Power, basically the collection of our EMCs, he's going to take about 7 or 8 EV drivers that are here, understate patrol escort.
That's it.
From Darien Telephone to Mary Ross Park in your town.
Come on downtown.
And do some pop-up tents there around the Chargers.
Yeah.
To tell all the Coast Fest visitors about that. Tell us just in conclusion about Coast Fest tomorrow.
Yeah, really quick. And I want to say thank you for setting that up to come down, because shout out to the high school students who are here, because the thing that's important is everything that you've done throughout your career has laid the foundation for us to be able to electrify Georgia. And having that electrify Georgia global plan end up in a way that could affect Mary Ross Park, in a way that we could bring vehicles down, have them charge in our area, and really pour into our downtown businesses, is something that we never would have thought of as a city had you not kind of tilled that soil very early. And we know and we can tell that we are seeing the effects on younger generations who understand the importance of, if I'm buying my next car, is that thing going to be electric, and making sure that our state has the infrastructure to make sure that they can have those cars. So it's not just highlighting the electrification of a place like Mary Ross Park, but also ensuring that we are talking to our providers through our area to make sure that they're ready for the coming generations.
Well, thanks for coming up here. I know you've got things to do down there getting ready for Coast Fest. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask my colleague, Bubba McDonald, to come up. You know, Nick, Bubba McDonald has served over 40 years in elected office in the state of Georgia, in his own county, as a state representative, as the appropriations chair for the legislature, on the Public Service Commission. It has been a life of public and community service. And, you know, Commissioner McDonald, and he's appropriately dressed today for Earth Day, and his comments about solar here. Commissioner McDonald, I got to the commission, and we won't talk about how little I knew when I got there. That's maybe a topic for another day.
I will.
Yeah, thanks. But I know, you know, as those solar panels were going down in price, and as you went to Germany, you had been to California, I had done the same, and as we were thinking about Georgia's future with solar, you made a decision, you know, to plow forward. Really, the utility was hesitant, but you demonstrated extraordinary leadership, and the late Commissioner Everett was with you, and then you picked up a third guy. Tell us about the evolution of solar in Georgia.
Well, thank you, Tim. By the way, Tim's running for re-election. Don't forget that. I mean, he won't tell you that, but I'll tell it for him. But thank you very much, and Alderman.
That's right.
Good to be with you, sir, and this nice group. And I'm the senior Bubba here, in case anybody wants to know. And the things that I talk about is your commissioner talked about this timing. And of course, timing is everything in so many different ways. And there was a time when we called it the storm, the significant storm. This was in 2013, and interest rates were very favorable for long-term financing. Where we are in Georgia, being the largest geographical state east of the Mississippi River, and the flat lands that we have in the state, as well as our mountains and our rivers and our waterways. But land in the southern part of the state was reasonable. Financing was there. And the other thing that's key that Germany doesn't have, that we have here in Georgia, is the electrons from the sun. We are very fortunate to be in a position where if Germany had 50% of the electrons from that we have in Georgia, they'd salivate all the way to the generation plant. But so I had worked with people from California and New Jersey and Arizona quietly about solar, and we didn't have a solar program in Georgia. So I went to my colleagues, and there's 5 commissioners, and I talked to each one of them. I said, I got something that I want to do, but I can't tell you what it is. I'm taking the Nancy Pelosi approach right now. I'll tell you what it is after I get it done. But I need your support. I need you to tell me up front that you trust me, that you'll support me. And Tim and Commissioner, the late Doug Everett, were 2 of my 4 colleagues that gave me that assurance. And so I went to Georgia Power, and I said, we were in the midst of finalizing an integrated resource plan. And I didn't have time to go up the rungs of the ladder like you start with regulatory affairs and move right on up. I went to decision makers. And I spoke with them about what I wanted to do with 525 megawatts of solar power for Georgia, with no upward pressure on the ratepayers and no state subsidies at all. We talked for a bit of time, but I learned something with my 20 years in the state legislature, Tim. I learned that you got to count. And counting, I don't care how big you are, how affluent you are, or how gorgeous you are, or whatever, in the General Assembly of Georgia and the House of Representatives, without 90 other votes, you're not effective. It takes 91 to make things happen. Well, on the Public Service Commission, it takes 3 or 5. So I explained my proposal to the powers to be at the power company. And then I said, the last thing I said, oh, and by the way, I have 3 votes. Now, they understood that, didn't Wilson? Understood that, didn't they? Wilson heads up our solar division with the Georgia Power Company, great guy. But so we started with that. And we're not trying to be #1 in the nation. We do that in football. Go Dogs. But I take it from the book of Bubba, and the senior Bubba here, if it may be, Commissioner. It's in the first chapter of the 4th verse. He who did not toot his own horn, the same shall remain in the state of untutedness. So I give my colleagues on the Georgia Public Service Commission all due honor and respect for having the fortitude, the vision, and make things happen, what's happened in Georgia. And we're moving well, but you got to understand one other thing. We talk about, and Tim's done an excellent job in promoting EVs and things of this nature, but you got to have something in that plug when you plug one of them in. And that just doesn't come overnight. You're not going to get it with all solar power. And what makes Georgia so great with a Hyundai, with a Rivian, and with SK Battery, and these companies that are coming to Georgia so often. And like all of us, when we get that bill at the first of the month, we're interested in what the cost of our energy is going to be. But I'll assure you that these companies that come, they are not looking necessarily at the cost. They look at the cost, but they're looking at the reliability of knowing that company is going to be able to operate, run, and not have rolling brownouts and rolling blackouts that we witness in other states around the country. And of course, to be in a state where for the first time in 34, 35 years in America, we're building 2 new nuclear plants. Has it been painful? You're damn right it has been. When I'm the only one on the commission that voted for the certification of plant 3 and 4, and that was in 2009, and the cost of the plant was $4.7 billion and coming online in 16 and 17. Well, those numbers are not there anymore, and I recognize that. But it's going to be the best thing for solar. It's going to be the best thing for clean air that we can have in this great state, because we will lead the nation in clean air in the state of Georgia because of our diversification. Yes, we still have some fossil fuel systems in our generation system, and we're going to keep a few, but we've done well. We've ranked high. People looked at the model of the state of Georgia in the development of renewable energy, both solar and biomass. And we got a button to shine on, Commissioner. And even though that, one of the commissioners said, I think you asked the question about you being crazy for doing this down here.
Uh-huh.
Well, you were, but you're good crazy at it. That's
Commissioner, thank you for coming all the way down here, for being a part of our event today. Shelley, so good to see you, his wife. She travels everywhere with him. Commissioner, thank you for your lifetime of service and just the great work that you've done.
Well, Tim, you just look out here and there's a song that says, "It took a miracle to put the stars in space." It took a miracle to see that sun come up down here in the morning, or the sunset, as Buddy Deloach so adamantly puts it on his Facebook. But this is the miracles, and the miracles of talent of the people that continue, you and others, all of them, people that sacrifice at the county commission level, the city level, and everything. It takes a team. It takes a team. And I'm fortunate to be with a team at the Georgia Public Service Commission. I have the reputation of being old, and I am, and I'm grumpy. Yes, I am. And but we were great.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate you being here. I'm going to ask Tom Drafton to come up. Yes. Actually, we have a word from our sponsor. So let's have Amy come up with one of our commercial sponsors. Amy, come on up. We have just a couple of commercials per hour of local businesses that we wanted to highlight. Go ahead, Amy. Can you? And if we can have the person sit here to be on camera. So
our favorite local businesses are here to be highlighted for this Earth Day conference. So we would like to welcome the Shandy Cafe.
Hey, y'all, you guys come on up and sit right here. Yeah.
Join us.
Y'all sit right there.
We'd love to talk about the Shandy Cafe and what makes the Shandy Cafe so special, and about Darien.
Yeah, why don't you sit right here and do the interview?
We'd like to introduce everybody. This is Dana and Blake.
Good morning, all.
Thank you. Thank you. Tell us a little bit about the Shandy Cafe. When did it open?
So the Shanty officially opened our doors on January of this year. It's been a whirlwind, to say the least. A lot of late nights, a lot of early mornings, a lot of days off. No, we don't have any of those, actually.
And this is a family owned business, and you guys have had generations in this town, right?
Yes. They say that when the mud gets in your toes, you never leave. I think at this point, the mud's in my veins. I'm never leaving. My family is very, very rooted here. I've drug Blake here all the way from Atlanta to get here finally.
Nice.
So yes, we've been here for a long time. We'll be here for a long time. It's definitely the team that I have is a special one, but they stick through it with us. I can say that.
If you guys are staying at Oaks on the River, you'll have to take a moment to visit the Shanty Cafe. They specialize in gourmet coffees, teas, wonderful sandwiches. And I know a lot of their ingredients are grown in the area and sustainable foods for the environment. So they're delicious. If you have not had a chance to check them out, what would you say is the best lunch item so far?
Ooh,
I would probably say the chicken salad's probably
the chicken salad.
But pretty much everything we have is, made with. Dana makes the white bread. We try to use as much local produce as we possibly can. We use 2 or 3 local farms, get our eggs local, so we can, try to help out as best we can.
Absolutely. And it's made with love, right?
Oh, yeah, a lot of that. I love that.
Well, if you haven't had a chance to visit the Shanty Cafe, make sure you get a chance to. It's truly a treat, and you guys will all really enjoy it. Thank you so much for telling us about the cafe. We're so happy to have you in McIntosh and have you at this event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I did go to the Shanty Cafe and I had a latte, the one that has the chocolate and there's something else. Macintosh mocha. That's what I had. Nick, the Macintosh mocha, I highly recommend it.
If you see me missing for the rest of today's event, you're going to know where I'm at.
Yeah, Tom Draffin, come on up and have a seat. You know, Tom called me, I guess, back last year. I came, this county's got a large industrial park, and they want to see more businesses, more economic development in town. He's been tapped to lead that. Tom, I'm going to start with just ecotourism and why it's important to the area. There are people that come and kayak and boat and fish, and all that's important to the area.
Well, Davis earlier said, well, first, before I answer, it's tough following the senior Bubba and following the Mayor Johnson from Brunswick, because they're great speakers. But so it's good to be here with you, and thank you for being in our community. All you have to do is look out behind us and understand why ecotourism is important to McIntosh County and to Darien. And we've got to do a better job in Darien to share the environment that we get to enjoy and actually take for granted each day. One of the greatest experiences of my life is that I get to wake up each morning to the sun rising above Sapelo Island. And that is an irreplaceable miracle, as you described, Mr. McDonald. So ecotourism is something that we need to share with our community, but also share with our state and folks who visit here, so that they can understand the beauty of this waterway, the beauty of these marshes, the beauty of the islands that we have. And that's one of the things we've been focused on, and we're glad that you're here today so that we can learn more ways to sustain those natural resources that we're blessed with here.
And Tom, it's an honor to have you here with an incredible amount of industrial growth that we're seeing just to the north and to the south, the explosion of the Port of Savannah, the roll-on, roll-off facility down in Brunswick. What industrial land does the county have, and what are the plans for the future here?
The county is blessed that our prior folks at the Industrial Development Authority purchased land many years ago and prepared it. We've got 370 acres that are in an industrial park right now. Currently, there are 2 contracts that we're negotiating with two entities that would have facilities built on about 170 acres of that property. We're also in the process of adding another 247 acres to our industrial park facility so that we have more opportunity. We met recently with the ports. One of the opportunities we've got is because of the expansion of the Brunswick port that is coming. But we also went to Georgia Ports Authority and talked to them about how we can get some of that container traffic coming down to McIntosh County. As you said, Hyundai is pushing things more and more down the coast, and we're trying to take that opportunity.
You know, I know we've got Rob Blatecki here, who works with an organization that recruits labor for renewable energy projects. And I know we're seeing this grow, as Commissioner McDonald mentioned. What's the overall job outlook for Darien and McIntosh County?
A project that the county and the city have been integrally involved in is the Jones Petroleum project that we're hopeful will break ground this summer. And that project says that it's going to bring us 150 jobs to our community. That's unheard of in McIntosh County, and will be a tremendous impact. But that's only based upon developing 25 acres of the 110 acres that they own and that they'll be developing. So we expect a major expansion in the businesses around our exit 49. And likewise, the 2 businesses that we're already negotiating with to come to the industrial park may only at this point in time bring us 50 to 70 jobs, but 50 to 70 jobs is a major improvement for McIntosh County and so much needed, particularly jobs of certified mechanics and certified welders that are going to pay good paying jobs that people are going to want to have, and they're going to improve their living opportunities.
Well, I want to thank you, Tom, for believing in this event, for me and Timothy Carson as we produce this event today. I know you all sponsored the speaker's dinner last night, and you've given substantial time to the event. I just want to publicly thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Timothy, and encouraging Tim. But Tim, thank you for believing in our community to give us this opportunity. This has been a special day and a special event. I hope that you'll come and enjoy all of this event, and you'll enjoy our community this weekend and enjoy the festivities of the Blessing of the Fleet. So thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I do want to recognize Representative Brett Harrell. He's here. Could you stand? Are you here, Representative Harrell? Where are you at? I don't. Oh, he's out in the hallway. He served from Snellville. He's living down on the coast now. I want to thank him for his service to the General Assembly. So another commercial, come on up, and this may be something for me to eat.
Only if you're lucky.
Okay, come on up. We've got some goodies here. Why don't you sit down over
Absolutely.
here?
We do have some goodies. As we mentioned, we were going to highlight some of Darien's favorite businesses, and this is personally one of my favorites. We have Sugar Marsh Cottage, and Miss Dale Potts here with us today. She's getting some samples set up.
Thank you. You can sit down right here.
Okay. Let's let her get all her goodies out. And when I say these are goodies. You do not want to miss out. Wow. She brought the whole kit and caboodle.
These look incredible. Can we dig in?
Yeah, go ahead and take one while we're up here.
Of course.
Dale, so tell us a little bit about Sugar Marsh Cottage so the attendees at the Earth Day event can know why we love it so much.
Well, thank you. We are a small batch.
Oh, here we go. This one.
We are a small batch artisan confectioner, and our company actually and our shapes were inspired by the natural beauty of the Georgia coast. So we produce seashell shaped chocolates, and I don't know if you can see them, but our pink shrimp, which we developed specifically for Darien, being a little shrimping village. And we have a cute little bag that we call them sweet Georgia shrimp.
They are delicious.
Instead of wild Georgia shrimp. But we also produce toffees and gift boxes, and everything we do has a coastal elegance. Our packaging design is very simple yet elegant. And
do you ever make these for corporate gifts for companies to give out to their employees?
Yes, we do.
Oh, if I was an employee, this is what I'd want.
Yes,
Shrimp.
we do. We work with a number of companies and do custom branding, and yes, we do a lot of that, and a lot of wedding favors and things like that.
And you're the only confectioner in this area, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I think there are several in Savannah, but the only one in Darien.
Nice, that's great. Well, if you get a chance to get out of the Oaks on the River, how do you get to Sugar Marsh from here? It's just a short walk.
It is a short walk. It's about 2.5 blocks away. We are directly off of Vernon Square. We're right across from the Open Gates Bed and Breakfast. It's a white 2-story house, circa 1935, and it serves as our retail shop and our production facility. We actually bought it specifically as our production facility.
So if anybody's going
right
out
here.
and
And made right here in Darien.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
Awesome. So if anybody's getting out on the road and needs to take home some gifts to their coworkers or their families, go by Sugar Marsh, get a bag of candy. I promise you, whoever's going to get that as a gift, they are going to love you forever. And they're going to be like, where did you get this? So here are some samples up here. Thank you, Dale, for coming by and talking to us about Sugar Marsh. And we're glad you're here.
Well, thank you very much. And I brought some we do only do interesting shapes or big shapes, really during the Blessing the Fleet, but this is a large chocolate crab. We do some alligators. We, of course, do baby sea turtles and our assortment of elegant seashells and then pink peppermint shrimp. But please enjoy.
Can I have one of these?
You may.
Great.
Thank you, Dan.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
I'll bring these around the audience if that's okay.
That's perfect.
Yeah, let's put these in the back so folks can enjoy those.
Tim, I could tell you definitively they are the sweetest shrimp I've ever had.
Those are so good.
Well, thank you very much.
All right. Well, that is a great place to stop in and grab some gifts. Sharon Kitchen, come on up. She's with Save the Sacred Sites Alliance. She is a native person. And why don't you sit right over here, Sharon, and let's make sure her mic, this is a pretty hot mic. You want to give this one to her?
This is it. I'll trade you right there. There you go. All right. Welcome.
Sharon, thank you. You just have a actually, you're on camera. You can stand up if you prefer.
Actually, yeah. All regalia and everything takes a while to get it all there.
Yeah, just pull that mic up so everybody can hear you and tell us what you've got there. And you're going to bring a special blessing and greeting for us this weekend,
Yes,
too.
I am. First off, hello, everybody.
Hello.
And what I'm wearing is regalia. Some people call it a costume. That happens at Halloween. So even as a little tiny tot, if they want to come into the powwow arena, they have to be able to explain what they have on. And it has to be handmade, gifted. It has to be, you can't go to the store and buy it. It won't work at Walmart. What I'm wearing is called a tear dress. Some people call it Southern cloth. That's correct. If there's no tear dress competition in the powwow, which is a 3-day gathering, family event, a lot of tacos, but they're put on fry bread. So sometimes if you're really hungry and your eyes are bigger than your stomach, you get more than you ask for. So you're gonna have someone help you to finish it off. The fan I'm holding is only one of 3. The other 2 is Smithsonian. A young lady made them. She says, "Do you think these work as a lady's fan?" And I said, "Oh, they work. I want the one with the purple center." You know, so that one came to me. The shawl is used for dancing as well, in many forms. It's very huge, so I have to keep it folded. When I had this was gifted to me by my father. And I said, "Oh, that's a beautiful necklace." He said, "Oh, it's a man's bow tie. You sure have to learn." So I said, "Well, yeah, I do. I'm a kid, Dad." Anyway, so he said, "Well, it's a Thunderbird, and that's your clan." I went, "Okay." As a kid, you don't take it in. Later on, you go, "Oh man, I should have listened." So the small beads or the corn beads, one uncle makes the bracelet I wear. Another uncle makes the rings I wear. He says, "We're going to keep you in style." I went, "Okay." The bird earrings and head on the back of my head, barrette, are handmade and gifted as well. So you have to explain everything, because if you don't, an elder sitting there, they're watching you. If you don't do it right, they'll say, "Come here a minute." Explain. So that's the regalia part. And I don't know, I have some things to do, but I see a lot of people are drinking water. We're by the water. And the statement for that is Mini Wakoni, which means water is life. And when I teach youngsters, when I'm invited to school, I'll say, when I hold up a glass of water, y'all shout back Mini Wakoni. And that way they learn. They go home, they think it's fun, and they've learned 2 words, and they had an awesome day. So this is a little part of history, since we're doing history. I'm glad the lady with confection made turtles. Yes. Because we're standing on what's called Turtle Island. Later on, it was called the United States of America. We were not divided. We didn't have lands. And so we had everything we had villages. And you're also, Darien, they keep saying that this is the second name for this place. It's not. It's the third. The original name is Telejo. and that just stands, that's Gwali. And this was the southernmost village. So thanks to the Gwali people, everybody's here today. And the land is pretty much like it was then, except for roads and anything new. If it's not on horseback, bring it up to date. But so you got Gwali, Makama, and Yamasee. And those were the three major nations here. So thanks to them again, because shellfish, shrimp, fish, canoes, all that was their doing. So it continues today, which is cool. And I love the shrimp, by the way. So I'm a shrimp person. I do like the alligators, but that's because I lived in Florida. So any questions?
Well, thank you. Thank you. Well, what's the native word for latte?
We don't have one.
Yeah.
We don't have one. But you know, the chocolate stuff, I can tell you, is actually Aztec. All your vegetables were here.
Wow.
So when you're eating vegetables, no matter what kind it is, again, thanks to the indigenous people here. And of course, chocolate, the guys across the pond, they say, that's ours. No, you got it from the Aztec. Okay.
So Telejo.
Telejo.
Okay. Telejo. Thank you very much,
Sure.
Sharon, for being here. Yes, ma'am.
And I wanted to, because this is something that we do.
Yes.
You get to hold that.
Oh, yes.
I know Griffin's standing over there somewhere. So you get to come up here.
Come on.
If we don't do this, this is a no-no.
We're gonna hold this for you.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah, jump up here, Griffin. Okay, this is for you. This is Earth Day. So plan it. It's a large one. You can wear it any way you want. And this is for you. I know they're planting trees. So you get to have your planted trees day.
Thank you so much.
That's from anytime you're invited somewhere, you bring a gift, by the way. It's just another little lesson. So they may want you back. You never know. So you just lay the groundwork that way. And that's from, those both are from 8 billion trees, I believe is the name of it. And they've been going around planting trees all over the United States and elsewhere. So
thank you for your hospitality.
No problem.
And for bringing this insight to us today. God bless you. Thank you. Timothy, an announcement.
Yes, everybody. If you are parked in front of the hotel in the road on 14 George, there are 4 cars there. One is a RAP EV and there's a BMW and 2 others. If you are parked there, you will be towed. So please, if you are parked there, move your car ASAP. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We're going to make an MC change. Dr. Adam Orford is about to tag out with me, and Adam and Nick are going to take you through the 11 o'clock hour. It's 11:01. We've done perfect timing. I think we covered all of the elected officials in the room. If I missed you, if you'll see me in that green room, I don't like to miss elected officials, and we'll get you up there. So Dr. Adam Orford, Timothy Karsten introduced, Dr. Orford introduced me to Timothy. Dr. Orford has an undergrad from Arizona State, a law degree from Columbia University, to all of our New Yorkers online, and a PhD from Cal Berkeley in Northern California. He knows how to work on boat engines, Darienites, and he has restored an old Mercedes. So welcome, Dr. Adam Orford.
All right, Adam. Here, Adam, come on down.
Okay.
Sit right here.
Yeah. So you just had an hour of the politicians, and now you get the lawyer, I guess. So you're welcome. I think we have a run a show, and I'm going to be a guest at some point as well, so we can talk about me more a little later.
Absolutely, but I think that you have to share just a little bit about what you're working on across the state, because you were telling me as we were gearing up just a little bit about this ambitious effort that you're going to be going nationwide from UGA.
Absolutely. So I am the Environment, Energy, Resources, Land Use Law Professor at the University of Georgia School of Law. I joined 2 years ago. You're welcome, by the way. As soon as I showed up, the football team, I noticed, started doing very well. So go Dogs. And I have gotten involved in, among other things, analysis of how to understand how land laws, in other words, zoning laws, things like that. Can you hear me in the back? All right, let me get this right up to my,
There we go.
I
Now
can
you
hear
have
my
the power.
wonderful voice. There we go. All right, how land use laws, how land development laws change from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, how that affects housing affordability across the country. So I'm working on something called the National Zoning Atlas. We're doing the Georgia element of it here at UGA Law. I want to thank everybody in Darien for coming and putting this together. By the way, it is incredible to see everybody here.
That's great. And Doc, we've got some fantastic guests lined up here today. Let's go ahead and bring up Dr. Trey Benicosa. Here we go.
This is the B team, by the way. We're still trying to figure out what
That's right. We're still trying to figure it out here, but we have some very, very special guests in this hour that we're all going to talk about.
We've got Mark and
Mark Reed.
That's right. We have, hold on. Let me transition here.
Yeah.
Right. We have my good friend, Mark Reed is actually up here first. Come on, Mark. Come on, Mark, and join us. Mark from the Tybee Marine Science Center does a fantastic job out there. He's been bugging me to come and visit. I've still neglected him, which you can totally give me a hard time about, Mark. But Mark is a man for all seasons as he's come here to make his home on the coast and done just such a fantastic job with our crown jewel out there on Tybee. And Mark, tell us just a little bit about what you're working on out there.
Well, we and also up next will be Chantel, and she's the executive director. So and she does a lot better public speaking than I do. So you have to bear with me here, Nick. So,
but you've incorporated sustainability though through your everyday life.
Right.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So we moved to Tybee about 7 years ago. And the recent house that we bought a couple of years ago, we completely renovated the inside of it, put in LED lighting, programmable thermostats, insulated underneath the roof with foam insulation. That's a huge difference, insulating your attic like that. We're very, we put in inline water heaters to save power. And we're very conscious of the water we use. We have low flow devices in the house, and everything we do related to the house and living. We take our shopping bags to the grocery store. We don't use any plastic bags. We reuse. We try to use refilleries where we refill the plastic bottles for shampoo and things like that. We're very conscious about the environment because we have children, we have grandchildren now, and we want them to be in grow up in the best environment possible. So we're trying to do our part for that.
So I've heard that you run or Tybee runs a volunteer Saturday night cleanup on the beach. Is that correct? Right. How does that work?
I'm part of the TybeeCleanBeach.org if you look online with the organization. But the Tybee Clean Beach organization does Sunday evening cleanups on the beach, and it's a partnership with the city of Tybee, and we work very closely with the city. So typically we have 40 to 50, 60 volunteers out there on Sunday evenings, and we're going in the beach on the weekend gets the most use, and there's the most litter on the beach. There are trash cans on the beach, but not everybody uses them. And then when the wind blows, things get away from you and everything. Sadly, the thing that we see, we take every piece of trash, we count it, we categorize it, and then we recycle the plastic water bottles, we recycle the aluminum cans. We even bought a device that we can recycle number 5 plastic, and we sell that to help support the organization. So,
what's the most common thing that you find on the beach?
Well, cigarette butts.
Sure.
We worked with the city recently, and the city last year banned smoking on the beach. Thank goodness, right? Within an hour before they banned smoking on the beach, I could come my way with 100 cigarette butts in an hour. And that's, the same for 30 or 50 or 60 people that are out there.
those things don't break down either.
No, no. There's a whole story behind that.
Sure.
But the city banned speaking now. I mean, ban smoking, and thank goodness for that. So, and they do have code enforcement on the beach giving tickets for smoking. So it's been a really good thing, and we see a much reduction in the Clean Beach group that I'm in played a big part of that, because we would count each cigarette butt that we picked up on Sundays, and we would report back to the city. So now we've seen the reduction, and it's a big positive step.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Yeah,
That's
thanks.
incredible. And you're also, talking about integrating sustainable practices in your everyday life, you are also part of the Brotherhood of the Electric Traveling Car. Can you tell us a little bit about that, where it came from?
Oh, from Commissioner Echols?
That's correct.
Yeah. So he brought his turtle car down to Tybee, and we had that out in front of the Marine Science Center, and then it was also in the last couple of years. It's been in the St. Patrick's Day Parade on Tybee and also in Savannah. So that turtle car gets around.
I can tell you definitively, outside of the military parade units, the most popular parade unit that's out there is the turtle car. It is a local celebrity. As it comes by, people ask for it by name.
Oh, and I was honored to drive the car, and everyone was like, "Yay, turtle car!" when they came by.
Well, tell us
about the Marine Science Center.
Yeah, well, one last
okay.
question as we wrap up here. What did you learn about green energy that you didn't know as you chaired the centers to move to solar thermal and solar PV?
Well, I'm a trustee at the Marine Science Center, right? So as the city built this new building for us, and we were putting in exhibits, and we had three tanks that we were going to put in the undercroft, which is in the basement, open into the environment. So one of the last projects we were working on was to put together the life support systems that filter and make and heat the water to make it livable for the animals that would be in there. So as we got into that project, the heaters that we were getting proposed were expensive, and some of the trustees were adding up the price, and I was adding up the kilowatts, and the total number of kilowatts was 94 kilowatts that they were estimating it was going to take to heat that water. We had about 7,000 gallons of water in those three tanks, and if you add that up on a cold day, maybe 30 degrees, then our power bill would be $275 a day. So it was crazy expensive. So I started down a process of looking at how can we mitigate the energy usage and make it more pliable to support these tanks. So we did a survey and got involved and decided to put in a PV solar array, but also a thermal solar array that we could use to heat the water in those tanks. So it's become a very viable situation for us, and it's proved very successful.
Well, Mark, thank you so much for your service to the community, even well into retirement, continuing to give back and practicing what you preach every single day to make our earth a better place.
Yeah, and we would invite anyone to come and see the solar projects, because they're right there in front of you, and come educate yourself and visit the Marine Science Center.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to juggle these? Is that what's happening?
Yep, we're going to change these out real quick as they are. We're going to boot and rally, change them up just real quick to make sure that we don't have any feedback over here. But Doc, I'm going to, who do we have up next?
Well, that is actually a great question. Who do we have up next? There we go, Chantal. So it is our pleasure to introduce and first find the questions for Chantal Audron.
Got it.
Audron. Nice to meet you. Come on up. There we go. All right. Now, you are also at the Tybee Marine Science Center.
I am the executive director at the Marine Science Center. Yes, sir.
Okay, so
And
we're going to learn a lot more about it.
I have my artifacts with me because I just came from the middle school.
Will you tell about those?
On. Hi.
All right, there we go.
So yes, this is a loggerhead sea turtle skull. I just went to the middle school and did a couple classes, and so very eager 7th graders, and so they had all the awesome questions. This is a loggerhead sea turtle, a skull, and then I have a green sea turtle carapace, the shell, and then a boot in my purse that is a poached leather sea turtle leather boot. So I am a biologist by trade, and I carry around these things. This is my lot in life. I am that awesome weirdo.
Now, can people come up and take a look at these later if you
Yes.
want? Okay, cool.
Absolutely.
Now, I understand that there is sustainability. Is there educational programming, or how does
I teach 86,000 students a year.
you say 86,000?
86,000.
Okay, how? I teach about 60 students a year, and that's a lot of work.
We are small and mighty, and Mark mentioned that we've just moved into our new facility.
Yeah.
We're a very small 2-room facility before this. It was an old police station on Tybee Island. So with the move, even before the move, 86,000. So we planned for that to grow in our new facility.
Hold on. I'm gonna do my duty here for the good of the cause and hold this up. Can you tell us more about this?
Absolutely. This is a green sea turtle shell. So there are 7 different kinds of sea turtles in the world, and 5 come to Georgia waters. So we are a heavily nested sea turtle state. We have about 4,000 sea turtle nests a season. So this is an animal that's famous for that movable shelter. So if you turn it around, Vanna, you'll see a beautiful backbone like you and me and his ribs. And so this animal is attached to the shell. They can't remove it, nor can they tuck inside of it like a tortoise would be able to. And so instead they have speed. Their front flippers are going to be the entire length of that shell, which is their powerhouse.
How do you find kids react to this kind of education, and what do they learn and take away from this that they might not otherwise get?
It's incredible. When you can give a student access to artifacts or access to the 2 sea turtles that we have at the Science Center, they carry with them the passion to care. So we teach within every single one of our programs a stewardship strain. So it's part of our mission to leave our participants with a sense of stewardship, to take action after they leave us. And so we create stewards starting at kindergarten. And so we are in the field with them on the beach and in the salt marsh. And I have students that have been coming since kindergarten, and they know by name all of the 5 species of sea turtle. Will go on the beach, and they know all the species of jellies on the beach.
Maybe it goes without saying, but I think that knowledge, that recognition, that connection, then makes it what you know you want to protect, what you know you want to.
If you don't know what it is, you can't protect it. And so I think that's why Ike and Westy are resident loggerhead sea turtles. We call them marine debris ambassadors. And so even their title is to teach against, marine debris in the ocean. And once you know an individual in that population, it gives you the reason to care.
So why was this so important for you all to build into your facility and to what you're making?
We preach it every day. And so if we aren't practicing, like you said, what we preach, it's simply not aligned with our mission. We're biologists by trade. We're conservationists. And it is our goal to kind of rub off on those kids that awesome kind of outlook that we as humans are a part of this ecosystem. We are the apex predator. We are quite stable, but in our population, but that we affect a loggerhead sea turtle or even down to a barnacle that we have at the Science Center. So to teach that they are in this ecosystem and that they affect it. And so that is our goal, to leave them with action.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I can hold that for a minute if you want.
No, you teach 86,000 students that, I'm sure they have tons of questions. What are the top questions that you hear from the next generation over and over again?
They want to know what I get bit by.
What do you get bit by?
Yeah, what have you been bitten by? So sea turtles, I've been bit by a sea turtle, an alligator, stung by a Portuguese man-o-war. So it's usually those sensational stories that they want to know about first and foremost. They're kids, and it's my point to break my ethos, to break down something as complex as marine biology that they can kind of ingest and to make it easier. And so So yeah, we break it down. We tell them about the ghost shrimp holes and what those chocolate sprinkles are around it, and it's poop. We use categorical kind of humor because they're kids. We say biology is always awesome and gross at the same time.
Well, Chantal, it works on us too, so it helps. But
It does.
thank you very much for your
Thank
service to
you.
our community and bringing in these artifacts for us to share just a little bit.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to put this down right here as we boot and rally for the next time around. Whoop, there it is.
I'm good.
Okay, you're good. Okay, so we've got our next guest coming up. Timothy's going to help lead us off. Who do we have up next, Timothy? All right, Dr. Trey Pennincosa, come on up, please. We're talking about Cox here. Trey, please introduce yourself just real quickly here as we continue to move forward. Tell us about yourself.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Trey Pennincosa. I'm a doctor as well. We'll do this.
Dr. Mendoza. Very good. Don't tell everybody that.
I work at Cox. Been at Cox for about 2 years now. Background mostly energy.
Fantastic. And tell us about, you led an effort called Cox Conserves and leading that here in Georgia. Tell us about what it is and what it means for you.
Absolutely. So Cox Conserves is the sustainability arm of Cox Enterprises, and we're charged with achieving the company's carbon reduction goals, water use reduction goals, and our zero waste to landfill goal. We have a great group. We have a small in-house renewables team, an energy conservation team, a waste diversion team, and a water conservation team. And I'm really fortunate to have the role where I get to be the eyes and ears for new technology that we can adopt inside our four walls. We really want to be viewed as a sustainable company that's going the extra mile to really drive reductions in our environmental footprint.
So can you tell us a little bit about some of those projects?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, happy to. So Tim will love to hear this first one. We're really interested in electric vehicles right now, studying on the communications business, how we can incorporate electric vehicles into those operations. It's a really unique fleet that has a combination of depot start and home start that needs multiple charging solutions. So it's very complex, very intricate, but the environmental benefits are real, and it's something that we're really excited about. The Inflation Reduction Act is thousands of pages long, is a treasure chest of sustainable projects for us. Very interested in batteries and fuel cells. You can look up a fun word called a linear generator. A lot of really cool technology that we're really trying to focus and study on that can help us reduce our carbon footprint. And the other thing that's really interesting right now is this world of carbon offsets. And we're in an all hands on deck situation. There's no such thing as a bad idea. How can we improve carbon sequestration on our wetlands, on forest lands, to do something that's truly additional that can help draw down carbon dioxide?
I have so many questions that I want to ask right now. If I can jump in on a couple.
Oh, of course.
When we do the secret handshake.
Yeah, no, because what you were talking about also gets me very excited about this. Now, you were fairly reticent about your background there at the beginning. I can't help noticing. Where are you from originally?
I guess easiest way, grew up in Connecticut, went to undergrad at Miami, Ohio, PhD from West Virginia University, spent a couple years in Chicago for an energy consulting firm, and now here at Cox.
How long have you been down in Georgia?
2 years.
2 years, the same.
Mm-hmm.
I have found that moving to Georgia has opened my eyes to how much a talent is down here, engineering talent, economic talent. The university system is fantastic. So what is the opportunity that this kind of stuff that you're talking about, these new technologies, this new energy economy, like what are you seeing as the opportunity for the folks in Georgia, and how is Georgia benefiting from it specifically?
It starts with just the tremendous people. It's the sustainability community that's present here today. And there's a huge cohort of us in Atlanta. We're all trying to figure out what is the best solution and what are the best things that we can be doing. And if I was a student right now, this is just an excellent space to plant my career in. You can look across the board, and these carbon neutral goals are spread out to 2050. And the hardest thing about getting to carbon neutrality is staying carbon neutral. You're looking at just a tremendous career path that is doing good for your business and you're doing good for the environment. And it's just a great win-win story. Something that I think, if I was a student, it's something I'd be really interested in right now.
Well, Trey, tell us about, as you're making this incredible transition with your company, how important it is to have the right leadership in place.
It was incredibly important. We have the best folks, our directors, our VPs, all the way up to our president and CEO. I mean, they really press us to do the right thing. And it's great to have that encouragement because it gives folks like me, engineers, the motivation to go out and try new things. And if you have a great business plan and you try to de-risk everything and then it fails, but you were really trying your hardest to do something good, we have that license to go and create because of our leaders. And I really am grateful for that.
So I am finding that we are getting played off on this one. This format is so fantastic because it allows us to meet so many people, and then it doesn't give us enough time to ask you all the questions you want. So I encourage everyone to come up, introduce themselves, say hello. I hope when we get a chance to network, we'll do that. Thank you so much for being here.
Appreciate you. Give him a hand. Adam, I'm finding myself incredibly wanting between two doctors here, that I just need to continue my ongoing education. As we're transitioning here, we have Mr. Eric Rickner is coming to join us. Eric, he's going to tell us all about his work with the Loyola Foundation. And I certainly hope it means Loyola University in New Orleans, my father's alma mater, although I have a feeling he's going to tell us something differently here. But Eric, please introduce yourself for us.
I'm Eric Rickner, and I'm Georgia Tech graduate in industrial engineering, and I've been in the Atlanta area since 1977. So I left the country to work in the Dominican Republic, and that's where I went to the Loyola High School. Okay?
There we go.
And the Loyola High School it was a Jesuit high school, and our professors were incredible. We had the best botanists, people who are the botanical gardens are named after, and found out that I had a grand uncle that was the first botanist in the country. So part of my research right now is like, oh, this is in the family. So I'm here because EV changed my life. I got a Nissan Leaf in 2012, and from there I started to understand that you can't believe what the press tells you. You have to drive an electric car to realize that it will change your life. And it changed my life because it allows me to retire early because I invested in Tesla. And for the last 2 years, I've been able and blessed to be able to invest in new ventures. So right in the back, I have a poster about ethland.com, which is a metaverse company that has blockchain technology to do NFTs of the trees planted using the Miyawaki method that allows you to have 6 times the density and have a lot of 6 times the carbon capture of a regular forest. And we're working with a company in Amsterdam to audit and have those carbon credits to be able to pass them through to the owners of the NFTs that represent one tree. So not only you support the planting of new forest, and this forest was in land 1.7 acres in Santiago, Dominican Republic. And the foundation is people who graduated together as an alumni, and they wanted to create volunteer opportunities for the kids to learn how to sustain the environment. And in honor of one of our professors, we took this piece of land in the city of Santiago, and we took a year to get the soil prepared for the planting of the forest. And it was planted last January, and we planted 6,000 trees. Our kids, 2-3 generations at the same time helping to plant. And in a year, the trees are about 15 feet of height. And the density, because they're planted so close together and they're autochthonous trees, they grow faster. So now, what's the connection with me here? Because of the power of electric cars, which allow me to save so much money for my Nissan Leaf and Mitsubishi 2012, and that brand new with the tax credits were $15,000 for the Nissan Leaf and the Mitsubishi. My wife said, I got the Leaf, you buy another car. And I found the cheapest electrical car for $7,000 brand new after tax credits. It was the ugliest car you could ever find in the world. We named him Barney. It was a Mitsubishi i-MiEV that I put Chick-fil-A cow decals around it, and it was victimized for a kid. But that allowed me to save to buy my Tesla, because the myth number one is range. Range is number one. You want the most range so you can go anywhere. And when I got electric cars, Atlanta had only one charger in Atlantic Station, and it was the charger used the most in the world. 80 people would line up to charge their cars every day, and had a solar canopy, but it taught us that range was very important. And the change of mind allowed me to save money, to be able to get my Tesla, and also retire early. And after you retire early, you get financial independence, you start, you become an angel investor. What projects make sense for the next generation?
Well, Eric, that's incredible to hear your personal story, your commitment there, and how much it saves money. In the few remaining seconds we have left, if you could just tell us more about the Loyola Foundation for the audience out there.
Okay, the foundation is an alumni of the Loyola High School, and they just got together for this project. We spent about $30,000 to prepare the soil, and now through the sale of NFTs, we're recouping for it to allow for next projects to be done.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your story with us. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause.
Right.
Well done. Well, I don't think we have to go too far for our next guest, because now I get to put you on the hot seat. I'm going to hide these questions, because so that you can't see and get a cheat sheet here. We're gonna switch places. Because we've just been talking, and I can't wait to work with you, especially on the zoning piece and your experiences that you have that you're bringing here to Georgia. And I'm so glad that you shared that all that talent is coming here, this incredible talent. Please come on down. Could you tell us a little bit? You mentioned earlier about the new energy economy.
Yes.
Tell us, what does that mean?
Well, I think it's an idea that's developing amongst everyone, and that we're kind of trying to develop here together, right? But as I move to Georgia and I see Hyundai coming and building new plants, as I see SK battery plants getting built on freeways, as I see new solar farms coming in, I see jobs getting created, and I see communities getting supported, right? I think that those things need to happen in a way that supports the communities, that protects the communities, that ensures that the rural nature of a community that wants to stay rural, it stays that way. Those are important things. That's also work for folks who need jobs, right? That's work onshore here in the United States, not abroad. We're buying things that we're making. We're proving to ourselves that we can make these things. I'm driving a car that was made in the United States for the first time in my life. That's a big deal, right? So when I talk about the new energy economy, I talk about industrial manufacturing and all the jobs and all the talent that involves and all the future that gives to all the kids, including the students that I teach at the law school. We are involved in training new leaders, and I'm so thankful that I'm trusted to do that for the state of Georgia. I am seeing it happen here on the ground, and that's what I have kind of has gotten me up every day as I come on.
Well, that's fantastic, and we're joined here by my good friend Kimi Takagi is here. You'll have to help me in this segment. Grill Adam, our co-host here.
And then we're going to grill you back.
That's right. We're going to grill you back. And Adam, tell us. We hear a lot about the benefits. Tell us a little bit more in your experience. But what are the risks out there? Because there's a lot of apprehension that comes with any change.
Sure. And I think that's such an important question. But I also think it's one that requires accurate, trusted information. I was just talking with our extension agent, right, at EGA, that the idea here is that we're trying to understand what it is that people want to know. If people are worried about the impact on the land of a solar farm in their area because they're shifting agricultural land for the first time over to a new use, I want to be able to get accurate information to them about what that means for water impacts, what that means for the chemical quality of the soil. And it might be a positive thing because you get a chance to rest the soil for a while. Maybe you get goats on there eating the grass and leaving their business and fertilizing, shall we say. But you got to get accurate information from trusted people. So it's every change involves impacts, everything, right? But some of those impacts are positive, and some of those that might be negative, if we think about them in advance, we can avoid them. That's what I'm kind of involved in.
Well, I'm so glad that you mentioned the goats because the city of Savannah piloted that out with some land clearing. And I can tell you that many years later is still one of the most popular pilot projects that we ever utilized. Highly recommended for our local officials. Bring in the goats. You can't go wrong. But Kimmy, please help us with this next question here. That's right.
So these days, what is UGA doing then to train the next generation of lawyers and leaders?
Yeah, and I'll talk just a little bit about the UGA Law, Environment, and Energy Program and what we're trying to build. First of all, we've started training junior attorneys to develop renewable energy projects, to understand the law of solar, the law of wind development, not so much in Georgia, but all over the country, right? Transmission impacts, what is generation versus distribution versus all the rest of it, right? Just understanding the rules behind the whole system. We're also then teaching them about climate change, giving them trusted science, explaining to them what it is that the law is doing, how the law is changing because of this important issue. And then we are starting something called the Land Conservation Clinic, which is the first environmental clinic that we've had at UGA for quite some time. And this is really exciting. My new colleague, Stephanie Thompson, who's formerly at one of the land trusts, is going to be working with us to support the development of land conservation for communities all over the state of Georgia.
Well, Adam, it's just so fantastic to hear that not only are you here with us today, but we're training the next generation of leaders to carry this mission forward. It's so exciting to hear about your work at UGA. Welcome aboard.
No, my pleasure. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Y'all, let's give him a hand for our co-panelists up here, pulling double duty. Thank you. And we'll just keep it going right here. Kimmy, we're here with you. Kimmy Takagi, tell us a little bit about yourself for the rest of the audience out there.
So I'm an assistant professor of environmental science and oceanography at the College of Coastal Georgia. I am one of 4 faculty that is growing the environmental program, and we're teaching students about all things related to the environment, from chemistry to geology to marine sciences, sustainability policy and management, and natural sciences and environmental studies.
So how are you preparing your students for these challenges that are ahead? I mean, it's nothing short of a global crisis, and I know that we need all hands situation. How are you preparing the students for this?
Yeah, so our program is very much career focused. We want to prepare students to be able to exit their undergraduate degree being able to get a job, especially with the demand in technology and climate change and these environmental needs that we have in order to adapt and change as a society with the environment. So we have classes ranging from environmental econ to environmental political theory to understand where people are coming from as they put laws into practice or write laws, to classes on climate change, environmental communication, because that's so important. And as you were talking about, communicating the science to the general public, as well as talking about sustainability.
Is the location on the coast something that sort of uniquely helps you teach these topics and prepare your students?
Yeah, it's incredibly important, especially with sea level rise, right? Because our students live on the coast, it's something that they see every single day. Whether or not their understanding of it is completely accurate, they do have this understanding that, like, oh, hey, look, we see more water on our streets every single day. What can we do about it? And also being on the coast, looking at erosion, being near the barrier islands, we can take our students out to the field and they can do science and they can see change in front of them. So.
Well, Professor, it's often difficult for us to pinpoint what is the most pressing concern that's out there and a whole host of them. In your opinion, what is the biggest challenge ahead that you're preparing your students for?
I think climate change is probably the biggest one because that's going to affect everybody, not just on the coast, but all over the world and the nation. And I think if we can prepare students that to understand not only information they receive in the media, but also data and research and think about it critically and be able to ask questions, I think that's really important.
Yeah, and a personal privilege question. You talked about, getting the right information out there in the era of social media when anybody has their own platform. How do you make sure that you get the right message and the truth out there?
So that's a huge challenge, right? I think one of the great things is we have professors that take on social media and we talk about it. We talk about the pluses and the minuses and the power of it. And thinking critically about it, and then understanding especially with environmental communication, how to then communicate that to an audience in a way that makes sense to them.
I found that I work with Dr. Marshall Shepard sometimes at UGA, and he's a podcaster. He does Weather Geeks, and I think sometimes just sharing our honest enthusiasm for this topic and this area of knowledge. And I'm not trying to tell anybody exactly what to think, but I'm really interested in helping them with how they think. Right?
Yes, me too.
Just developing the critical skills to then take all the information that might be out there and decide what you want to. What is it that is true from that.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And Kimmy, you got to tell me, how do you convey that from the next generation? How do you scale that up to your local elected official? Do you often get to interact or communicate with them about the challenges that you're seeing?
Yeah, actually, we have, so the great thing about College of Coastal Georgia, we have a lot of community partners. We work with elected officials at times, depending on the capacity, and we can open up space for communication and for talking with the community about whatever concerns actually that they have, and then trying to interpret the science for them or with them. That's really what it is.
Well, Professor, thank you so much for joining us here today. Let's give Kimmy a round of applause. Thank you for your service. Well done.
And it looks like we're going to keep the run going with another professor. If I could introduce Professor Angela Presley. Come on up. Or are we? Is there something that comes up before that?
Oh, it looks like
We are breaking for a quick commercial, just a quick commercial, Maggie.
Please.
This way. So again, we're doing some small commercials for the
town of Darien, and one of our most famous established eateries is Skipper's Fish Camp. Skipper's Fish Camp was established in 2003. Join us, Maggie. Hi. They are well renowned in our community. They help out with all kinds of our community events. They are located directly to the left of the bridge over here. Maggie is the owner, and she's here to show us one of the meals that they cooked. And this is the flounder. If you haven't had this, you've got to try it. They've been voted, what was it that you were voted?
Excellent Eats Award.
Excellent Eats for the past 2 years. They've been featured in all kinds of magazines. Their food is phenomenal. Maggie will be a lot nicer when you see her in person at Skipper. She does not like to get on stage in front of everybody, so we're going to embarrass her up here a little bit. But if you do get a chance to go over there, really try the food. It's phenomenal. They are a great pillar in our community. We're happy to have them out here for Earth Day, and definitely go see Skipper's Fish Camp when you can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie.
Thank you, Amy. Hey, Jill.
Thank you so much. I can smell this from right
There
over
you
there.
go.
All right, we're going to do a quick table move. Just give us 1 second.
Tim, I'm noticing a pattern here. Like my mom says, I believe you think I'm too thin out there. Need to eat more. This smells incredible.
It does. I'm going to steal your thunder for 1 more minute. We have 1 more commercial to do for you, and I'd like to introduce Captain Marwan Massa. Not only is he a charter boat captain for Coastal Creek Charters, he's also our assistant superintendent for our school systems, where we plan at the schools this morning. So I want to take a moment and talk to Captain Massa about some of the local charters that he does around here. What could somebody expect on a day trip with Captain Massa?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for allowing me to come here tonight or this afternoon. It's a great opportunity. Darien is a great place to live and visit. And one of the reasons it is because of our opportunities on the coast. Our fishery happens to be one of the best around. Redfish, trout, you name it, inshore, and then our offshore fishery is off the chain. When the mackerel are coming in or the cobia, you can go out there and catch as many as you want. On a charter with me, you're going to have a good time, that's for sure.
That's right.
Miss Banks has been on a charter. She can attest to that. I have a great boat, a 23-foot Parker center console, and a 21-foot Century Bay boat. We go out and we just have a good time. My fishing style is one of run and gun. If they're not biting here, we're going to find the spot where they are. So again, Darien is the place to go. It's a little hidden treasure for outdoor culture and outdoor love of life.
Well, thank you, Captain Mossa. So if you're sticking around the extra day and you have some time to get out on the waterway, call Captain Mossa and we'll get you squared away and on a good day trip.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys so much for listening to the commercials. The commercial break is over.
While we're getting set up here, I will mention from the last speaker that on the topic of electric vehicles, I drove here from Athens in an electric vehicle, and I'm going to drive back in an electric vehicle. Range is not a problem, and it's going to cost me $3 to charge the thing. So I highly recommend them.
Now, Adam, you can't leave us waiting like that. You got to tell us the make, model. You know, anybody who has an EV out there. Whoop, hold on.
Chevy Bolt.
Chevy Bolt. Okay, and what's your max range?
About 300 miles after the new battery, because there was a little issue. It was possibly going to catch on fire for a minute, but then they replaced the battery, right? They covered it, they fixed it, and now it goes about 300 miles.
That's incredible. Okay, let's invite our Professor Presley. Professor Presley's coming here to join us from Clark Atlanta University. Come on. Yes.
And
keep the energy up.
Let's go.
Come on.
Here. Let's come in the middle.
Thank you. I get to see
Right, that's right.
two doctors here.
And that way, if I fall off, it's okay, but I don't want to endanger our guests.
Well, tell us about, you work in community and education, but how are you weaving sustainability into your everyday practices, and how often are you hearing this from students?
Well,
Grab that one.
So I focus a lot.
Oh, there we go. No, you keep going.
I focus a lot on the human aspect of sustainability, and so technology and the way technology is advancing these days, we do have that issue of having a balance between technology and sustainability and getting out in the community versus just sitting at home watching Netflix. And so, right? So we need that sun out there. And so I try to stress to my students that it's very important to have that balance.
Well, do you see that too in the next generation? Are you optimistic and hopeful about how engaged they are in issues, in social issues and causes like environmental issues as well?
Absolutely. As I said, what I do as a professor in business communication is teach them the power that they have in communication and being able to ask for the things that they need and understanding how to think critically about the careers that are at the forefront, the emerging careers in EV and just various emerging careers in technology and how they fit into that so that they can be sustainable in their businesses and in their careers.
That's right. What are those, speaking of sustainability, what are those sustainable challenges that you see well into our future?
As I mentioned before, having that balance in the demands that we have in sustainability. There are all these technologies, and how do we manage that waste with the demands that we have to have more water and other things that we're consuming. So how do we recycle those and reuse those things?
That's right. And as you're reaching out and you're engaging your students and engaging everyone, how do we reach the African American community with these important messages?
Well, I think it's important to visit the African American communities. I think you guys had a perfect model with the cemetery on yesterday, how you wanted to do something there, but you did go to the community, ask them what they need, and just to be able to listen. The favorite person in the room is the person who listens. And so when you can listen to people, understand what it is they need, and then provide that for them, I think it's really critical for the African American community.
Well, that's incredible. Are there any other messages that you'd like to leave us with today in this conference? What's your reflection so far?
Well, I can tell you that I've really enjoyed being in this community, and it's awesome. It's very charming, and that we do have all of the ecotourism here, and that everyone should really be enjoying that as well.
Well, Professor, thank you so much for joining us here today. It's been a pleasure. And please come back and visit us again soon, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all give it up for Professor Presley. Thank you. Okay, we have coming up, join us. Who do we have, Adam?
Well, it looks like we have Alden Hathaway is our next guest at 2RS Consulting. If Alden, you want to come up here?
Come on, Alden. Thank
Now,
you.
I want to make
Welcome
sure that we can
aboard.
all be seen on camera, so why don't we all scooch a little bit this way? There we go.
That's right.
Can you slide closer to them?
Absolutely. And Alden, tell us a little bit. You've got a setup in the back. I saw it as we came in. Please introduce yourself for us and tell us about that table so that we can go down and visit.
Delighted to do so. So Life for Africa is at the back of the room. We nice table that my wife is here helping administer. I just want to say a few words about energy independence. Georgia is emerging as a state of clean, renewable energy. And I like to think that if you think about the exporting energy to the developing world or to the worldwide, we're the front end of it. We're on the front lines of being able to take solar energy made in Georgia, clean energy made in Georgia, and taking it worldwide. So what So Life for Africa is, we're a 25-year-old, Southeast-based, nonprofit organization providing power and light from the power of the sun. And that's meant as a double entendre because we are a faith-based organization. So
Now, okay, I think we're having some tech difficulties here. I wanted to ask you, if I may, like, how does this work to raise the standard of living in the communities of the folks who you are working with?
Sure. So the average citizen of an African country, imagine that you don't have any electricity. Of course, 99% of the rural Africans have no electricity. So imagine the lights go down. When the sun goes down, there's no light except for what's provided by this little kerosene lantern. They put paraffin in it. There's a wick, and this is what they subsist off of. You got to have the light very close to what you're looking at. You can't really do much. Imagine if suddenly you had light at the end of the day for 4 or 5 hours. What kind of productivity you have? We did some research, some analysis. We discovered, in fact, that the average Tanzanian, the average Ugandan that got one of our solar lighting systems raises their standard of living by 1,000 shillings, Tanzanian shillings a day. That's doubling most average Africans' income. And if they do from cell phone charging, they do the cell phone charging, and they do crafts at night. Some use it to tutor the students in their schools because they've got light after dark to tutor. Opening shops after hours. That's how we raise the economic activity.
Wow. Well, what do you think is the future outlook? You know, you've touched upon this just now, but what's the future outlook for the developing world in regards to energy access?
Well, as I said earlier, 97% of all Africans and 99% of the rural Africans have no access to the electric grid. Now, there's a lot of energy projects going on in Africa. In Uganda, for example, along the Nile River, there's a 600 megawatt hydroelectric dam being built. There's a lot of oil and gas exploration in the Great Lakes regions of Africa. They're going to be developing that for energy resources. We're not taking a position on any of the energy resources, but we are taking a position on the fact that most Africans, they may be able to see the electric line, but it doesn't connect to them. They have no access until that country gets wired up. Their opportunity to get into the modern world is going to be through solar energy.
So I think, unless you visited there, unless you've been there, you don't know. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the differences just in the lives of the folks who are in the so-called developing world versus here?
Well, I always joked about the fact that my teenage daughters used to use their hairdryer in the morning. They use more electricity in 15 minutes than the average African would use in a day. It is mind-blowing. You can't really compare it. What we do is we take American youth over, we match them up with a Ugandan youth or Tanzanian youth, and then they see the impacts of what's happening to their people to get electric light. It's really it's like a miracle to them, but it's also a faith strengthening mechanism. So our kids see it, they're transformed in faith. Their kids see it, they're transformed in what economic development means for their country, and that's what it means.
Well, Alden, thank you so much for joining us here today and utilizing technology to address the world's most pressing challenges. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give him a hand. Thank you. All right, and we have here, as we are wrapping this up here, we are going to transition, boot, and rally. We're bringing Tim back up.
All right. Yeah. Well, thanks. And Adam and I will take this hour. We're just going to continue our live stream. As you can tell, a lot of folks are already eating the foods outside. If you haven't gotten your meal yet, all that's left is a little fried squirrel, with some cheese. So you can take advantage of that fried squirrel. I hear it's a delicacy. No, you can just trickle out the back and then grab your food and come back. So we're not taking a formal break. So you just go out as you like. It's going to be out for an hour and a half. Hey, I want to call up Rusty Quarterman. I had a chance to meet Rusty a while back at his business and worked with Rusty to get these EV chargers back working. Rusty, hop in the hot seat right here. Rusty heads up the Downtown Development Authority. And Rusty, I know we've been featuring some of the businesses in town. How important is it for people to buy local, shop local? I mean, what does that mean to the community?
Well, we spend a lot of time trying to develop that business, especially downtown. I've been an owner of a business here for 17 years now, 2006, and we've seen it grow tremendously. And that's what the Downtown Development Authority is trying to do. We've got several projects going on, one of which, of course, is the EV chargers. We're really excited about that. You sort of caught us in the midst of getting them developed. We apologize for that, for the inconvenience, because we've got a $1.6 million grant that we're going to use to improve the parking area around the chargers, as well as to expand the docks at Darien and completely, these are docks on the west side of Highway 17 bridge. We're really excited about that because that's going to give us about another 30 to 35 boat slips. And the DDDA, the Downtown Development Authority, we're constantly looking for something new to develop to try to make the town better. And we've seen a tremendous uptick in probably the last year. And we're very excited about all that.
Rusty, we've had several come today. Alan Shedd, my friend from Oglethorpe, being one of them, who said, I was sure glad those EV chargers were working because I absolutely had to have a charge. You drive an electric vehicle. You were instrumental in getting the chargers across 17. Do you anticipate more utilization? And I know that the guy from Oregon came in and serviced those chargers because I met him in the coffee shop the other morning. But do you anticipate more folks doing that? And what's been your experience with an EV?
Well, first of all, going forward, or at least right now, we're not going to charge for EV charging. When we improve those spaces, we feel like we're going to bring in people off the interstate that may want to spend a few hours here and yet want to charge their EVs. My personal experience with them has been great. I'm an old hot rodder, basically. I mean, motorcycles, fast cars, and I never thought I'd love an EV, but I love an EV. I get up in the morning, I look at all these cars, and I'm not saying I got a bunch of cars, but I say, I got to crank them. I got to fool with all this, or I can just jump in my little electric car and be on my way. And it's a Mustang Mach-E, so it's really fast.
Yeah, just one more question. I've been working with Tom Draffin, the chamber, the elected officials here in town, and then your authority that you serve on. Is there a good working relationship with these entities, and how do you keep from stepping on each other's toes?
We have an excellent relationship, especially us in the city council. We all feel like we're headed in this direction together. We're all trying to better this little town, and this is a great, great place. It's easy to pitch the deal to anybody, and frankly, over the last few years, we've had several residents move here. We've had lots of residents move here, but I moved from Athens, Georgia, even though I've been in business down here for many years. And my friends from Athens have either bought second homes or moved down here permanently. But it's all because they get this sense of community here between the various branches of government. And that includes the county as well. I mean, David Stevens mentioned that he and I got together 20-something years ago when I built the buildings across the street. And he and I have both seen things change so much. So this is an exciting time. This is a great little town. And I really want you all to come back in about a year because the docks will be finished. The park and the paving will be finished. And I have to mention there's a few people that invest in this town because I see it. Last question, wrap up. Okay. invest in this town because they want to, not because they're in it for a big profit motive. Included is Art Lucas in the back there, Marion and Milan Savick. They're rebuilding the oldest commercial building in Darien at great trouble and expense, and it's going to be beautiful. The Hills, who are redoing the Brown Dock on coast, down on the waterfront. So just Ed Perry. There's a bunch of people that are here just because they want to be here and want to help, and that's what excites me the most.
Well, I want to thank you for your leadership, both with the community and the Downtown Development Authority, as well as in the electric vehicle space, getting those chargers repaired. We really appreciate that. I think Alan went over and put some signage out there in addition to what we had, because that's one of the challenges, is to keeping the F-250 King Ranch from pulling in and blocking the space. So thanks a lot, Rusty. We'll look forward to seeing you at your business later on. I think one of your employees is going to do a commercial.
That's correct.
Great. Thank you. Rob Blatecki, come on up. Adam,
we're working on 2 microphones, 3 people right now.
Yeah, so we've got a microphone issue, and just want to thank everybody that's online for joining us as we continue on. We've got our students, Lawrence, filming right now from the high school, Facebook Live. We've got LinkedIn. We've got Twitter here. We've got food being served. So a lot of you, it looks like, are enjoying that fried squirrel. So, Adam, you're from Alaska, right? So you've probably eaten some weird stuff, right?
Yeah, all manner of strange seafood, and once or twice, I kid you not, roadkill.
Roadkill. Wow. What kind?
It was a raccoon and a rabbit.
Okay. Did you broil it? Was it hot and spicy, or?
You skin it, you take care of it, and you put it over a hot fire. That's what you do with it.
I guarantee you, there's no one in Athens, Georgia, in the city limits that's ever eaten a raccoon except you. I'm impressed. Rob, have you had a raccoon before?
No, I have traveled a lot to China and have weird things that I don't want to identify. Not that.
They're rangy.
Yeah. Well, Adam, I'm going to let you ask Rob the first question.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And thanks so much for being here. So what is the Gwinnett Sustainability Commission, on which you serve, and what is it all about?
Well, first, thanks again for having me here, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk. Gwinnett County Sustainability Commission has been in operation for 2 years now, and it really is a service to the overall county commission. There's lead them, train them, educate them, encourage them, coerce them into doing things better than what they've done in the past. Gwinnett's a second largest county in the state, has tremendous opportunity, which I'm very excited to participate in.
Yeah, let's talk about the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, $370 billion to quadruple the solar industry by 2030. And I know you work on the labor side of this. What do you see as the biggest challenges to be able to quadruple the industry?
Yeah, and it's been interesting because a lot of the speakers so far have talked about all the jobs. The question from my side, with the company People Ready. So we staff the solar farms that are being installed, and I'm humbled to reflect back on my experience. I started in this business 15 years ago doing a single home 3 kilowatt house with solar. Now I'm involved with projects that are 300 megawatts, literally 300,000 homes in a single project, and the installation labor in order to do that now. And then quadruple it over the next 5 to 7 years. Frankly, it's going to take a lot of reskilling, upskilling, retraining, modification of employment segments from like hospitality and warehouse workers. Good luck finding a hotel maid in the next 3 to 5 years, because they're all going to move over to the higher paying solar installation jobs and other high skilled trades. But that's legal immigration then is the final element that the country has to address. We do not have enough workers to fulfill that quadrupling over the next 5 to 7 years.
So this is it sounds like an incredible opportunity as well. What are some of the opportunities for Gwinnett County out of the sustainability transition?
Gwinnett County specifically, being that second largest with a very diverse population, historically, low middle income population is now being addressed through the Inflation Reduction Act. And it's about time. It is to me, what is most beneficial is recognizing that low middle income can pay up to 30% of their monthly income towards energy costs. Non-low middle income, middle class and above, we pay 1 to 3% a month. That disparity needs to be addressed, and it will be addressed because of the IRA's funding.
Well, thank you for your long years of friendship and your great work that you're doing in all of this space. Appreciate you driving all the way down as well.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to ask Kevin Malone to come up, and I'm going to just take a quick poll. How many of you would say you're cold right now? You're cold. All right. How many of you would say you're hot? And how about just right? Okay, we'll leave it alone. Hey, come on up, Kevin, and hey, Timothy, could you take all of these snacks right here that I don't want to eat any more of, and can you put them on a dessert table and let everybody enjoy?
Can I keep one of them?
Yes, you can keep. You took the second biggest one. No, I'm just teasing. I'm teasing. Okay.
Put him in his place.
Yeah. So, those of you just joining us online, we're in Darien, Georgia, and we're having a great time. We're here for the Festival Blessing of the Fleet, and want to welcome Kevin Malone in from Georgia Power. Kevin, you drove an EV6 down last night. Power company really has led the way on electric vehicles and really electric vehicle charging. Right. And then at the commission, and I thank my colleagues for going with me on this, to create the Make Ready program, to give more funding. Tell us about Georgia Power's Make Ready program.
So, by the way, thank you for having me here. And of course, it's a pleasure, being here to see all the wonderful support. But the Make Ready program, of course, we were provided with, in 2019, $18 million. And we thought that we would actually not be able to spend it, to be honest with you. Of course, a year and a half into the program, we looked around and said, wow, we're starting to run out of money. It was so well received that in the latest rate case, we asked for more money, okay, as a result of what we did, with the first cycle. We were granted, $52.5 million, okay, for this next cycle, which is 2023, 26. So we're excited. But with the Make Ready program, the conduit, the wire, electrical panel, transformer if necessary, all that is needed to power our customers' chargers.
Now, that's one program. There are more programs. You're talking about community charging islands. Can you tell us about that? Is there any other programs?
Yes. Okay. So in the rural or underserved areas, highways and byways, we have the own chargers, Georgia Power chargers. And I will tell you this, we have had a lot of comments from customers who at the last second or minute they looked around, did not know, exactly what to expect. So with those chargers, we have offset range anxiety. Okay. And I've had a number of people, as I pull up with my EV vehicle, there are people, there. Just yesterday, had someone with a Ford Marquis. They're just driven up from Florida, and he's like, "Thank you for having this charger here." So, thank you, Commissioner Echols.
Well, I believe in it, and the reason I think it's so good is because it helps customers, who may normally not be able to pay $50,000, $100,000 for all that back-end equipment. It lets them participate in this clean energy economy as a provider of chargers without breaking the bank. So I'm excited about that. Well, the NEVI funding that's coming to our state is going to pay for these chargers every 50 miles. It's kind of a different charging scheme than we've seen before. But will Georgia Power play a role in helping them site or bring power to those or build those out? What is the company's role?
Absolutely. We will be there serving our role, our part in working with our customers. The same similar process of how we provide power, safe, clean, reliable, affordable energy, having that capacity there, that's important. We want to be a partner with our customers.
Well,
Okay?
thank you for your leadership with this, and we look forward to continue to see chargers sprout up all over Georgia. And I guess
Absolutely.
folks can take a look at your EV6
Yes.
if they want while you're here today. So thanks a lot.
Yes, it's out front.
Yeah, appreciate
Thank you.
that. We're going to have, Adam, a challenge here momentarily because we've got Justin Stankiewicz from Marlin Compression, one of our sponsors, on the line. I'm actually adding him to our stream. And Justin, we're going to be trying to get your volume set where people can hear you. He's our only online guest today. Of course, everybody online will be able to hear and see him. Justin, I'm going to ask you to turn your video on, if you would, and we're going to make an attempt to hear you. He's not there yet because he's not coming on to 12:30. Okay, yeah, there he is. Wait a second, he's in his car.
There we go.
Yeah. So, the question is, are we going to be able to hear you, Justin? I'm going to just touch the volume. I hope I don't get any feedback on my computer, but there we go. Can you hear us?
I can hear you just fine, Tim. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can hear him. I don't know if anybody else.
Yeah, I'm going to take this mic and go ahead, Justin. Where are you coming from today?
Yeah, sorry, Tim. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. We had a senior leadership management team meeting in Western Florida that ended this morning, so I couldn't make it up to Georgia. So I apologize for not being there in person, but appreciate you still allowing me to do this virtually.
Well, I just wanted you to say a word about renewable natural gas. I know Marlin has a facility in Savannah, Dr. Orford, on US 21 at the Port Fueling Center. I fuel up my natural gas truck there when I'm in Savannah. Can you tell us what renewable natural gas is?
Yeah, thanks, Tim. And as you mentioned, yes, I'm very proud of that Marlin compression station over there at the Port of Fuel Center over there by the Port of Savannah. It's the largest public fueling station on the East Coast. So I appreciate you and others taking the time to go check it out. But renewable natural gas is gas that is collected from what otherwise would be a waste product. The big ones that we see in the marketplace today are obviously around landfills, animal manure, especially around dairy, swine, and poultry, and then wastewater treatment plants and food waste. Those are the real big four driving factors that are creating biogas for us to clean up and to go ahead and make that match a traditional natural gas molecule that's completely interchangeable using existing infrastructure from that waste product that organically decomposes.
Now, Justin, it's a pleasure to meet you. I was going to ask you then, how does that reduce greenhouse gas emissions? How does that help us decarbonize our transport sector?
Yeah, great question. So we're fortunate enough in these projects to have a certifiable life cycle analysis. And what that is, for those that might not be familiar, is it takes what's happening to that waste product today, and then it overlays that to what our product will do to be able to capture that methane, those CO2 emissions, and otherwise repurpose it. And the delta of that is a carbon intensity score. And so in a large amount of our projects, we actually are carbon negative. Landfills are a little bit still carbon neutral as far as their CI score, but in many cases, we're able to reduce that carbon intensity because our projects are capturing those emissions and repurposing them, and that would otherwise be emitted in the atmosphere. And so overall, on average, the RNG today is anticipated, the average CI score as of 2022 was about a negative 117 CI score. So all of our RNG projects across the nation collectively are reducing carbon, actually becoming carbon negative.
That's fantastic. So tell us a little bit about the future of renewable natural gas then, whether in Georgia or the United States.
Yeah, I think in Georgia, obviously, we have a lot of potential. Georgia actually ranks 4th in the potential of all the 50 states in biogas creation, given the large amount of poultry and animal manure and landfills that are in the state of Georgia. So it's continued to be a great state to have renewable natural gas projects. And really today, the market is really contingent on a lot of state and federal programs on the government to give us the revenues for these projects to continue to construct and collect this biogas and convert it into renewable natural gas. And so really what we need is about maybe 1,000 other Commissioner Echols across all these geographical jurisdictions and be able to have a state and legislative programs and policies, especially in Florida, that will and Georgia and the Southeast and anywhere up in these territories that we're looking at, in order to find ways and mechanisms to make these projects pencil out from an economic standpoint. So we really need a lot of state and regulatory advancement there to really make this program be as successful as it possibly can be going forward.
Sounds like I work for lawyers.
Yeah. Hey, what now? What?
Sounds like I work for lawyers.
Yeah. Hey, we've got a steak dinner for you here. Maybe in a room in the presidential suite or the commissarial suite here for those kind words. Hey, thanks a lot for being on today, for sponsoring the event, for the great work you guys are doing in renewable natural gas.
Thanks, Commissioner. We appreciate it, Tom. Thanks for everything you do.
All right. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, that worked pretty good. I'm really, frankly, surprised that we were able to pull that off. Hey, come on up. Elba Paraha Gallagher United Parcel Service. And welcome up. I'm going to turn our speaker volume off here. Hopefully people are hearing us online. They're giving us thumbs up online, so I guess they are hearing us. Well, Elba, welcome. When I was 17 years old at the University of Georgia, I just turned 18. My grandparents lived in Jessup, and I went to a Savannah interview with UPS to be a driver helper over Christmas time. And every Christmas, my freshman, sophomore, junior year, I was a runner for a UPS driver delivering packages. Those UPS drivers, they don't piddle around. They are moving and they're running to the door. I was running to the door. It's a very rigorous job.
It is. Well, we have to deliver 25 million packages a day, and we're very efficient, and that's how we do it, right? We are very optimized.
All right. Well, tell us about the sustainability initiatives then at UPS that allow you to get there so efficiently.
Super. So one thing, we've got goals, and Justin was just talking about renewable energy, right? Renewable natural gas. So UPS is actually one of the biggest consumers of renewable natural gas in our fleet. We just opened a huge natural gas facility for our fleet in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. We also, one of the exciting things that I'm working on, I'm a little biased, is sustainable aviation fuel. So, UPS has trucks, we call them package cars. We also have over-the-road feeder vehicles, the big 18-wheelers, and of course the iconic brown packages that come to your houses. And in order to deliver your packages, it does consume produce a lot of emissions. The aircraft, we have almost 600 aircraft that we either own or we lease and charter. And that is where the greatest amount of our emissions are. Of the assets that we own that produce emissions, about almost 70% comes from the airline. So I'm working on a project for sustainable aviation fuel, working with our customers to identify customers who want to participate in helping us become more green through sustainable aviation fuel.
We have a facility down in Trutland County, LanzaJet, that does make sustainable aviation fuel. This may be where y'all are sourcing yours. Gulfstream is getting some from LanzaJet.
Yeah, we aren't using the LanzaJet, but we feel that we've got to keep our options open for as much opportunity. We really think of our network as a fleet that has to be very innovative and look for solutions in all places. And so we currently are doing that.
Well, as you think about exciting sustainability efforts going on, I know UPS has really led the way, and we featured them in my Clean Energy Roadshow for a dozen years in liquefied natural gas and then propane in packaged trucks. You've done methane in packaged trucks. Now you've got electric stuff going on. So what are some of the exciting things maybe that we aren't aware of?
Well, the sustainable aviation fuel, we also, electric vehicles are, the glamour place to be in sustainability and conservation, but it's very expensive. Especially, it's not like the electric vehicles that you and I can drive right on the street. A fleet of industrial vehicles that can meet our duty requirements. We've got to go through lots of terrain, weather conditions, distances. There can be 3 times as much as a conventional vehicle, and that doesn't even include the infrastructure costs that's required, the chargers and all the infrastructure. We also, today at the Oglethorpe
Square,
we saw the flying drones, right? Well, we also are looking at something called eVTOL. So you asked for something that's super exciting. So an electric vehicle takeoff and landing. We're working through a company called Base, and it's eVTOL. So although we don't have cargo aircraft that are electric yet, we do have these feeder smaller aircraft that can go between cities to carry lower loads. So we are experimenting with that. We've made an order to purchase 10 of those. Also on the ground, we've already received delivery of one eCascadia from Freightliner, which is a big class 8 over-the-road 18-wheeler, and we're going to get 9 more. And so that may seem small, but you can imagine if I tell you you're going to spend 3 times as much to buy a vehicle and put in infrastructure, the average person can't afford that, right?
So that's incredible technological development. So then how do smaller companies learn from what UPS is doing or take on their own sustainability initiatives?
We know in my role, my title is stakeholder engagement. So I'm communicating with all of the community, and small businesses are especially important. So the first step is really to understand their carbon footprint. How can they measure and minimize what they currently do in their model? And I also want to put a pitch in for LinkedIn and Microsoft that just published a new technological resource called Sustainability Resource Hub for small and medium-sized businesses for free. They can go out and learn about how to create a sustainable program in the small business side.
As you think about smaller companies, maybe that like UPS, I mean, you guys can step up and you can buy those expensive vehicles and pilot them. But if you're a small company, you know, how can you get started with a sustainability effort if you don't have the capital of a big company?
I think that you've got to get involved in efforts like everything you do, right? It starts with education and understanding what is possible within my budget, and then go from there, right? And partnerships with people in your community, with the community policymakers, and really just getting known as, hey, I want to be a business that wants to participate. Help me, right? Let's do this together. Partnerships.
Well, tell us about some of the bling you've got
Yeah,
back
so
there.
I got a couple of things. So if you're here, when you're out and about and it rains on you and you're in the community planting trees or whatnot, there's some rain ponchos in the back corner. And also, can you hold my microphone? I want to show this. One of the programs I run for UPS is our employee engagement program, which we call the Sustainability Trailblazers. And back in the back, there are these little kits of reusable silverware. Put it in your briefcase or in your pocketbook, and you don't have to use those silver single-use plastics. And it's dishwasher safe, and it's made of a wheat-based plastic substitute.
Wow.
Reduce, reuse, recycle.
Yes.
There it is right there. Well, thank you for coming all the way
And these are
down.
for you, Tim.
Oh,
Thank
all
you.
right, all right.
Thank you
Thanks so much.
Thanks for UPS's leadership in the state of Georgia, and for all your good work there. Well, Jeremiah Haswell, come on up. Dr. Orford, you've been on my radio show many times. You co-hosted.
That's how I got dragged into this, by the way.
Yeah. And you know, this afternoon we're doing the Energy Matters Sustainability Awards, and we're presenting, I think, this Darien Docks print, which YKK commissioned this artwork, and then they framed it and it's ready for hanging here. We're giving each of our winners that, but one of our winners last year, actually for the Individual Sustainability Award, he actually came on the radio and he had this fork. Jeremiah, you're not going to believe this. He had this fork, and we wondered, why is he, carrying this steel fork? And he said he had these cargo pants on. He pulled it out of his cargo pants. He said, I picked this fork up on the side of the road, and I wasn't going to throw it away. I've cleaned it, I've scrubbed it, and I carry it with me, and I use this. I use this with my meals. So that's pretty impressive, Jeremiah.
That's very impressive.
Yeah. Well, Jeremiah, I know there's a lot of exciting things going on just up the Savannah River at Plant Vogel. The Plant Vogel Unit 1 and 2 have been running since 1987 and 89, just providing 24/7 power. Been pretty incredible. Give us an update on 3 and 4, Georgia's newest carbon-free baseload power.
So this is a more fun conversation to have with you than some of the ones we've had in the past. But construction is complete on Unit 3. And so we are currently connected to the grid. about 50% power, providing over 500 megawatts electric out to our customers right now. So it's great news. We're in the middle of startup testing. So we do power ascension testing at various levels, test all the different components, make sure everything is operating correctly. We'll go to 75, then 90%, and 100%, do a number of trips, loss of offsite power, other things that are part of our licensing basis to ensure the plant works as designed and that it can operate safely for the next 60 to 80 years.
You know, I just can't tell you, first of all, how wonderful it is to be sitting here as a lawyer in between Southern Nuclear and the commissioner. I feel like I'm back at home. Now, okay, so units 3 and 4 Vogel. And by the way, my class is coming to visit Plant Vogel on Monday. Thank you so much. It's going to be great to see you there. We really appreciate the hospitality, and it's so important to learn about these facilities. So how does 3 and 4 benefit essentially this initiative to net zero electricity? Especially by 2050. What does that mean then that we've finished these units? What does that mean for the nuclear power industry in the United States?
Yeah, I think the first thing it shows that it can be done. It's hard. It has to have commitment from your regulators, from government officials, from your shareholders, from your company, but it can be done. So I think that's a huge thing. Is this shows the rest of the United States that we can do it in Georgia, they can do it in other states as well, and continue to grow the nuclear energy that is out there supporting the country. Currently, there's 93 reactors in the United States. Those reactors offset about 100 million cars of emissions.
So 100 million?
100 million. 460 million tons of carbon dioxide not put out because of the reactors that are currently existing in the United States.
But people see the cooling towers and kind of the smoke coming out of it, and they think it's smoke, but it's not really. What is it?
So that's what I like to call the cloud maker. It's just water vapor. It's literally water that we've used to cool other components that is run through the plant, and it just, as we cool it back down, a small portion of it evaporates and just becomes another cloud that'll produce rain somewhere else.
Wow.
Yeah.
You and I had a chance to go to China and see their reactors that were almost finished when we were there. And then, I came back and made a trip to Earth Day in Dallas for the sole purpose of sitting at a banquet table next to Rick Perry, who was currently the Department or the Secretary for Energy. And I wanted to hand him a note and let him know how important the production tax credits and the incentives were to us finishing that. He, of course, gave us support, and we've just trudged through this, and now it's about to be a reality. And I mean, there's something to be said for persistence and sticking with it, because in the end, this is going to be a project that could possibly serve people for 5 generations.
Yes, sir. Vogel 1 through 4, once completed, this will be the largest nuclear power plant in the country. Will power over 1 million homes and businesses. It'll provide this unit with the other 2. We'll now have about 1/3 of our total electric output provided by carbon-free nuclear. So no emissions, no carbon. It is a fantastic resource, and it just keeps running 24/7.
So talk to us a little bit about what else Georgia Power is doing, Southern Company's doing to achieve net zero. Nuclear is part of the solution. It's not the whole solution, correct?
Correct. And I think you'll hear from Wilson Mallard about all the renewables that we're investing in. We are looking at next generation plants. So what can we do for a Gen 4 reactor? We've partnered with TerraPower, Idaho National Labs, and we're working on a molten chloride salt reactor. So there's advanced research into new reactors to help us meet that 2050 commitment of net zero.
Fantastic.
When I was out at the Idaho National Lab maybe a year ago, they had done a lot of the nuclear research. They had the first nuclear reactor, I think, out there, maybe molten salt reactor or whatever it was. But they had some experiments that they had done, including a nuclear train and a nuclear airplane that never materialized. But they had those sitting there for posterity. So I think we're probably using it in the best way that you can use it.
Yes. the difference maker for nuclear energy is the energy density. There's no other fuel like it that has that dense of energy. One little pellet the size of your pencil eraser is enough energy of 149 gallons of oil. So it's just that little itty bitty thing. One reactor, about 12 feet wide, 14 feet deep, you can power for 4.5 years the energy that it produces. You change a third of it every outage, and that's it. And so I like to tell people, it's like you get in your car, you drive around the world as many times as you want for 4.5 years, and every 18 months you stop and get a third of a tank of gas.
Yeah, wow. Well, that we'll leave it right there. Thanks for your leadership out there, and can't wait to hear about your class and what they think out there.
Looking forward to seeing you on Monday.
Yeah, thank you. And let's bring up Carl Garofalo from AGL to talk about renewable natural gas. Carl, before I even took the oath of office, to drive to the oath of office, I drove my natural gas Honda Civic. There would only go 234 miles, but it had a OEM engine from Honda back when Honda was committed to that. And so I love trying different fuels. And, I know Southern Company's working on some hydrogen stuff, and I've told Georgia Tech and Southern Company, look, if we can pull down a federal grant to build some hydrogen pumps at Georgia Tech or UGA or wherever, I'm getting me a hydrogen car. I am going to have, I'm going to be the first elected official in Georgia to ever have a hydrogen car. I just gotta be able to fill it up. And I know you guys have blended hydrogen at Plant McDonough. That was the largest pilot for hydrogen in North America, wasn't it?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, so that's an exciting thing. Well, tell us a little bit about renewable natural gas. And we heard from Justin. I know Marlin Compression's working on this, but AGL's doing some work as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, as Justin said, renewable natural gas is upcycled waste methane. And when most people think about what's in a pipeline, they think, fossil energy. That's not necessarily true. Methane is produced every day from decaying organic matter. So if you think of things like landfills, wastewater treatment plants, agricultural applications, they're all producing methane. That methane is going into the atmosphere. And it's really important to note that that methane itself is a greenhouse gas. So by capturing that, using it and offsetting geologic gas, it's a really powerful mechanism. And as Justin mentioned, it could actually have a net life cycle score of negative. It's really kind of appropriate that I'm speaking during lunch. All this lunch that we're serving, it's going to end up producing methane one way or another, either in a landfill or at a wastewater treatment plant.
Okay, well, so
don't think about that too much.
All of the science is fantastic, but how is this benefiting customers, ultimately, folks who are, I got to pay my utility bill?
So it's really important to note that RNG is a drop-in replacement for geologic natural gas. So if you are using natural gas equipment now, you could use RNG to offset all or some of your emissions. So you don't have to change out equipment. You don't have to do things to your building. You don't have to change your operations in order to meet your sustainability goals.
One of the first projects that I learned about at the commission with renewable natural gas was the landfill gas being piped off of Robert Gordon's landfill over there to the Coke syrup plant. Robert's here from DeKalb County, and Coke was using it at the time. It now is actually being used to generate electricity, but we saw that positively affecting what Coke was trying to do. How does RNG projects affect other communities? How does it help everyone?
So first and foremost, it brings investment, right? So you're typically working in rural areas when you're dealing with various RNG or RNG waste streams, and those facilities, typically tens of millions of dollars invested into those communities, creates long-term permanent jobs, and it's also a great way of managing that waste. So if you think about manure, typically you have smells that come from that, or have some issues with water quality. By gathering that, putting it into a digester, you have the secondary advantage of managing, some of those other things that may disturb the community. So great for investment and great for overall air quality and water quality benefits for the.
You think we'll ever see something like a digester in Gainesville, the chicken capital of the Southeast, where they're collecting chicken litter or swine waste? Or do you think this is going to be routine? That's going to be something that's just done automatically?
Absolutely. As the country moves towards net zero, it's going to be really important to look at various waste streams, methane reaching the atmosphere, addressing all of those and making beneficial fuel where we have a problem now.
Well, great. Well, thanks for being with us today. I know you guys are sponsoring our Low Country Boil at 4:30 today. If you're planning on being a part of the Low Country Boil, you do need to see Faith Henning to be able to get a pass to get into the blessing area, to get into the Low Country Boil lockbox and enjoy that. So make sure you see my assistant Faith Henning, who's just in the green room, if you're a paid participant today. So thanks so much, Carl. Appreciate your leadership.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, let's call up Ryan Sanders. Okay, that's fine.
We meet in person.
Absolutely.
The methane producing food that you're consuming out there will be out there for another 26 minutes. So please make sure that you get that food out there before it's taken away. Well, Ryan, good to be back in McIntosh County with you. Why don't you remind people the last time that you and I teamed up to do something down here?
Absolutely. Tim, thanks for having us. My name is Ryan Sanders with Beltline Energy. Last time we were in McIntosh County, we were just finishing up an installation of a solar array on Sapelo Island. It's associated with the library. We did the fundraising. There's another group in here that did the construction, and Tim kind of stirred the pot, made sure everything came together, and the community now has a solar array that's been generating energy, and it's been healthy for the island. It's also been very healthy for our industry.
That's amazing. And okay, so that is a relatively community scale project. And if you're start investigating the solar industry in Georgia, a lot of it has been utility scale, these really big projects, which seems to have worked pretty well here. Can you tell us about why that is?
Absolutely. So this is really a great segue and a great question, because this morning we heard Commissioner McDonald describe how the first significant allocation of renewable energy was approved in Georgia. He had 3 votes, if you remember, and he approved 525 megawatts. Behind the scenes, the industry was chomping at the bit, because at that time in history, the price of renewable energy was dropping like a stone. It's a technology, like all technologies, the more you invest in it, the lower the price becomes. And we were really hitting that inflection point where panels were dropping. We'd log in the morning on Monday morning, and panels would be 2%, 3% lower than they were the week before. We were just watching this precipitous decline. We were also getting better at installing, more efficient. The industry was maturing, so we had good labor and good subcontractors we could go to and execute these projects. But most importantly, the resource endowment of the state of Georgia is significantly advantageous for utility scale solar development. We have a coastal plain that is extraordinarily good for agriculture. It's also, because it's flat and it's got some aquifers, we try to stay off the aquifers because those are the most prime ag lands. But that flat coastal plain with the great sun is excellent for solar. And if you give us the scale, I mean, I'm talking 1,000 acres, 1,500 acres on a 230 kV line, we can generate energy at a phenomenally low price point when the sun's going like it is today.
Wow. Counties like Taylor County, which was initially the solar capital of Georgia, Twiggs County, and then now Mitchell down in Southwest. These are all counties that most people never ever will go to in their life. But a lot of them have done these tax abatements. And I've heard John Gornall talk about this. I've had him on the radio, the importance of the tax abatements. Tell our audiences what tax abatements are and why they're important.
Absolutely. And I'm a little bit remiss here because he referenced John Grinnell, and he really is the architect, and he's kind of written the book on how to do bonds for title transactions in Georgia, not just in support of renewable energy, but all types of business development or economic development. But in regards to tax pilots, they're absolutely essential to incentivizing business development in all counties in Georgia. 17 states in the union use this bonds for title structure. We're effectively, as a developer, we're developing our renewable energy asset, and then we're giving the title to the development authority. The development authority is a governmental entity, and as such, they're tax exempt. So then you negotiate a lease rate for the right to lease the project back from the development authority at some rate that's less than your effective tax rate would be. And so that's effectively how it works.
So, okay, these incentives, this big solar strategy, what is it? Sorry, thanks. What is this going to look like in the future? How are we, what is, Georgia's seventh now? Total install? Sixth?
We'll be fourth next year.
Fourth next year. Where are we going?
Well, and that's a great question to ask. Wilson Mallard probably have a few things to say about it, but the reality is that we're experiencing, and Georgia's a microcosm for the United States, we're experiencing transmission congestion. So the areas that we traditionally would like to locate are now problematic because you can't put that much solar on one transmission line. So we're seeing a natural progression where solar is spreading out from the areas that might have the most, the largest magnitude of resource advantage. And now we're spreading into communities that might have the second most advantageous resource endowment, which is good because if you pile everything up in one area, you start, it's too much for any one community. So it's nice to kind of spread it out across Georgia. And as policymakers and industry advocates, we need to support that growth across the state of Georgia because really distribution is important.
Well, thank you very much, Ryan. It's good to team up with you again on another project.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for being here.
It's great to see you.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Hey, just a programming note. We're about to do an MC change here. We're about to have a commercial with our chamber. We're at 2 o'clock, which is about an hour and 20 minutes. We're going to stop our live stream for 10 minutes and just have a 10-minute break. And LinkedIn's requiring us to stop that after 4 hours. So we're just having to turn it off and turn it back on. So we'll do that right at 2 o'clock. We are slightly ahead of schedule, so we're doing great. Yes, Timothy. What? Yeah, thank you. My iPhone is almost dead. Is that correct? From
Is there a charger in the house?
Yeah. So, students, I just want to give you a challenge. Figure out how to make it work. Somebody get them a charger. There is a plug-in right there, and you can sit right there on the floor and be within range. Well, let's bring up Amy for another commercial. Amy, come on up.
Oh, so you said we were early, so that means we have a little bit longer to talk this time, right? Huh? I'm joking. Thank you guys so much for listening to the commercials today. We have two more commercials to wrap up this event. And today I'm here with Faith Hall from the Collective and Company. And the Collective and Company has done a lot of strategic marketing for the chamber and other businesses in the area. And she's launching some great initiatives. And I'd really like you to tell us, Faith, because you're the guru at this. Tell us what's good going on with Collective and Company.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So I own the Collective and Company. We're an ethical marketing agency, which means we promote socially responsible products, brands, and services. Awesome. We are the only marketing agency in South Georgia to have a cultural anthropologist on our staff to observe our strategies. And while we primarily work with nonprofits, like right now our largest client is the Okefenokee Swamp, and we're working on UNESCO World Heritage Site bid and a bunch of exciting projects. We do consult with companies to make sure their in-house marketing directors are following sustainable marketing practices and looking for innovative ways to bring in ethical design.
Amazing, amazing. So I'd encourage anybody in here, if you're looking to rebrand, have some new marketing, just some great pieces for your customers. Talk to Faith. She has some amazing ideas, and she's from McIntosh. So come on. I mean, from around here, you live around here, and you know what's important to these types of companies. And I think that's what makes your company stand out so much. But thank you for coming, Faith. And we have one more commercial. And we're going to save the best for last. This commercial, when I first came to Darien from Atlanta 3 years ago, I didn't know anything about Darien. And the first place I stumbled upon was Waterfront Wine. Waterfront Wine! This is Jeanette. Jeanette is one of the bartenders at Waterfront Wine. And I'd like her just to tell us a little bit, welcome, about Waterfront Wine and what makes you guys so great.
Well, thank you for having us today. Thank you for having us today. A little bit about us. Rusty Quarterman, his son Russ Quarterman, and Mike Greenway started this business back in 2006. So we've been around 17 years now. The great thing about us is not only, we're kind of a combo. Up front, we have our retail, and then you wind through the back, and there's a little, almost like a speakeasy. And it's a little area where you can come back and have some drinks with us, hang out. We have some frozen slushies. I brought with me, we do some organic wines, as well as we do showcase Horse Creek Winery. They're here in Georgia, Nashville, Georgia. So you can just come in, have a drink with us. It's a very laid back kind of spot. People love to come in. We have lots of locals that we cherish greatly. And it's just a wonderful place to hang out.
And now, Jeanette, don't we have a special for everybody in this room?
We do.
Okay, so when you go to Waterfront Wine, because I want you all to take time out of your day to go to Waterfront Wine, when you spend $15 or more, what do they get?
You're going to get a slushie. So we have peach and mixed berry wine slushies, and they are delicious on a day like today.
You can take it on the waterfront, walk around. You have to go visit Waterfront Wine. They're genuinely the reason I moved to Darien, and I'm so thankful that you could join us on stage and
thank you, Amy.
at this event.
I appreciate it.
And thank you, everybody. That concludes the commercial part. The chamber wants to thank everybody again. What a great event, and I'm going to turn you back over to Commissioner Tim.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. I did notice you used the word stumble when you talked about going over there. I'm sure it's just an accident. Hey, we've got continued program. Welcome to everyone on LinkedIn, Twitter, and Facebook. So, Nick, tell us about the glasses you brought up from Savannah.
Absolutely.
The cups.
I have some gifts, some gifts. I broke the rule. I did not bring enough for everyone. So these are an exclusive item, but I wanted to show you some of the sustainable initiatives we have going on at the City of Savannah. We were very proud to launch the nation's first sustainable to-go cup out there. And here we have, these are made in Rome, Georgia. So this is the unique qualifier here. You can support Georgia manufacturing, do something sustainable, help the planet at the same time, and keep your beer colder. That is a very strange trifecta to try to pull off, but we have it here today. We have some samples up at the front.
So how about teetotalers like me? Will it keep iced tea cold?
It will absolutely keep iced tea cold. And what you've got here, I always give 2 away. Even though I always try to give 2 if you get 2, because as you place them together, these are machined so that you can create an insulated cup. I call it the poor man's Yeti out there, so that you can keep your drink colder. So aluminum is 100% infinitely recyclable. 70% of the aluminum products that you have today are recycled aluminum and can be used over and over and over again. So next time you reach for a cup, you can purchase these at the grocery store. Or if you come down to Savannah, we have numerous participating businesses right there at savannah2gocup.com, where they have a much, much better design and a design for the city itself.
Well, great. Well, let's bring up our next guest. Kwame, come on up. We're going to talk EV, a lot of EV stuff this hour. Kwame hop in the hot seat with Juicy Power. You and I actually met at an Atlanta Realtor sustainability event, and you were telling me about some of the work that you're doing. So let me ask you, as people see these EVs in town, these the Kias in particular that we have here, what are things people need to consider about an EV charger?
Well, thanks for having me. I guess I'm the guy that has to back it off a little bit. Oh, okay. All right. So thanks for having me, Tim. Yeah, Juicy Power in Atlanta, what we do is we essentially help close that charging gap. And when we're closing that charging gap, we're talking about between Black and underserved communities that don't necessarily have all the resources, all the knowledge or awareness when it comes down to like the availability and accessibility of EV chargers. Now, what do people need to consider when they're choosing an EV charger? Well, I hear a lot of things. It comes down to the use case. Is that residential or is that commercial? With residential, it can come down to the type of residence that you're actually living in. What's your living situation? Are you in a private home? Are you in single family? Are you in a multifamily home? These are the types of things that affect it. And also your driving style, your living situation. Do you have hot tubs? Do you have a million appliances on your homes, on your loads in your home? These are the types of things that affect the type of charger that might be right for your home and how much expense you might need to actually use in order to install the right type of charger for your situation.
And Kwame, what's the most ambitious or challenging chargers that you've installed that you're most proud of?
Well, we had a run. This was a residential charger recently. Basement through essentially attic to the garage. And it was about 75 to 80 feet of copper wiring that we had to run. But I think the most rewarding thing was probably the conversations that we had with the owner when we were doing it, because he was a first-time EV owner. So, I mean, thankfully, he was using the right angle method in order to like measure the charging run, the copper run. But also we had an opportunity to talk with him in order to talk to him about how to charge, whether it's best to charge to like fully or best to 90, 80% of their capacity. So it was really the more personal relationships that we had with our customer in that situation that helped out and was actually the most memorable.
Well, I'm telling you, one of the most memorable experiences I had in my life. Tim lent me his car for a month. I did not wreck it. It is still in one piece that's out there. But I wanted to see for you, we're just going to keep it passing. We're going to get a workout here, passing it back and forth. There are a lot of different charger options that are out there. There's no one size fits all approach. So what's the charger of the future look like to you?
Well, I got to say, it's going to be faster because, as you know, we've got different models that are coming out that provide more utility than just your traditional EV. For instance, we've got the Ford F-150 Lightning, which has taken the world by storm for the most part. We've got Cybertruck coming out. We've got SUVs coming out. We've got commercial trucks, long hauls and the bigger the vehicle, the more energy it takes to not only run the vehicle, but also the more powerful charger that you actually need in order to be able to have those vehicles be usable in the long term. So you're definitely going to see bigger, more powerful chargers coming out. I mean, we've got 250 to 350 kilowatt chargers out there already, but you're going to see even higher. Now, from the residential standpoint, I'd like to see wireless chargers becoming a thing. So basically, one of the things, if you've seen some of the chargers outside the hotel or like just in conventional, one of the things that you do have is that cord. Now that cord can kind of it's a blessing and it can be sometimes troublesome sometimes, depending on the weather conditions, the quality of the cord, the quality of the manufacturer. Sometimes they'll stiffen up during cold weather, depending on how much care the manufacturer put into it. So that's something that we also advise on as well too. But getting back to wireless inductive charging, being able to pull into your parking spot and just being able to stop and have it charge wirelessly, just like your phone. That's what we'd like to see going forward. Now, it might be 5-10 years away down the line, but I mean, Gotta admit, it would be kind of convenient.
Well, Kwame, thanks for being here. I know some folks might be interested in talking about chargers. For folks online, how can they reach Juicy Power?
Okay, there's several ways. Email us at info@juicy-power.com. Of course, there's a website at juicy-power.com. We've also got Twitter, that's Juicy Charge. And we've also got Instagram, where we've got Juicy Power EV. Those are probably the best and greatest channels. And just email us. That's probably one of the best ways. Go to the website. You can also use our tool that helps you select the right type of charger automatically. And also book an installation with a Black certified charger installer.
Great. Thank you so much for being here. All right, let's bring up Scott Wolfrey. Yeah, make sure that one's turned off. Yeah.
There we go. We're hiding this one.
Hey, Nikki talked about this right angle method. I didn't spend a lot of time on South Campus at UGA, so I'm glad that wasn't like a test I had to take to be a commissioner or something.
That's right.
Yeah.
We keep you guessing.
Yeah.
That's it. But Scott, here.
Yeah, Scott, good to have you back in McIntosh County. Ryan mentioned the project that we did on Sapelo Island. Your company donated those panels, and I had not seen a net metering bill or the lack of a net metering bill until I saw the library's bill. And I said, wow, there's not a lot of credit coming back on here. And, I went back to the commissioners and they went with me to create a net metering pilot for 5,000 people. And, we got the data off that, and the commissioners decided the next round just to do a 4-cent adder. So, but that net metering that island has, and they'll have it for 15 years. It was a great project. It's powering all their daytime power. So I just wanted to publicly thank you for your leadership with that. It was a cool project, wasn't it?
It was a great project. And thank you, Commissioner. It was the opportunity to work on Sapelo Island. For those that aren't aware, it's a beautiful island. The outlook of the landscaping, the environment, I mean, the drop of adding solar out there is just a small, it does not even impact of what that island has to offer. It was put onto a nice canopy that was built and donated for out there, right outside the library, for sheltered area to be able to sit and read outside of the sun. And for many people within the state, have to thank yourself and Sapelo Island for leading the charge and identifying the need for net metering that so helps saving their bills.
And please tell us, what kind of growth are you seeing now in the renewable sector, including EVs?
Excellent question. So I think what's really interesting in the renewable areas is now today, we've now brought in EVs into the conversation with renewable energy. They're completely symbiotic and completing the whole circle. But what I see in the renewable sector is opportunity. So backdrop, I'm with Boss Energy. We're a solar and EV contractor. We work throughout the Southeast, including Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. And what I'm really seeing is opportunity for people to get access to renewable energy, whether or not that be solar, gas, biomass, and then the accessibility to EV infrastructure and vehicles. That all is being able to be driven by the opportunities of funding, the opportunities of implementation, and now the opportunities for workforce development.
Yeah, so I hear that a lot of customers, and we've got Solar Sun World here. They'll be coming up momentarily. Better Tomorrow Solar, Creative Solar, all of them are telling me that about half the customers are wanting batteries, and everybody's wanting the price for batteries. So why is that? And do you see that continuing to grow?
I do think it's going to continue to grow, and it's become a major part of our company's implementation. And the biggest outlook to that in the Southeast is energy security. We're within a region that is threatened to lose power multiple times a year, and people want to isolate and protect themselves in those outages. From there, that's instantaneous moments. The other side that really becomes really important to these people is we're starting to see, based on utility programs, the use of batteries actually helping ROI, being able to help peak shave or self-consume their energy usage and their battery usage actually helps the financials of adding solar. So overall, that and the drive of battery prices coming down and the accessibility to them, it's a no-brainer.
So are batteries the new generator? I mean, are they serving mostly that role, or is it another role?
I think it's still torn. In the Southeast, we see it serving the role a lot of the generator, supporting a piece of equipment. I think nationally, you still see it as a diverse piece of equipment. In other regions, it's less about energy security and generator and much more about the, using of transferring of energy production. So I won't say that it replaces the generator in all cases right here. Generator supplies great power, economic solution. But when we're looking to be a renewable, sustainable solution for your property, batteries are the way to go.
How can folks find out about Boss Energy?
Absolutely. Easiest way is bossenergysc.com. There's plenty of social media opportunities as well, but off of our website, there's a tag for putting an inquiry. And then feel free to find me on LinkedIn, Facebook, or Instagram. Happy to help.
Great. Thank you. Give it up for Scott Wolfrey. Thank you. Let's bring Taylor Ford up. Yeah, Nick, it's exciting to do a project. I'm sorry? Okay, Marcus, come on up.
Come on.
It's exciting to do a project that, people appreciate, that frankly, people would have never had it any other way. Sapelow's off everybody's radar, and that's what I love doing, is going into communities that need help, but maybe they're not getting the attention they deserve.
That's right. To put the need where it's most impactful. But
Yes.
Marcus, here, let me pass the baton to you.
Marcus, you and I met I was doing a little energy briefing for one of your churches, and you work for Grace Churches and also for the Evangelical Environmental Network. So I'd love for you to tell us a little bit about the challenges that churches are having with doing solar right now.
Yeah, that's such a great question, Tim. Ooh, that's a good voice there. Usually there are two big issues or challenges, the why to and the how to. And so the why to for a lot of evangelical churches is why bother with solar? Why the cost? Why do it? And I kind of step in and talk a little bit about scripture, helping the poor, the needy, and really the best tool I've ever found is saying, hey, let's call your children's director, let's talk to your missions pastor and ask them this question. Would you like to see 10% extra in your budget each year and not have to do anything else? And as soon as they say yes to that, I say, okay, well, let's talk about energy efficiency and saving you some money and some time. That's the biggest hurdle to get past. And then the second is the how to. Most churches are not very big, very small staffs, and they have a Jane or Joe keeping the books. They don't know how to get grants. They don't know how to pull down some of this money. So the other piece that I get to do is come alongside and say, here's how to get solar.
Yeah, and Tim, that's something we found at the city too, that through sustainability initiatives, we're saving so much taxpayer dollars. You can save money. Marcus, are there other sustainability initiatives that you've pursued, such as EV chargers, that you think churches have an interest in?
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think whether it's water bottle refill stations, energy offsets, we talked about, EV charging is really the future at churches. And I talk about it with churches as a witness opportunity, right? Folks come into your property, not just on Sunday or Wednesday night, but throughout the week coming, they're there, they're charging their vehicle, they're sitting around for an hour or two or 30 minutes. And it's an opportunity for them to get to know you. You're in the community, you're providing a service to the community. And it really is, at least for people that are staying in apartments or they're renting and they can't put in an EV charging station at their house, it really is serving the community too. And once I start talking about that with churches, they really do appreciate that.
So your family's had a couple of EVs. You guys had an early Nissan Leaf. Nick has borrowed mine. I think Representative Gilliard has it now.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope he does.
Yeah, I hope
He
so.
did call me the other night and say, what's that app where you can find these chargers? I said,
which one?
Said, Representative Gilliard, please tell me my car has a charge. Yeah, it has a charge. And I gave him the info on it. But there's some training involved with learning to drive these things, right? And understanding, the chargers and all that. Tell me about your family's experience.
Yeah, so I took the long view with this. We still have a 2013 Nissan Leaf. Runs, all you do is put new tires and windshield wiper fluid in it, basically. And that was to get my wife into the EV ecosystem. I wanted her to know how easy it was. And then 2 years ago, we finally got our Tesla, our Model Y. That's kind of hopefully our last car. And we we like it for a couple of reasons. My wife needed the security of knowing anywhere we went, there was a charging station somewhere that was up all the time. And so there was no issue with that. And it used to be the conventional wisdom that you buy as much range as you can, right? Whatever car you're going to do, get as much range as you can. But now when I talk to people about it, we really do I try to advise them to get a car that charges quicker. You can do the smaller battery now. We've heard people talk about EV charging islands. We heard people talk about infrastructure coming in. And the reason why is because if you plan on moving to solar, to charge your car at night, you're going to drain your battery, and there's no solar at night anyway. And so if you can have a smaller battery that charges quicker, and you're going to get solar anywhere, you're going to have batteries. Most people aren't driving more than 20 or 30 miles, so you don't need 330 miles all the time. So that's usually my advice I give folks nowadays.
Well, thanks for being here. Thanks for your leadership. Where can folks find out about EEN?
Yeah, so Evangelical Environmental Network is a mouthful. So usually we just condense it down, and our website is creationcare.org. Again, that's creationcare.org. That's also our Twitter handle and our email addresses as well. And we work all over the country. I'm based here in Georgia, out of Gwinnett County, but I get to work with churches and people of faith everywhere.
Great.
Fantastic. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you so much. Yep. All right, we have Paolo is coming up, and Paolo Albuquerque is coming up, the Director of Energy Sustainability and Infrastructure for Guidehouse. Come on down. So we have it here. So all things sustainability, totally comprehensive. Could you tell us a little bit, Paolo, tell us about yourself, but then discuss the growth of the electric vehicle infrastructure needed to support the ultimate vision, a net zero society.
Perfect. Well, thank you everybody for having, this great group of folks here today. Like a lot of folks, a lot of different backgrounds. So I'm glad I'm here. I actually lived in this area before. I lived here for 3 years in St. Simons, and I was in this area before this hotel existed. So it was really cool to come back and see it put back together. Now we have a proper space to have this kind of conversation and challenge. But I've been in the electric industry and for over 20 years, and glad to be here. Our company has over 7,000 people globally focusing on sustainability growth and energy. So it's great to be here. And as far as the question, as we talk about the infrastructure, if you think about, you go home and you plug in your vehicle, what's going to happen when you start plugging into vehicles? What is that difference of that between the current, energy load for the utility? So what you're going to be doing is essentially doubling the load of the utility. So with the initial penetration of electric vehicles we're seeing now, the utilities are doing great, but they're going to start to create challenges and load challenges for the utility, which is important to continue this conversation of how are you going to produce the power necessary on areas that were usually just residential. They're going to create such a bigger load to be maintained by the system.
Yeah, and we're undergoing nothing short of a revolution right now. I know on the federal side that now they have joint departments related to transportation, electric infrastructure. They're created the first joint office out there. But what are some of the unintended consequences that you're seeing in this dramatic revolution in infrastructure?
Well, one of them is when you think about the deployment of capital and the resiliency and the focus that we have on ensuring that we are resilient, correct? And the power is on every time we want. As you start to project that, you have to project that with the penetration of a growth of load without the growth of people as well. So if you think about a total lifetime of an asset, so transformers or generation plants, are they going to be enough so we don't have to build it once or twice or 3 times? So you think about going things underground. Well, are you putting enough underground to be able to ensure that you carry that load for the future as more electrifies? So I think those are some of not just the unintended consequences, but the focus on, are we being proactive enough when we're making those decisions on how to invest, our customers' dollars into the future. And now I'll say the state of Georgia is probably a fantastic place for that, with their integrated resource plan and the leadership that you've seen here to ensure that the customers are, the front center of those investments.
Well, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. Measure twice, cut once to be able to get it right the first time. But thank you so much for all that you're doing to improve our infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Paolo. I really appreciate you coming with us today. Thank you. Well done. Okay, coming up, we have a very special guest here. We saw him this morning. Dr. James Poulos is here, and allow me to go completely off script here because I wanted you to tell us all about first the historic restoration of Oglethorpe Square. I was there this morning, and I know that some folks had come later, but you just give us a brief recap.
Just a real quick recap. We took 3 events, put it into one today, and I'd just like to again thank Coastal Electric for donating those beautiful trees. Donated 9 live oak trees, and not small ones. These things were 4 inches and probably about 6-7 years old, weighed a few hundred pounds, and so we were able to invest in those things and put those in as part of Earth Day. But at the same point, we were able to dedicate those in honor and memory of individuals in the community. And so that was very touching. And I, truly to be able to have that opportunity made it that much more special to have done on Earth Day. But then, what's even better is we kind of sped it up a little bit, but we were looking to restore Oglethorpe from the get-go. So that square was designated 100-some years ago. I mean, so Oglethorpe came in, laid it out, said, here's where we want Oglethorpe Square. Somewhere along the 1940s, it was sold to the school systems to build a school, and we have a building on top of it, and we had a sewer system on top of that, and some asphalt on top of it. And so as part of this, I've been here for 3.5 years. We've been working on just getting rid of all that, clearing it out, making it green, and we're about ready to raise a portion of the old cafeteria. That'll be gone, and that's going to add more to the green space. It's just been a great event, tying all 3 of those together.
Well, it's incredible to see from my first visit here to see a restoration of a square, what you guys are doing, the innovative work. And I understand that you're putting solar on school buildings as well. What are the challenges that you've experienced in getting those completed?
So let's kind of go back a little bit on this. So about 2 years ago, it's been just a little over 2 years ago, we found a broker. We're a small school system, so we can't afford to buy the solar panels ourselves. But we found a broker and said, if you buy these and have an investor, place those on our roofs. It's just there. The roofs are there. At no cost to us. We want to spend a single penny on this project. If you put them on there, they get the tax credit. They sell us the electricity back. So technically, right now, we're paying about 13 cents a kilowatt hour. 2 months ago, we were able to start the actual solar generating power, and we're paying 8.1 cents. So you look at the savings that our school system is making, and we didn't have to put a dime into it. We provided them the roof space. And so on the elementary school, we have 887 panels, and on the middle school, we have 887 panels. So for that amount, they're producing nearly 1 million kilowatt hours over the course of a year, and that helps us. We expect to save anywhere from $35,000 to $40,000 in a given year off of this.
Wow, that's incredible. Yes, that's worthy of a round of applause. Those efficiencies that are there. And as we wrap up on this historic day, how do you think that we will remember today in particular? We have so many things that are happening all at the same time, blessing the fleet, this event here today, the square. How do you think we'll look back and remember this?
Obviously, this is Earth Day. And so as I mentioned this morning, God asked us to take care of the earth. And so it's our charge to do so. And today was the start. And I would ask anyone that comes into my position thereafter that you take that role seriously, and today would be carried on. And each year to do something a little bit more and more to Oglethorpe Square and to other places, and just add to it and to beautify this particular. This is a beautiful coastline. Darien's a great place, and so is McIntosh. And I think that a historical event was today.
Dr. Poulos, thank you so much for your commitment to the community. All that you're doing, it was a banner day, and way to start off our event. Could not have gone better. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time. God bless you.
All right. Well done. Well done. Hang on. We got that right there. No, you're okay. Keep going. Keep going. That's it. All right. We have Mr. Neville Anderson is coming up from Rural Green Power. Neville's got some interesting tales to share with us. Thank you so much for coming down to join us today. Introduce yourself to everybody.
Hello, my name is Neville Anderson.
CEO of Rural Green Power. To date, we've developed 6 projects in 5 counties totaling 345 megawatts throughout the state of Georgia. Before I was involved with biomass for a number of years and have done what we think were some pretty innovative things in biomass. So I've been working with Georgia Power since 2006.
Well, you're a VMI grad and you're a cross country coach. And I know we're not here to talk about cross country, but I have to give you a shout out because you've been the coach of the year for a couple of times. And we talked at the high school today and we got some high school students here. You are all about training champions.
There's a statistic out there that I've coached more All-Americans than any other coach in the state of Georgia.
Wow.
That's good. There's a stat out there.
Congratulations on that. Well, let's go back to the options that are available for rural communities that want to be innovative. A lot of times it's a challenge. I mean, we got DeKalb County sitting here, and I mean, Robert and his team, I mean, they have, I fill up my natural gas truck over there with his trash trucks and his roll-off trucks. And I mean, they've done, they've just been, the most innovative county in the state, and especially in terms of quantity. But how can a smaller county be able to get into this because they don't have as much money?
First of all, I think from a development perspective, boots on the ground, it would be helpful, and it would be helpful if a county such as this had you might say a welcome wagon. Yeah, you have the development authority, but within the development authority, if you had a person that would serve as a one-stop shop that would be able to walk the developers through the do's and don'ts of the county, if there was some identification of parcels, and if of course, the process is already online, and everyone will tell you it's online. But if there was a person that kind of guide you through the process, step by step, introduce you to the local folks, help you to partner with the local folks, and help educate the local community that you're coming in to partner.
That's right. And Neville, many people don't know that there may be some special incentives out there for rural areas that are not available to urban areas or heavily populated counties. Could you tell us about that?
Well, I'm going to actually diverge. I've stayed away. Of course, the IRA has produced some lucrative incentives, especially if a county is economically underrepresented there. But innovative-wise, I would like to suggest, and as the Commission knows, both in fact my past work with DeKalb County, I've kind of been a champion of innovation and forward thinking. I would love to see communities start looking at local option sales tax, not just for physical infrastructure, not just as far as road improvements, but as far as energy infrastructure improvement, because developers, a lot of folks think solar developers are flush with cash. This is a very thin business. And if a community could use some funds to develop the system, the transmission system, the interface system grid for their communities, to make their communities much more attractive and receive for development, I think that would go a long, long way to really, really bring in developers from all over.
Well, thank you for your leadership in rural Georgia. It's important. And I know we talk regularly. We, live in Athens. We share sausage and grits at Strickland's, the best patty sausage in the state of Georgia. So thanks a lot for being here. Keep coaching those kids.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
And let's bring up Kurt Ebersbach. Did you run cross country or track or anything in high school? Did you do that?
I never picked up the Palumbo athletic talent. I could tell you, but you'd catch me on the band field for sure.
Yeah.
That's it. Kurt, with that.
Well, Kurt Ebersbach with Cherry Street. Kurt, you guys have your roots in Macon, Georgia. Michael Chanin, your CEO, started the business right there. And Macon is another one of those cities that's got a lot of history and great heritage. I know you guys are proud to be from there.
Absolutely. Yes. I'm an Atlanta man myself, but yes.
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about the IRA and what it did for solar. I know that tax credit had been ticking down, but the IRA kind of restored everything. What is the state of the tax credit for solar right now?
Well, so as you say, it restored the tax credit, increased it, gave the predictability of having it for the next decade. Also allowed it to be available for the first time for energy storage solutions as a standalone solution or paired with solar, which is a very interesting thing. And restored a production tax credit for solar as well. Not so important to us. We rely on the ITC, but yeah.
Well, Kurt, I think I know. I'm going to take this out of order for a second. I think I know the answer to this one. But you use several approaches with solar, especially with cities and counties. Can you give us some examples of your work in both of those categories?
That's correct. So after we became established in Macon, our next major deal was with the city of Atlanta. And now we are doing multiple projects for Savannah just up the road. And what we like about our model is that we have an agreement with the municipalities that contemplates certain projects over time, but can be added to as cities decide that they want to locate solar on different buildings within their jurisdiction. And also allows for the ability to add upgrades over time if we want to replace out solar panels or if they become interested in charging and storage solutions.
Well, and just to close the loop on this one, it was a no cost contract to the city of Savannah where we saved $40,000 to $50,000 per year off the bat, where we leased the space on top of 19 municipal buildings, and it's just been a huge opportunity for us. So.
That's right. We're very happy to be doing a very proud partner with the city.
Kurt, I know this is not our pre-prepared question, but I've got to ask you about when you're putting solar on 19 different city buildings, how important is the roof quality? Is that something you guys evaluate and advise the entity about?
Absolutely. It's one of the first things we really have to evaluate. And in Savannah in particular, we're doing re-roof jobs for the structures that require it.
Do you get a tax credit when you re-roof?
I'm not sure about that entirely. It perhaps is part of the overall construction, but it has to be tied with the solar. So,
well, let me ask you about the Jekyll Island landfill just down the road. It's in the middle of the island. It's off old plantation. No visitor would ever see it. They'd have to go down a dirt road and hop over a fence and whatnot. But you guys did that project. They don't use it as a landfill anymore, but it still has trash bubbling up from it, from way back in time. What are the challenges associated with landfill projects?
Right, so that project was somewhat of a one-off for us. We normally do rooftops. This is an opportunity that we partner with Georgia Power under the READY program. It's a 1 megawatt facility over 5 acres. But I'd say some of the challenges are, you have to have a proper cap over the landfill. You have to be careful not to penetrate the cap when you locate the system. So that's a ballasted system. We did not poke into the seal. And then we're really proud of that project because we also were very careful and intentional about how we replanted it along with the solar. So there's pollinator-friendly plant species there. And it's really kind of a nice metaphor for the renewable energy transition in general, taking a site that would otherwise be defunct and unusable and making it into something productive and beautiful.
Well, I'm going to go off the script with one last thing here, Tim, because, we often think about energy. We're talking about sustainability, but particularly with Cherry Street Energy, there's one additional component that we asked them for here at the City of Savannah, and that's workforce training and development. Kurt, can you tell us just a little bit about that experience and how it's worked out?
Absolutely. This is something we're very committed to as a company. We have a program we call Shine On, and it's really our commitment to what we call the new collar workforce. So from blue collar to new collar. We just think over the next 10 years, there's such a huge opportunity so that no one's left behind in this energy transition and that the benefits of it shine on everyone. So we worked with Harmony House in Savannah to source workers for our projects. And one of the exciting things I'm working on right now is expanding our Shine On program into a federally approved program where we can receive credit for apprenticeship training under the IRA.
How can folks find out about Cherry Street?
cherrystreetenergy.com.
There it is. Thank you so much,
Thank
Kurt.
you.
Appreciate you driving your electric car down here. Thanks so much. Chris Campbell, speaking of electric cars, Chris, come on up. You know, whenever I have a technical question about an electric vehicle, Nick, about the tax credit, does it qualify? This is the guy I turn to because, I mean, I don't want to call you a geek in front of everybody,
That's
but
all right. That's all right.
I'm just saying that there's no one that knows more technical data about all of this stuff than you. How did you get started with this famous EV fact sheet that everybody knows that you have?
Yeah, so you can't spell geek without double E. So I'm an electrical engineer. And so I was a very early adopter of electric cars in 2010. And so I had the first Chevy Volt in the state. And I kept getting stopped at parking lots, which normally I'd be like, awesome, I get to talk about my car. But after, about 6 months of that, and, I'm just going to the store to get some onions because we're making dinner. I'm like, I don't have time for this. So I ended up making a fact sheet. So this is now 12 years of iteration. It's just a piece of paper that I can put in somebody's hands and say, I know you have a lot of questions. Read this, go to the website, electrifyatlanta.com, and it's going to answer all your questions. Now, there's a ton of information packed in here, so your eyes kind of glaze over the first time you look at it, but it's a resource to just introduce people to electric cars. And in particular, there's a lot of cars that are talked about in the national press that weren't available in Georgia. They're only sold in California. So people get all excited about a Fiat 500 or a Honda electric. I'm like, we can't actually get that in Georgia. Here's the list of the cars you can actually get.
Well, Chris, there's so many different approaches up the mountain, and they've been rapidly changing, especially when it comes to charging, how people charge their vehicles. How has it evolved? Where has it been, and where is it going into the future?
Yeah, so first of all, you charge at home. So basics of electric car is you charge at home, you're fully charged every morning. So you don't have to worry about public charging infrastructure for the most part. That hasn't really changed that much. Road trip charging has changed massively. When I started, there was zero. There was nothing out there. Tesla is doing amazing things. But for everybody else, for all the non-Teslas, road trip charging has massively improved. We're now up to 150 kilowatts is pretty common for charging. So instead of a 60-minute stop, now you're talking about a 25-minute stop. So it totally makes road trips possible. I drove down here from Atlanta yesterday. I stopped many places because that's the way I am. I'm a nerd stopping at construction sites, but I could have done it with one stop, and it would have been a 25-minute stop. So it is really, 2019 was when we got the initial ability to drive across the country. So people say, I'm waiting for the infrastructure. That's 2019 called. They want their argument back. It's done. It's getting more robust, but it's already a thing.
You had a Chevy Volt early. I got one late. It was my favorite electric car. I've had 6 of them. It has been my favorite of all of them. I just love the idea of running most of my life on electric, but when I have to go on the road, I pack so much into my schedule. I just literally do not have time to sit 30 minutes here, 45 minutes there. And I love that car. But what EV could you get if you don't want to charge out on the road?
Yeah, so you're talking about a plug-in hybrid EV or PHEV. And again, it's not just a hybrid, it's a plug-in hybrid. And so you commute electrically, 90%, 95% of your miles on the car are actually done by commute. And so road trips, even though it stands out as a big thing, your car actually, most of the miles is commuting from home. And so you can drive electrically commuting, you go on a road trip, you're just driving gas, and you don't have to stop for public charging infrastructure, which was a huge thing 10 years ago. Now, of course, you can go pure electric. And of course, and so there's this tax credit, which was revamped last year, and the PHEVs all get the full tax credit now. Well, the ones that qualify for it get the $7,500 tax credit. It's mostly the American makes that are getting it right now. But again, and there's a lot of complexity there. Again, that's on the fact sheet. So something that I unfortunately haven't spent a lot of time on lately is, the tax credit's a moving target, so I keep having to update it, but it's all in there. And again, that's at electrifyatlanta.com.
Well, Chris, one of the great and distinctly American experiences, the great American road trip, especially something cross-country. How have EVs in charging stations, and that experience improved road trips?
This is what I spend all my free time on. It's so exciting what's happening right now. There is a huge amount of money going into EV charging. It already happened with Electrify America with the Volkswagen money, but the charging speeds have increased. So we're looking at 150 in recent years, 150 kilowatts. We see 300 kilowatt charging, and a lot of people don't know what kilowatts are. It's just how fast the hose is going into the battery. And we're looking at, the cutting edge cars are charging in like 10 minutes or less. It's crazy. It's awesome.
Well, I'd love to talk more about charging speeds and cars folks should avoid, but we're going to have to say goodbye. We're powering through. I just want to thank you for this sheet and all the work that you do for EV Club of the South and everything.
Yeah, come find the tall, skinny guy with glasses and get a back sheet.
Thanks so much. And let's bring Wilson Mallard up. Just a programming note, we actually just may keep powering through. We are ahead of schedule, and I think we're going to just continue to power through. So to my students, if we've got a charge, I think we'll keep going on that phone if we can make it. Well, Wilson, you've got a Nissan Leaf, I think, right? I mean, you and I've had multiple Leafs.
We do, and I really appreciate it. Commuting in Atlanta, there's nothing better than commuting in an electric vehicle, and I get to ride in the HOV and HOT lanes, which saves me time every day. Quite a perk.
Yeah, that's awesome. Wilson, you run the solar program for Georgia Power. You actually created that block program way back when, and back in the early 2000s, and I mean, solar was really different. Germany started their energy transition program in early 2000. What was it like back then in the solar market?
Well, we were all part of the early adoption, right? We knew that this technology had a lot of value that it could deliver to customers. The question was when and how. And so just to brag a little bit, Georgia Power and Southern Company really focused on research and development. We always have been as part of our DNA. We continue to do that now to try to find technology opportunities that can benefit our customers. Solar, the technology's been around for a long time. It works. The Georgia Power building, the Leaning Tower of Power downtown, actually is a demonstration project for solar technology that was built back in the late 70s. What I'm really proud of is the way that Georgia Power, through the leadership of the commission, I really loved hearing from Commissioner McDonald and of course Commissioner Echols talking about how these things evolved, and then the input from the market and from our customers and from the solar developers. We saw the opportunity as those solar costs started to drop. We found a way to expand solar through the integrated resource planning process, which is how, for anybody that's an energy nerd, that's definitely a process you want to study and understand. It's through that process that Georgia Power's plans get approved. But we found a way. We said, hey, this technology can benefit our customers. Through the leadership of the commission, we started rolling out programs, and the programs were always focused on how can we deliver the most benefits to all of our customers. And so I can't say that we did it all perfectly. We were learning as we went. But I'm really proud of the way that we, through a disciplined and measured approach, have been able to grow solar and make Georgia really one of the leading states for solar in the country.
And Wilson, could you tell us too, through that integrated resource plan, how have these programs grown, especially as it relates to sustainability?
Yeah, they've grown based on our customers' needs. And so that's the most important thing, keeping the customers at the center of everything we do. That's something we say at Georgia Power. And so how can we provide them reliable and affordable energy and then integrate renewables and other generation resources in a way that the benefits accrue to all customers? And so I would say that we've had a steady and measured approach. It's sustainable. We didn't go as fast as some states. We avoided some of the pitfalls that some of those states and countries made. We waited till the technology was ready, and then we integrated that in a way that benefits all our customers. Even to this day, we now have more and more customers interested in where their energy comes from. They're concerned about the environmental impact. They want to know what their carbon footprint is. And we're responsive to that. We're able to offer programs that meet individual customer needs, but all the while doing it through that overall planning process that does what's best for all 2.7 million customers.
I mean, that the planning process, which by the way, I mean, it was created by Democrats in 1991. It's never been amended. Even the supermajority Republicans did not amend it. So it has worked really well. And part of that planning process, I mean, created the regulatory compact between the people and the power company. And we also incorporate lessons learned, as we do this every 3 years. And I guess as we look back on this last cycle, I mean, my colleagues would probably say, the net metering program that we experimented with, that we learned some lessons from that. And the commission decided to do just the adder. But that's just one of the changes that we've made in the process. What would you say would be the top 2 lessons that you've learned throughout, a couple of decades of doing this?
Well, the lesson number 1 is you're not going to get it right the first time. Continue to have a process where we can improve programs and learn from what we've done. And then the second is, and I'm going to brag a little bit about you again, Commissioner, and just this room full of people with sort of like goals, but different perspectives. We absolutely depend on the renewable marketplace, on constituents interested in sustainability, and again, on all of our customers. Their feedback is critical, and we want to make programs that work, and they have to work for Georgia Power, for our customers, also for the solar development community. Overall, that feedback is critical, and there's nothing better than some good, constructive, but sometimes, disagreeing points where we get together, work it out eventually through the wisdom of the commission. By the way, Georgia's regulatory setup is one of the best in the country. It creates this environment where we do get all of this debate, and then the commissioners get to sort of soak all that in and ultimately render a decision on the energy future of the state. I just think it works really well. And that the lesson learned to me is that feedback that we get from all parties is critical to making a comprehensive decision.
Well, thank you for joining us. Your institutional knowledge is extremely valuable. And having a couple of decades worth of experience and still being there to coach the new employees coming on and all the things that you guys have stood up in order to service these customers and keep it going is fantastic. So thank you very much, Wilson.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Hey, we're going to make an MC. We're going to make a little MC change here. We're going to ask Timothy Karsten to come up. Is Karina out there? Yeah, Karina, could you come in here just for a second? I just have a brief presentation to make to you two. Come on up. You're not expecting this. This is fun. Come on up, Karina. Timothy, come on up. Yeah, come on. Come on. Come on up. We've worked together these 4 months on this project. In fact, y'all sit down right here together, just real quick, in the second and third chair. And I'm sorry to embarrass you like this and not tell you that I was going to do this, but
not surprised somehow.
As an elected official, I get a lot of phone calls on my cell phone at weird times. I get people asking me to do things, to come to their community, to fix this, fix that. I have people ask me to do things I have nothing to do with, But part of serving is trying to help them. And Adam Orford introduced me to you all. We had lunch in Savannah. We conceived of this Earth Day event. We talked every day since then to pull this together, to raise the money for this, to provide lunch for folks and dinner for them tonight, and all of this. And I want to present y'all with this first Docs of Darien print here. This description of it's on the back. It was by artist Sterling Everett, commissioned by YKK, the first Japanese company in Georgia. But I just want to thank both of you for your tireless efforts in making this event possible. And I present this print as a thank you, and hopefully something that you will, as you look at this, that you will have fond memories about all of our work together. I'm going to hand the mic to Karina because you're emceeing this session here in a second. But Karina, thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim. This is an incredibly beautiful gift and super significant to us here in this community. And I just want to thank for everyone who's been involved from beginning to end. It's been just a pleasure to be part of this and see the community come together, the state come together, and really the best minds in sustainability be here in this room and also share and support this community with the tree planting and the cemetery cleanup and the tree and the kids program yesterday. And this, it's just been extraordinary. So thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll let you take the print off stage. Timothy's going to MC this session along with Adam. So Adam, come on back up. We're going to keep it going. And I think our first guest is Michael Bracken, one of our sponsors from Earth Charter International. So hopefully they saved me some lunch.
Just made you a salad.
Yeah, thank you very much. Adam, turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Great to be back. And Mr. Bracken here, hopefully that works. We're going to get Timothy up here. Now you're with Earth Charter International.
That's right.
Tell me a little bit about that. What is that?
First, let me tell a little about the Earth Charter. The Earth Charter is a document, an aspiration, and an ethical framework for making the world a more just, sustainable, and peaceful place. It was birthed in the year 2000 at The Hague in the Netherlands. And our role at Earth Charter International is to do really three things with the document. One is to disseminate the vision of the document, one of the reasons we're here today. The second is through our UNESCO Chair in Education for Sustainable Development with the Earth Charter to provide courses throughout the world in business, for educators, as well as young leaders. And the third is what we call the Earth Charter movement, which is things like the tree planting that went on today, where communities get together using the values of the Earth Charter to make the world a more just and sustainable and peaceful place. We're actually housed at the University for Peace, which is a UN-sanctioned university and just southwest of San Jose, Costa Rica.
Michael, I just want to say, first of all, thank you to you and to Earth Charter for sponsoring this event. You heard about it and you stepped up immediately and said, how can we get involved and how can we support this? So thank you.
You're welcome.
Question for you. How does your curriculum help educate young leaders to think more about our planet stewardship and the best practices for protecting our environment?
Great. Our Leadership, Sustainability, and Ethics course is offered to young leaders, roughly between the ages of 18 and 30. And it provides a couple of different things. First is an international presence where students from McIntosh County could be on a class with students from Africa and China and all over the world. And it brings together young leaders with the idea of learning more about what's going on in different communities from a sustainability perspective. The second is it gives them really a framework for building a stronger sense of leadership, sustainability, and ethics. Third, it gives them really more of a broader base in looking at decision-making for more inclusive, systemic, and sustainable perspective. And finally, it gives them an inspiration, a call to action, to look at themselves and look at their community and see what they can do today to make a difference.
Fabulous. And have you been seeing this curriculum be adapted in other places throughout the world?
We sure have. In fact, it's interesting. I'll tell you a story. We had our annual conference in Costa Rica in the month of December. And we had the pleasure of having a university from China come. Laoying University from China attended. Two of the professors were there. They're fabulous people. We just briefly talked about both our what we call our ESD course and our LSE course, the one for youth. And then they went back to China, and about 3 weeks later, they contacted us and said, we have 500 students enrolled in your Leadership, Sustainability, and Ethics course. So we had to do some backpedaling to figure out how we would get all that done from a logistics perspective, but it worked out very, very successfully.
Fabulous. And when you think about the future and training the next generation of leaders in planet stewardship, what are some of the keys to effective change?
That's an excellent question too. The theme for our conference in December in Costa Rica was putting planetary well-being to the core and basically encouraging a call to action. When you think about the term planetary well-being, it really covers everything that's been discussed here today. It's more than just cleaning up the graveyard. It's looking at everything and how it impacts on individuals from not only sustainability, but from an ethical perspective. So what we see going forward is we decided that there's really a need for a different outlook, a different framework in looking at the world. And what if every single one of us, before we made any decision, took a step back and viewed it from a planetary well-being perspective? What if before we took action to make a business decision or a decision at church or anywhere else, we stepped back and said, how will this change? What will the outlook and outcome be from the perspective of planetary well-being? And what we've seen is we all decided when we left the conference that we want to change the trajectory for leaving a legacy for the next generation and generations. And what we have found is with the youth today, the next generations, they're really frustrated. I think everybody in here knows what we're talking about. They're really frustrated because they are not pleased with the inheritance that we've given them from an ethical or from a sustainability perspective. They want to take action. They want to take action now. It's incumbent upon us to give them the tools to take action, as well as give them hope again that we can make change together effectively.
Fantastic, Michael. Adam, any questions on your end?
First of all, I got to make sure that this thing works. Testing. Nope. See? Okay. If we do have an AV specialist who can fix this, we need help.
Okay. You talked about that incredible growth and that sort of oversubscription that you faced. How did you handle that, and how does success? I guess how do you not founder under that success?
Right. Well, it was a challenge. As I mentioned, we're based in Costa Rica, and I think it's safe to say the resources there aren't as advanced as they are here. But one thing we had to do was really reach out to our extended Earth Charter community and bring in more instructors. So we ended up, I think, with 9 additional instructors for the program. We broke it down into subunits rather than all students being in the same classes. We learned some things about technology. It's kind of interesting. Making payment from China to Costa Rica is not as easy as one might think. And so we had some challenges with that. But at the end of the day, I think the biggest takeaways were the Chinese students themselves, because they really don't have that much of an opportunity to visit with the outside world, which I think we all understand. We're just so thrilled to be there. They were just so engaged in the classes. And we actually had a report, because the class just ended last week, from the business professor from Liaoning University reporting on their satisfaction with the program. And it was off the chart in terms of them having an incredible experience with our LSE course.
Do we have time for another question? Yeah. Okay, we don't. So fantastic to meet another educator. Thank you so much.
1 second.
And Timothy, here you go.
Michael, how do people find out more about the Earth Charter?
Okay. One way is we've got a booth right in the back, and we've got information on our 3 main classes, the ESD course for educators. I just want to mention, I think we all know the top of the pyramid is educators. We get educators to look at the ethical framework that ties in with sustainability, to make the world a more sustainable, more just, sustainable, peaceful place. We're going to have a lot more people in Darien and Mackinac County, Georgia, that are working on this from the same playbook as it relates to looking at decisions with an ethical frame in addition to sustainability. Second, we have an LSE course for young leaders. In fact, that'll start in September. And finally, our business course. In fact, Chris Beener, one of my associates, is here. Chris is out of Orlando. He's actually the professor for the business course, but it's a fabulous course. And we'd love to see if there's some way we can get some business people in Macintosh County and Darien to take a ride with us in September and learn more about the Earth Charter and how it can impact on them making better business decisions.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Michael. All right, next we have got David Hoyter from United Consulting. Karina, would you get the management to get a hold of a team to work on the mic, please? All right. David.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Our pleasure. So your focus is on ecology.
That's right. I work with a consulting firm. We do all kinds of environmental consulting work, but my area of expertise and my focus is on ecology, natural resources. So basically looking at things like streams, wetlands, endangered species, those types of things when somebody's looking at a piece of property, whether it's for a park, whether it's for a building, a subdivision, a solar farm, all of those things have a footprint, and that footprint potentially disturbs part of the environment with what they're going to do. And so what we try to do is help those folks work with the rules and regulations that are out there in identifying those natural resources on the site, understanding the limitations of the property, what that might mean from a development standpoint, but also from a responsibility standpoint. You know, what are they going to do with the site? Are there areas on the site that they can and should potentially avoid with their development, with the footprint of their site? Now, with some cases, you know, when you're talking about a large development, that's more difficult. But in some of the smaller stuff, it's a little easier to look at a site and say, okay, I have wetlands over here, or I have streams, or I have some endangered species. Can I work around that with my development in order to still get to the point where I want to get to with, I want to build something, but also be then responsible for the environment with minimizing the impact.
So what are these, specifically, what are a few of these issues or kind of hoops you got to go through in order to make sure this goes well and protects the environment at the same time?
Sure. Well, I mean, one of the big ones is wetlands. You know, we deal with that quite a bit on our sites, and a lot of people don't really think about it. But if you have any kind of a valley, any kind of a drainage feature, oftentimes there's going to be a stream. There may be wetlands that are associated with that stream, and there are federal, state, and oftentimes local regulations that will require you to either permit if you're going to disturb it, or certainly in some cases avoid disturbing that area. And so a lot of what we will deal with is, okay, if we have that situation, is it possible to modify, manipulate their site development plan to, like I said, maybe minimize or avoid the impact that they may have for their development? But then also, if they're unable to do that, what are the requirements from a permitting standpoint? What are the requirements from a mitigation standpoint? Again, and that's one of the big focuses that have been on is, and since I've been doing this for almost 30 years, the amount of disturbance that you could do years ago to what is allowed now, and the requirements that you have to go through are significantly more stringent now than they used to be. I look back at what you could do when I started doing this, and it's really kind of insane. And so from that perspective, at least, I know a lot of people, and there's, I'm sure, some folks here with the government, and a lot of times they get a lot of criticism of certain things, but there are some things that the government has done to at least help protect the resources. And then we try to help our clients work through what those challenges are. And looking at that, we have a project right now where I was actually just in Kingsland yesterday, looking at gopher tortoise burrows. And gopher tortoises, it's a great success story. They've been delisted in part of their range, and are no longer listed under the Federal Endangered Species Act, but they are still listed in the state of Georgia and other state level. And so we have a client that has gopher tortoises on their site, and they're trying to figure out, okay, how do I do what I want to do and hopefully still be able to protect the gopher tortoises and avoid those?
That's wonderful. Do you have any other example you'd like to share with us of what has companies done to preserve wetlands?
I mean, we've definitely seen some sites where we have clients that have incorporated the wetlands into their development. So setting those areas aside and then building it into the overall development, making it essentially an amenity to the development, where they include, let's say, a boardwalk or trails, informational signs. We have a project right now that we're working on where there was a very poor quality stream through the middle of the site. And they have gone in and done a restoration of that stream and enhanced and improved the condition of the stream. And as part of that, then also built a boardwalk and again, made it essentially a large amenity of the site. You know, they could have very easily decided, hey, we're going to go in and we want to just pipe this whole thing and fill it all in. But they decided that could be a big amenity as part of the project. And so that's how they did that project, is they built it into the overall plan.
Was that a greenfield site? Are you redeveloping industrial sites as well? What are you?
So that particular site was a greenfield site where they were going in and building in a large development site. But But we do a lot of work with brownfield type properties where there may be an old industrial type facility. And in a lot of cases on the industrial facility, from a brownfield standpoint, it's usually dealing with more contamination. So a site that has some sort of contaminants, an old industrial site that has contaminants, and you would enter it into the Georgia Brownfield Program, clean up that contamination, and then be able to repurpose that site. And rather than having some sort of old industrial site that's an eyesore on the community, you're able to put that back into functional use.
David, thank you for leading the way and protecting our wetlands and advising companies on what to do. How do people get in touch with you or find out more about United Consulting?
We're on the web. We're on social media, quite a bit on LinkedIn, but www.unitedconsulting.com.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, next. We have 4-H being represented by Michelle May. And Michelle has been dealing with her family story, and we thought we might have her, we thought we might not, but she has been so committed to be here. And thank you so much.
For having me. I appreciate that.
Okay, Michelle, I don't have my questions, so I don't know where they are. So Michelle, tell us about your work at 4-H.
So I work with UGA Extension, which I'm sure many of you have heard of that. If you're not familiar, Extension is in every county of Georgia. And what we do is we disseminate research-based information out into the public. So we are your research for anything that you need, whether it's soil and water conservation, green cleaning, health, nutrition, and then of course we do 4-H as well. Now I am the Family Consumer Sciences agent, so I am representing 4-H today for Miss Lauren Gilmer. She is a 4-H agent for McIntosh County, so here. And she was sorry that she couldn't be here to talk with you guys. So 4-H is such a wonderful program for these kids. Like we've talked about all day today, the kids are the foundation of our future, right? 4-H is something that I did not grow up with. And as soon as I joined it, I realized how important it is for these kids and how it helps them flourish in life and learn true life lessons. Not only do they get out in the community and they do acts of community service, but they get on the beaches and they clean up trash. They're on the sides of the highways cleaning up trash on the weekends. We teach them about how to build rain barrels so that maybe if they want to start a garden at their home with their parents, they can do that and work on water conservation. So I think 4-H really is a great program. I really recommend it to anyone if you have kids and you really want to teach them some true life lessons and how to help conserve energy and water and just improve the world for the future. Highly recommend.
That's fantastic. I'm trying to, so I didn't know this distinction between really extension versus 4-H and how that relates to each other. So we just heard about some sustainability initiatives. Are there also energy, technology, kind of those kinds of sustainability initiatives as well?
So within Extension, we also have a STEM program. Now this is surrounded around 4-H, but it teaches them life lessons around science, technology, energy conservation, math skills, and engineering. So it really helps them grow and helps them find their passion, whether it's helping the community or becoming the next engineer.
Michelle, how does it differ, the work that you're doing here versus the work that would be done in other parts of the state in northern Georgia, et cetera?
Well, as you know, it's very different here than it is up north. While you guys were having snow, we were probably dealing with sand gnats and sweating already. So, so it's very different here climate-wise, which really can affect how we handle things here compared to, say, Metro Atlanta, the urban areas, or northern Georgia. There's just a lot of differences, and there's a lot of similarities as well. So we obviously have different agriculture here. We have different livestock. The soil is different, so farmers really need to know what's in their soil and how to grow things appropriately. And it's very different than rural Georgia. So we try and focus on that to see how we can help farmers improve the area and how we can teach the kids in 4-H how they can help the coastal area as well as help the northern area of Georgia as well.
Yeah, I'm new to Georgia. I recently learned about something called the gnat line. Is that a concept that you're
I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't heard that, but there are gnats everywhere.
Evidently, if you get to a certain point far enough south, gnats happen, and
Yes.
maybe not up north as much. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I'm originally from Tennessee and we did not have gnats, but as soon as you cross around, I'd say around Savannah,
It's the gnat line.
yeah,
Okay.
Macon area, maybe that's when the gnats start creeping in. I don't know. They're rough though.
Michelle, anything else you'd like to share with us about your work?
I love Extension. I just started about 6 months ago and it has become a true passion of mine. I've always been passionate about advocating for the community. And that's exactly what Extension does. We are advocates for you guys, whether it's you, your elderly parents, or your children. We are here to make sure that you guys have all the resources that you need to make sure that you live healthy, prosperous lives, whether that's through food and nutrition, growing a garden in your backyard, making sure your soil is healthy or your well water is healthy. We can do all of that for you. So please, wherever you're from, connect with your county extension office. You can easily Google them. Just say UGA Extension in your county. You can easily find their website so that you can connect with those people, build relationships with them, and they can really, really help you with any questions you have related to agriculture, natural resources, conservation, anything and everything. You can call them just to chat if you want to. We love chatting.
Thank you so much. And again, she's got a booth in the back there if you want to get more.
Yes, please come see me. I have lots of good information and some free stuff, which everyone loves, right?
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
guys. I appreciate it.
All right, next we've got Wendy Bolton from the Coastal Tree Foundation. Thank you. And Wendy is part of the group that's Mark Bolton and Wendy, and they were the ones who helped again with our tree planting today at the Oglethorpe Square. Wendy, thank you so much for coming today.
Well, thank you for having me.
So Wendy's been a long time tree lover and person who's really been involved in bringing more trees to this region. Wendy, tell us about the Coastal Bryan Tree Foundation, please.
The Coastal Bryan Tree Foundation started in 2001 as an outreach of the Richmond Hill Bryan County Chamber of Commerce. We are in 501c3, and our focus is restoring canopy shade trees in our community. The mission is to plant, promote, and protect, especially live oaks, which we all know is the Georgia state tree. The first task that the Tree Foundation undertook was developing a tree ordinance for both the county and the city to adopt, and we worked with community leaders to do that. It was an undertaking, but and it took a while, but we finally got everybody to agree to something, and it was adopted almost immediately by the county, the city a little bit later, but it's still in effect, and we're very proud that that we have something that sort of acts as a guide to what people need to do when they're developing. Our current projects, annually we do tree plantings and tree giveaways, which are real popular in the community. And a new endeavor this year, the north end of the county, Bryan County, was devastated about a year ago by some horrific tornadoes, and they lost a lot of trees. So we are working with folks in the north end to restore some of that lost canopy. And I think they probably planted about 100 trees in the north end of the county so far, and there are more to be planted as the infrastructure is replaced there.
We really appreciate that work. It sounds like you were instrumental in getting something passed that kind of requires these trees, but it's not just a cost, and it's not just for the community, right? Trees are good for businesses, for the sort of local feel of the place, rather than just a desert, right?
Yes, that's really interesting. Everybody knows what trees do for us from an environmental standpoint, but there have been some interesting studies that have looked at the economic value of trees. And it appears pretty prevalent in the studies that people are willing to travel greater distances, spend more time, and visit an area more frequently that has an urban forest. And the study further shows that.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah. The study further shows that they may even be willing to pay somewhat higher prices in those areas, even as much as 10% more. So that's pretty interesting statistic.
I would say what's good for the earth is good for business these days. What is an urban forest and why are they important, Wendy?
An urban forest or a community forest, they're defined as a collection of trees in cities and suburban areas. They include street trees, trees on private property, trees in parks. About 39% of the U.S. is covered in urban forests. So it's a really, and you look at somewhere like Savannah or Darien, it's pretty amazing that if you took away the trees, you wouldn't have the same feel or the same community at all.
So I saw the last part of this morning's ceremony, the tree planting. Can you tell us what was sort of the most meaningful thing for you in that this morning?
I don't know how that could have been any more perfect. It was such an incredible gift by Coastal to Darien, and it's so heartening that Darien treasures their history enough to want to restore such an important area. I think, I didn't know but one of the people that were being honored by those trees, and I was sitting there sort of blinking back tears the whole time.
Well, thank you so much. How can folks find out more about Coastal Tree Foundation?
CoastalBrianTreeFoundation.org.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. It's a pleasure meeting you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
We have Chris Whiter next. Sorry, Chris Hegler. Forgive me, Chris. Chris is an expert in ESG investing.
Cool. Here, I'm going to give you this one.
Okay.
There you go. See here.
Chris, welcome.
Thank you.
Tell us where you come from and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, so I live in Atlanta and have had my whole professional career in Atlanta. But I work for a bank that's based in New York.
Great. Tell us a little bit about that.
Independence Point Advisors is a female-owned investment bank and ESG advisory firm. So our goal is to help companies take ESG and put it into their financing. So we're trying to get investment into companies that are doing the right thing for the environment and for social justice. And also to work with impact companies. So companies that are doing things to do something positive for the world, essentially, and help them with capital raises and get the funding that they need to actually build their company.
We're talking about trillions of dollars of funding.
Trillion. Well, I wish my company alone did trillions.
Right, sure.
But we're a small startup, an investment bank. But they say it's going to take at least by 2050, we will have to be investing $8 trillion a year to achieve our climate goals. So last year we were at about 1 trillion investment. They're thinking that we should be able to get to about 8 trillion by the mid 2030s, but it's still obviously a lot of money to achieve our goals.
Chris, why did you go this way? What led you to want to become this kind of professional and lead this charge?
Well, I've been working in sustainability for more than 10 years, helping companies. I worked for EY, helping companies to do the right thing for the environment, to build their business at the same time, and hopefully also to do the right thing for the people in society. And then just over the last couple of years, I figured out that unless we get the financial markets to really support this, if we get investors focused on it, if we get the capital funders, the people that have a lot of money focused on this, unless we do that, we can't achieve what we need to. And so I switched my career just recently.
So you have the financial skills and the desire to do good, but I mean, ultimately, this is a lot of money. Where is this money coming from? What businesses are we talking about investing the way you're talking about?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, the good news is money's come from a lot of different places, right? So first of all, you have the public markets. So the big public companies, a lot of them are investing a tremendous amount of money in new technologies here in the state of Georgia. SK, for example, Kia, Rivian, a lot of big public companies. And the big investors, like the BlackRocks, Fidelity, Vanguard, et cetera, are saying they want to put their money into companies like that. So you've got the big public companies, the big public markets where we all have our 401ks and things like that are shifting to be much more focused on those types of companies. Then you have the private markets. So this is venture capital, family offices, private equity, and they are all beginning to invest more and more in that area. For example, last year, you guys might also know last year was a little tough time in the markets. And venture capital actually decreased last year, but not in their investment in energy transition. That actually went up. And in the United States, $20 billion worth of capital from just the venture group went into energy transition. So the private markets are doing it. There's also philanthropic dollars, of course, and we've seen a lot of that today. A lot of people talking about philanthropic numbers, things like that, that are helping. Some of that philanthropic investment is what's called catalytic investment. So they're specifically investing so other more traditional investors are interested in investing in something. And then, of course, you've heard a lot today about government grants and tax funding, and that's how other things get paid for.
There's a fair amount of controversy recently about ESG. How do you respond to that from the people who are saying we shouldn't be requiring it?
I try so hard not to roll my eyes when that happens, because I want to ask the question is like, do you really not think companies should do the right thing for the environment? Or do you really think it's okay for companies to pollute just in order to make money? Or, do you really think that maybe we shouldn't pay our employees fairly? or things like that. My perspective is that companies that are well governed, which is the G in ESG, that take good care of our natural resources, they don't waste, they do take good care, and then also are responsible to the people that work for them, to their customers and to their communities. They're just well-run companies. So why would you not want to invest in them?
Thank you so much for that. Is there a specific website or company we can point folks towards for more information? How do folks get in touch with you?
It's independencepoint.com.
Independencepoint.com. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Chris. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you.
I'm glad that I don't handle my own investment because I don't know what I'm doing.
Tell them you want a sustainability portfolio.
There we go.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris. We now have Barbara Hawthorne, who stepped in. Barbara is the board chair of Keep McIntosh Beautiful. And thank you so much for coming today.
Fantastic. I think we'll give her that.
First, I want to say welcome again to this beautiful, beautiful county. How Keep McIntosh Beautiful started was a family who were picking up litter, and their neighbors joined in, and eventually that morphed into Keep McIntosh Beautiful. And we have a whole bunch to keep beautiful here.
Well, it's a beautiful place. This is now my third visit down here, I think. So what is it that you do to keep McIntosh beautiful? What are your priorities?
Our mission is working together to keep McIntosh County clean, green, and beautiful. And I'd like to talk a little bit about the beautiful. We have a program that's very busy where we work with folks who have abandoned buildings. A lot of these folks, relative have died, and leave them a building. Maybe it's been 30 years since it's been lived in. We have an affordable program to help them. We started in 2016, and right now, today, we've torn down 25, 8 of those in the last fiscal year. If you go down our main street, you'll see a sign on a very dilapidated house that in the next few days, we're going to be tearing down, helping the owner tear down.
And give us an example of some of your other upcoming projects, Barbara.
One that it doesn't sound exciting, but it's exciting to us is every year we do a litter survey. And generally it's the same people and we go out and drive the same route every year. And we assign numbers to each area. And then we have a comparator, whether we're improving or not improving on our litter prevention.
How are we doing in that regard?
We stay pretty even, which is good. I mean, if we notch up, it's very incrementally, but that's good because that means that people are thinking.
And are there opportunities for folks to volunteer to do trash pickup in the community?
Absolutely, absolutely. Our one this spring was really gangbusters, mounds of trash.
Fantastic. What is the most challenging aspect for running this organization?
Passive resistance. We've got so many issues in our lives right now. We have the economy, we have violence, just all kinds of things. Our politics, just that we're all so busy. I mean, we're worrying about what we're going to fix for dinner tonight and who has time to recycle. And we're really trying to break into that cycle and calculate not littering and recycling.
You might have seen, everybody, when you came into the hotel today, that there was a trash bin out front of the hotel that was donated actually by Cox Conserves. We have 5 of them, I believe,
Yes.
now in this community.
I'd love to talk about that. We are adjusting the signage on. You can see the one outside for how we can recycle in McIntosh County. And we are looking for forever homes for these units. And you can get a hold of us or contact us at keepmcintoshbeautiful.com.
Fabulous. Okay, Barbara, thank you so much. Keep up the great work. Appreciate you being here. All right, Tim, I think that's the 2 o'clock hour, if I'm correct. Oh, we got one more. Brock. Brock made it. Excellent. Come on. Brock. Welcome, sir.
How are you?
Good
To see you.
Let me give you one of these. There you go. Come on in, have a seat.
Hello, everyone.
So Brock is a local architect in the region who specializes in renewable projects, sustainability projects.
We're going to wing it.
We are. I've got you here somewhere. But Brock, tell us about you and how you got interested in sustainable architecture.
Well, it was a cloudy day. I was born during a hurricane in Texas that spawned tornadoes up into Dallas, Texas, and here I am. So ever since then, the weather and the environment have been capital in my time and investments. So.
No, I'm sorry. Your name is Brock, and your business name is New Brock Architects.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm just
keep
checking.
it fresh.
I love it. Okay.
So that way, I should say, so that I don't have to say Tobaban over and over.
Tobaban.
It's
I think
a
that's
tough
a cool
one.
name. I think that's a cool name.
Yeah.
It's better than Orford. Come on. Okay. So you're an architect. Architect. So how are architects thinking about sustainability? How are they thinking about sustainability and building design?
It's the first thing I think about when I wake up and the last thing before bed, right? So, no, I think the earlier discussion, she was talking about passive resistance. I think we deal with that a lot as architects. I mean, there's lots that we could do in every single project that we don't necessarily do, but I think things are holistically moving in the right direction. I mean, folks out here today, you've learned a lot so far, right? So, gonna learn more. Maybe not from me, but
I don't know about that. What are some of the questions you're asking clients who you take on in terms of sustainability as you prepare designs for them?
well, one, what do they know about as far as what are the available technologies and methods and things that we can do on a low tech level and then up through very high tech specialized equipment that can make a big difference. So it's all just about starting with the client's knowledge. I mean, obviously with each project, you have a specific background with that client, so you might already know some of that, but seeing what their priorities are and what they know about, and then trying to fill in the gaps with what some possibilities might be. So education, I think, is a big part of it. So
My own experience with clients is that the first question that they usually ask is, how much is that going to cost?
Yeah, that's a good one.
How do you talk to them about cost for this stuff?
Yeah, so cost, I mean, it's a case by case, item specific scenario. I mean, if say sustainability technologies add 10-20% on a project cost, that might then pay for itself within the next 5 to 7 years or so, or less in some instances. But depends on if you're talking about geothermal heating and cooling, you're talking about passive daylighting, orienting windows to the north where you're not getting direct hot sun that you then have to cool the air, using exterior overhangs and blocking sun outside the building envelope versus inside with shades at windows and things. So up through highly technical geothermal systems that I've worked on several projects here in the community that we use geothermal, and massive commercial project geothermal paid for itself in about 7 years. So, and now they're saving tons of money every year on their electricity. So,
Brock, you were involved in the school rebuilding here, is that correct?
That's correct.
Tell us about that a little bit.
So Todd Grant Elementary, I'm sure a lot of you are very familiar with. A lot of you probably know the old facility that was there. So we had to kind of come in and work around the existing facility and do a multi-phase project, which a lot of you guys probably know. But, one thing that we were able to do there as far as sustainability, just the orientation of the building. I mentioned north-facing windows. So all the windows in the classrooms there face south and north. So that is, it laid out around the existing building that we had to work around in the multi-phase, but when you face the classroom windows predominantly north and south, you can control that light with overhangs. So it's just a part of the roof. So at the building, the courtyards are between those classroom wings that are all facing north and south with the windows. So that, on a baseline, is a low-tech solution that provides a lot of cost savings and other things. But I can continue on about that building, but
Brock, what do you think, what's something you can leave the folks here with today to be thinking about in terms of they're going to be renovating their home, or they have something they want to do, or just in this field of sustainable architecture, which is definitely growing across the country?
Yeah, I mean, several things you can do. One, LED light fixtures are much more energy efficient than the older technologies. I mean, that's one thing. Your appliances through the higher efficiency appliances make a big difference. Sort of starts there, I guess, with renovation work. If you're going to do a larger scale renovation, paying attention to the windows and the direction that they face and that sort of thing can make a big difference on your heat gain inside the building envelope.
Where can people contact you to get more information about this if they want to learn more?
The website is newbrock.com, and so you don't have to worry about spelling Tobaden. My email is brock@newbrock.com. Pretty simple. No Tobaden. So,
Brock's a real pleasure to meet you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Brock, for coming up. All right, Mr. Echols, are you coming up? Or Nick, you are.
Come on, you all keep on going. Come on.
No, come on. So this is my moment. Where is Tim? Where'd he go? Honey?
Commissioner Echols.
Commissioner Echols.
Is there a commissioner in the building?
Are you coming up? All right, this is my moment to say my piece. I don't have a painting for you, Tim, at the moment, but Adam, you did introduce Tim and I, and from the get-go, it was like, who is this man? I've come from California, where we've been leaders in renewable energy and sustainability in the country. And I was like, wow, wait a minute. Georgia's this far advanced. Georgia's got leaders like this. This is truly extraordinary. And since Tim and I met, it has been, as he said, talking every day. And Tim is a tireless leader for this state. I mean, he will come here, drive to Macon that day, come back the next day. For meetings that we had, we stopped at businesses, we cleaned up trash. He has been and said yes to everything. How can we make a difference? What can we do? And we've become friends through this. And to me, that's the most rewarding thing of all. But Tim Echols is a tremendous leader, and we are very fortunate to have him in this state. And I'm very fortunate to call him a friend. So thank you so much, Tim.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's very kind. I do love this job. I remember sitting in Truett Cathy's office when I was just a young man, 21 years old. I went to get that store he promised me when I met him when I was 17, and I had set some goals in college to be a statewide elected official. And he said, I have a store for you in Texas or Ohio. Which one do you want? I said, sir, I'm 21. My fiance, Wendy, who we've now been married 40 years, was sitting beside me. I needed a job. We were getting married. And I said, sir, I can't leave the state. Why can't you leave the state? Because I'm going to run for statewide office. And I walked away from a Chick-fil-A store that day. And it took a very long time for the right opportunity. We talked about timing a lot today. It took a very long time for the right opportunity for me to come, but that opportunity opened up when I was 49 years old, and I ran for office and been serving ever since. I love this job, and would be happy to die in this office. So,
well, I also want to share that there has been no one who has been more welcoming to me as a newcomer to the state and someone who's working in service to the state for the next generation in the state. We don't always have to agree on everything. We share some of the most fundamental and important values. And so it has been a pleasure and an honor to get to know you and to work with you on this stuff. So Commissioner, I really do just thank you very much. I don't know what's next on the agenda.
Yeah, we're bringing Timothy. We're bringing Jamie. Timothy. We're bringing Timothy Miller up from the Georgia Forestry Association.
Fantastic.
Are we making an MC switch here or no? Okay. No, why don't you come on up, Nick?
Keep working with what's working.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, come on up, Nick. You and Adam are going to have this one, and Timothy Miller, welcome.
Perfect. Thank you. Adam, you keep on going.
All right. Well, first of all, Timothy, welcome, and tell us a little bit about the Georgia Forestry Association to get started, please.
Yeah, well, thank you for being here, and I'm glad I got the mic that's a little bit dimmer because I talk loud. So
we haven't figured this out at all, really. These two are so different. Okay.
Well, like was said, my name is Timothy Miller. I'm with the Georgia Forestry Association. So I handle all of our grassroots advocacy efforts, membership. I do work for our foundation on the carbon side of things. But we were founded originally in 1907. I'll be really short. This isn't a history lesson. We were founded in 1907 to advocate on behalf of landowners, forest industry, the natural resource field up at the Capitol on the state level and at local level. And then our foundation focuses on the kind of the education side of things, environmental resources and stuff like that. So I'd just like to say too, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today in this beautiful city and get to talk a little bit about forestry sustainability and renewability with you guys.
Well, I know, Timothy, that trees provide an incredible benefit to our state and our environment. How does the GFA specifically promote sustainability?
Yeah, I think the easiest way to really consider how GFA and our foundation, how we like to talk about forestry, is really we're positioning forestry as a solution. And it's a solution to a lot of the problems we deal with on a day-to-day basis. The group we're talking about here is titled Land, Air, and Water. And we don't really think about it, but forestry touches each and every aspect of that. On the land side, 60% of our state is covered in forest land. We're also the 6th most biodiverse state in the nation. And that's really because of those forests. And it's because of the ability to have differing age structures and differing management techniques and differing variations that our professional foresters across the state help implement. On the air side, we all know that forests sequester and pull carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases out of the air, convert, store that carbon within the wood, and then produce oxygen, which we all kind of need. And then finally on the water side, they act as a natural filter. So this is a quick stat here, 57% of Georgians actually rely on forested watersheds for their drinking water every day. I know down here you guys deal with the aquifers and stuff like that, but you got to think about Atlanta and a lot of our urban centers up in North Georgia. All of that comes through forested watersheds, and they act as a natural filter to help pull pollutants and sedimentation and other things out of those waters and save us energy costs on the utilization of those waters as well.
So, this is a business association, as I understand it, and that means that we're talking about the development of products, of use of the marketplace. So how are we using a marketplace to promote sustainability and so on?
Yeah, it's kind of the carrot concept, essentially. So, what we're focusing on is driving a circular economy. And in that sense, we're planting seedlings. Georgia leads the nation in seedling production. We plant between 250 to 300 million seedlings every year. We also, just on a sustainability point here as well, we're growing 48% more tree volume and wood volume than we harvest every year. So yes, we're harvesting, and yes, we're utilizing forest products, but we're growing considerably, and we've been growing since the 1950s. Out there in the coffee, I was drinking a coffee earlier, and I saw the cup as a recycled paper cup. That all drives into that circular economy. I do want to set a stage real quick, kind of to answer this question too, and provide a little bit of some concept and background around how markets are so important for keeping forests as forests. So the U.S. Forest Service put out a study across the Southeast, and it looks at what are the biggest risk factors for forest land. And you may think it could be natural disaster, maybe fire, pests, other things like that. And it wasn't. It was conversion to non-forest uses. So the study looked between now and 2060, it projected that we're going to lose anywhere from 12 to 24 million acres of forest land across the Southeast. To give you a little context on that, Georgia, we have 22 million acres of privately owned timberland. So it's essentially like taking the entire area of South Carolina or all the private forest in Georgia and paving over it. So why does that happen? Well, it's expensive to own timberland. Yes, you can make income when you sell, but it could be 30, 40, 50 years, depending on what species type you're growing, before those landowners actually see any kind of a return on their investment. They're going out, they're buying timberland, they're paying property taxes every year. And if you guys pay property taxes like I do, we know that Georgia has pretty high property taxes. So there's a significant factor there that comes into play. So it has to be economically viable, and that really comes through two areas. I know I'm droning on a little bit on this one, but one of those is utilization of current markets, and the other one's expansion of developing markets. We have our current markets where we look at lumber, we look at, to reference toilet paper, and other aspects that are out there, but there's over 5,000 different products that forest products are utilized in, all the way up to your cell phone screen. And there's a lot of development happening. To your point, we're continuing research and development. So we're looking at new and innovative ways to increase sustainability in other industries as well. That's through kind of three big, really interesting ones right now. One's sustainable aviation fuel. So utilizing forest byproducts to create aviation fuel. Another one is through mass timber, which I can talk about in a little bit. And then the third one is focused on lignin. So utilization of lignin to create batteries for EVs.
Well, Timothy, I have the unfortunate job of playing you off here, but I know that there's a lot more information you can provide, and I hope folks will stick around to ask you much, much more about the GFA and all the great work that you're doing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming down. Thank you. Let's give it up for Timothy. Yes.
I ask my students, do they know where trees, sort of the mass of the tree comes from? You don't think about it. A lot of people think, oh, it must be from the water, it must be from the dirt, but there's no hole. Like the tree grows and it doesn't take stuff out of it. Trees are made out of air.
Doc, I thought it was magic. Come
It's
on.
not magic. Trees are made out of CO2, out of air. That's where the carbon comes from. All right.
Who do we have up next? I believe it's
I don't
Jamie
know.
King.
Jamie King, okay.
Jamie King. Come on, Jamie, come and join us. Jamie, thank you. Jamie is joining us from Zulu, and tell us a little about Zulu, what its history, and what can you tell us about its marine operations?
Well, thanks for having us today. Yeah, my name is Jamie King. We're with a company called Zulu Marine. We are a family-owned and operated business. We were started in 2006. We're a group of marine contractors with offices based in Wilmington, Savannah, and hopefully soon right here in Darien. And we do a wide variety of work, from UAV work to
What's that? What's UAV?
drones, drone surveys, aerial work, to disaster recovery work. We worked on the Golden Ray, to mostly what I'm here to talk about today, which are living shorelines.
Well, that's an excellent segue into the next question, which is, what is a living shoreline?
Yeah, a living shoreline, it can mean a variety of things, but at the heart of it, it's a engineered, stable, natural alternative to bulkheads or riprap to help protect eroding upland. So
For those who don't know what riprap is, what is riprap?
Riprap would be like the large granite or small granite stones. It varies in sizes that you'll see along roadways or along creek banks, especially here in Georgia with our 8 to 10 foot tidal range. Essentially, it's an effort to stop that eroding. We have a natural alternative to that takes a low functioning, really zero purpose cut bank, 6 to 8 foot cut bank, and creates a high functioning marsh that also provides essential fish habitat and helps create a natural environment that's both resilient and stable, protecting your property.
Now, Jamie, a lot of marine habitats are especially fragile that are out there. What is Zulu doing out there to especially protect these, and how does it impact them?
Well, over the years since 2006, we started off as kind of treasure hunters. We quickly went into disaster response when our vessel got called up to go to the BP oil spill in the Gulf. We've worked on like I said, on the Golden Ray. So over time, we now have a large fleet of vessels and highly trained individuals that know how to work in sensitive marine areas like salt marsh with submerged aquatic vegetation. We remove giant boats from the marsh when hurricanes comes through. We clean up oil spills from the marsh. So we're kind of the group that comes in after the disaster, and we've learned over time how to work in these environments and have even developed our own equipment to work in environments so we're not destroying what we're trying to restore.
Well, Jamie, thank you so much on this fascinating subject that is here. I hope you'll please stick around. I got lots more questions to ask you here at the end.
Absolutely. Yeah.
How do we find out more about Zulu and all that?
Yes.
Yeah, we've got a table back there, or it's zuludiscovery.com.
That's perfect. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you.
All right, and next up we have Fred Hay from Sapelo Island coming up to join us. Fred. Hey, it's good to see you here.
Yeah, one of these. All right. Well, so Sapelo Island DNR, Department of Natural Resources. Correct. Okay. So where do we start? I think I'm going to assume that people know what DNR is for a second. I've asked me to tell me a little bit about what the sort of sustainability mission is at Sapelo and how that's changed.
Well, one of the tenets of sustainability is living in perpetuity within the constraints of your environment. And what's changing on Sapelo, most notably, is sea level rise. We are contending, a lot of the infrastructure on these barrier islands is, of course, on the edges of the islands. That's where your docks are. That's where your septic tanks can be if you've got bathrooms and things like that. So as we're siting new facilities and as we're making improvements to facilities, we're trying to consider the long-term effects and impacts of sea level rise. It's very expensive, and it's it's based on a lot of data that it can't truly be projected out in a reliable way. So you have to do the best you can with what you think the data are showing you. You build things a little higher, you make them resilient in other ways. So,
Brent, you've got some really big news, specifically related to the ferry that we were talking about on the elevator ride down, some of the other attendees, but please share us with the good news.
yeah, it'll be out at your charging station. There. No, I'm just kidding. So I'm curious, how many of you in this room, I mean, I assume this is the sustainability. I mean, these are the people who care about this. How many of you personally own an electric vehicle? Not company sponsored, but yeah. Okay, definitely more than the average, right? Well, this ferry, I think of it as a 60-ton Tesla. I'm trying to think of ways to characterize it, and for my upline, because there's a lot of unknowns associated with going electric. I don't know how many of you are from the county, but there's something comforting about cranking up a big diesel engine in the morning and hearing that thing rattle. And to get away from that, it's a change of thought. It's a complete change of the way we do business. And here in the United States, there is not a developed industry around electric propulsion in the marine world. So we've gotten this federal money, and hopefully it's going to do what federal money does best, which is spurs industry growth. And I think there are about 9 states, including Georgia, looking to replace old diesel propulsion ferries with electric ferries. From the outside, it'll look a lot like the boat looks now. It'll just, I really can't wait. It's going to be quiet. And there will be no fuel truck at the dock every Wednesday to fill us back up.
I'm going to take a point of personal privilege and tell you that my father worked on the Alaska Marine Highway System, ferry system, for 45 years as a marine engineer. I've been inside those gigantic diesel engines, and you got to wear headphones, like your phones and all the rest of it. So
just something about it.
It would be incredible to see a transition to an electrified fleet of ferries at some point. I look forward to seeing this.
We're excited.
Okay, so for coastal residents, folks living out this way, what do you sort of suggest for them for living sustainably and contributing to what we're talking about today?
So I'm preaching to the choir here, but truly sustainable living is not easy. It's not easy. It's contrary to most of what we do, as a culture, as a society. It's not easy. And in the coastal environment, what I would tell you is think more water. Are you killing weeds with chemicals? Are you then fertilizing to maintain a lawn that probably wasn't part of the ecosystem before you got there? So I generally tell people, when I think sustainability, you've got to reduce your consumption. You've got to reduce your footprint, walk, bike, maybe catch a ride with a friend. These are small things. I mean, you guys, some of the presenters today have given me such encouragement because we need systemic change. But for the individual, you've got to find ways to reduce your impact and think of everything we do goes into the estuary right behind us here. And so that's really the difference to me between sustainability if you were living in Morgan County and Madison versus living in Darien, for example.
Well, Fred, as somebody who is quite jealous of this new electric ferry and often rides a gas diesel powered one over there across the Savannah River, congratulations on all of your great work, and I can't wait to see it.
Thank you. We'll let you know when it's ready.
Thank you so much. All right. Well done, Fred. All right. Next up, we have Alan Shedd coming up here from Oglethorpe Power to share with us his experiences there. Doc, I got to tell you, I don't know what I'm going to walk away with here between the electric ferry, throwing our tree canopy out there, but I got a lot of stuff to bring home way up north to Savannah. Alan, thank you so much for joining us.
Glad to be here.
EMCs are rural cooperatives mostly. How have sustainability initiatives changed through the years for them in your perspective?
Well, I think the important thing to keep in mind is sustainability is just kind of a fancy word for what we've been doing since our creation. Electric co-ops are about serving our members, the folks we supply electricity to. So throughout history, we've been involved in helping them, live more comfortably, save energy. It's just part of what we do. And one more thing I'd like to suggest to the group, a little bit of a challenge. We're celebrating Earth Day, and I don't want to downplay that, but we need to keep this in mind the rest of the year. This isn't a once a year kind of thing. This is what we need to do.
I agree wholeheartedly. Tell us, you're involved in a lot of different things. There's some school solar, there's EV stuff. What do you want to tell us about the school solar maybe?
Well, so that was a project we started back in 2005 through Green Power EMC. Back then, solar wasn't as widespread as it is today, and we thought the best thing we could do with the limited resources we had was education, help kids understand what the challenges and the opportunities were for it. So we started a program, we have curriculum, it's going on today. So 20 years later, still a thing.
Well, there's a massive adoption of EVs. More production lines are on the way. They're going to be built here locally. How are you adapting to EVs and EV chargers for your members' lives and at their facilities?
Well, just as I led off with, obviously, education first and foremost. There's a lot of, I'd say, misinformation or perhaps less than actual information. Go to a dealership. You know, I took my car in for service not too long ago, and they said, "Oh, you're here for your oil change."
Yeah.
You know, I got free oil changes for 2 years with my electric car. I wish them well on figuring out how to put that in. There are folks who buy an electric car and then they get it home and they say, "Oh my gosh, I have no idea where or how to plug this thing in." So we feel it's our mission to help them understand how to use it more effectively and encourage them. You know, we don't want to discourage the technology. We're not necessarily technology advocates. We want to provide information and help people make informed decisions.
I have to tell you, I was getting my registration in California for the Bolt, and they asked me about my smog check, and I had to tell them I don't have a tailpipe. There's no, what do you want me to do? And it took them a while. They eventually just let me kind of go on that business. So you've also got an EV, I understand, is a Kia EV6. Is that right? Tell me a little bit about that. I guess you're going to be leading our parade. I'll be right behind you. Why are EVs so important to you?
Well, I've been messing with EVs for more than 50 years. I mean, 1973, Arab oil embargo. You know, as a high school kid, transportation is critical to your identity, right? Now, suddenly, overnight, gasoline went to $1 a gallon. And, you know, that's getting into my good times. So I said, how hard can this be? I'll build an electric car. Well, it took me about 20 years to actually build one. The first one we built was with a group of high school kids. And it became the first student-built electric vehicle in Georgia. And the rest is history, as they say.
Fantastic. Nicely done.
Wow.
Yeah.
Alan, well, and I understand you haven't stopped innovating there. Do I understand that you have a sustainable river house?
You know, again, sustainability, fancy word for what we should just do as a common sense thing. You know, we did a lot of things in renovating the house that are just smart business. I mean, we insulated it well. We did add solar and battery backup, primarily for resiliency's sake. You know, we have power gets interrupted frequently when we have a tropical storm come through. It could be 5 days before power is restored because we're kind of in a remote area. So solar gives us the ability to enjoy all the comforts of home, you know, courtesy of the sun and a little bit of battery backup.
That's incredible, Alan. Well, how can residents find out more and connect with you?
Well, the best thing to do is contact your local electric cooperative. Coastal Electric, of course, serves this area. By all means, go to their website and find out. You can also, you know, reach me, although if you go to oglethorpepower.com, you're not going to learn a whole lot about Oglethorpe Power. Is sort of, we serve the electric cooperatives of Georgia, but really our outreach is through our member cooperatives like Coastal Electric. So that's probably the best way to go.
Well, Alan, it's very encouraging to hear all the great work that you're doing. Keep it up, and look forward to seeing you out there.
Well, thanks for inviting me.
Let's give him a hand.
Thank you so much.
Come on.
I am a happy VMC customer as well. Walton VMC is my service provider. Yep, good stuff. They're great.
Yeah, and we've got Jazz Watts.
Jazz Watts? I haven't seen Jazz.
Nope, Jazz not coming up. Wait.
Who we got Brian. We got Brian.
Brian is coming up to us. Also a good stand-in for Jazz Watts. I was going to give him a compliment of the coolest name ever.
Jazz is a cool guy.
Brian
Flick,
Flick.
right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's
all
all
right. Here you go. Let me give you this.
Thank you.
Hold on.
I'll take it. Go ahead. All right, Brian, you're Associate Marine Extension Director. And yeah, we're gonna.
That's all right. It's getting a little hotter.
You are the Associate Marine Extension Director at
University of Georgia's Marine.
I got it here. There we go.
Let's do that one.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. And so at University of Georgia's Marine Extension and Georgia's Sea Grant Program. So I'm based out of Brunswick, because right down the road.
Okay. So tell us about the connection between Georgia's coastal environment and sustainability of, say, like fishing industries.
Sure.
Okay.
All right. So hopefully everybody in the room here likes to eat seafood, but you really don't have to look very far to see that connection. You look out the window and we see our marshes, we see our rivers. We are very fortunate in this state to have some of the most productive coastal ecosystems in our entire United States, and particularly these salt marshes. That really is what is a primary nursery ground for our biggest fisheries, such as shrimp, crab, clams, oysters. And by having that, these are renewable resources. And this is why you have management of these resources, both at a state, interstate, and federal level. But this is something for generations. Our communities here, our cultures have relied on these marshes to make a living out of. So whether that is harvesting clams, whether that's going offshore and catching fish, we are very fortunate to have that. And particularly our biggest industry here, shrimp fishery, this is an annual crop essentially. And they have to have those salt marshes in order to thrive and survive. Same thing with our blue crab, which is our second largest commercial fishery. And now, and you're going to hear a little bit more about aquaculture and coming up, but even things like farm clams, we're starting to farm oysters, where if we don't have that water quality, we don't have those nursery grounds, the salt marshes, we don't have it. So they go hand in hand.
And Brian, it's not lost on me. We're here today at the Blessing of the Fleet here. What are the biggest challenges and opportunities ahead for our fisheries?
So a lot of times when we think about sustainability, we often think of from an environmental context, which is absolutely critical, but you can't ignore the socioeconomic aspect. Again, generations of fishermen, bless you, have been fishermen. It's not something that you necessarily go to UGA to become a shrimper. You learn it from your father, your uncle, your siblings. But it's been harder and harder for a lot of our fishing industry members to make that living. When you're in many cases getting the same price for your product, but fuel goes up, infrastructure changes, regulations, all that's part of part of the system. But that is something where we experience what's called grain of the fleet. Our vessels are getting older, the fishermen are getting older, but there's renewed interest. And we know in our food systems, that's one of the things people come here for our coast. They want to see those boats out there. They want to be able to go to the restaurant and say, this shrimp was literally caught this morning, and now I'm eating it with our low country boil. And so I do think there's a lot of initiatives right now connected to our tourism. Also just even innovation with food products. I think that's something else that's been really interesting that, Georgia, we have the only active jellyfish fishery in the United States right now, which is fascinating out of here in McIntosh County. Don't know how many of you have ever eaten jellyfish, but largely a large part of that is exported overseas because of various, tariff, political factors. We've had some restrictions, but we have food scientists right now actually, instead of it looking at a direct consumption market, they're looking at things like collagen that's being developed from the jellyfish. That might be an alternative market. So I think between people's, love for local food systems and supporting these communities and keeping the way, traditionally that we've had it, as well as some innovation with new technologies, even new types of fishing gear. You'll hear from Charlie Phillips here in a little bit, but we've been working with him and some other researchers on some gear types for black sea bass pots, which is a fishery that we have in the winter. But because we have right whales that come down here and calf, sometimes they're restricted in where they can go. But now we're looking at some different types of gear that might allow fishermen to fish and want to have the whale's presence. And that's a huge opportunity to be a win-win for conservation and our fisheries.
Wow. So you're an expert, of course, in fisheries and also then waterways protection. And let's combine those two things together. Boaters, folks out in a commercial fleet, whether that pleasure craft, whatever, how do folks in boaters, protect waterways that they are using for recreation?
Absolutely, great question. And we've heard a lot of this from today. One of the simplest things, debris, stash your trash. It's something, a good way to remember whether you are a recreational boater or commercial. That debris ends up on our beaches, our waterways, or ingested by our marine life. So just something like as simple as that can go a very long way. But if you do have your boat, it's also maintaining it, making sure, a little bit of oil can go a long way of negatively impacting these marshes. So making sure that proper maintenance vessels and keeping your vessels clean. And I think the other thing too is just being alert of wildlife around you while you're out there having a good time.
All right. Well, Brian, how do folks find out more about UGA Marine Extension?
Yeah. So if you go to our website, it's gacoast.uga.edu, and you can find lots of information from fisheries and seafood to our coastal resources out here. And thanks for you guys having this event.
Great. Thank you so much.
Take care.
All right. Let's give her a hand. All right, Ira Pearl is coming up to join us now. Ira, come on down. I wish we had the big wheel like The Price is Right, to come and spin this, Tim, for next year. All right, Ira.
I'm going to give you one of those and one of those.
So tell us a little about yourself. Introduce us for you.
Well, I've been working in the energy and environmental sustainability and renewables business for about 25 years. I've led environmental programs at 2 major Fortune 500 companies, as well as a privately held very large company here in Georgia. and know a lot about decarbonization strategy and have helped companies build sustainability programs.
Well, I know that more and more companies and even cities like Savannah have net zero carbon goals that are out there. What are the real world challenges to meeting these goals, and how do you overcome them?
That's a great question. And you got to think along, there's a continuum. There are public entities and private entities and companies, small, medium, and large, that are at different points along their sustainability journey. Some are just starting out, some are sort of midway, and others have very mature programs. But even those with mature programs build strategies that fall apart when the real world hits them, right? Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face, according to Mike Tyson. So the challenges are, let's start with like scope 1. And scope 1 emissions are the things that you directly emit, whether you're burning a fuel, natural gas, vehicle fleets. Most of the EVs, and we talk a lot about that today, are made for private users, not commercial fleets. So to get the kind of vehicles you need, let's say you're Georgia Power or Atlanta Gaslight, and you've got a bunch of trucks running around town doing service orders, and there's not a vehicle that has the kind of durability that you need, the battery life. The Ford E-Transit's a great vehicle. It's got 110-mile range. So if your technician goes more than that, and also a lot of the folks who have those kind of technicians are home-based. They work from home. So you got to make sure, do they live in a place where I can install a charger? And if they don't, how do I charge it? So these are the kind of challenges. And on the flip side, just the infrastructure needs, whether it's transformers, switchgear, EV chargers, there may be 6, 9, 12 months of lag time before you can get that equipment in. So the trick is to plan really carefully, to stay the course, think about piloting the program, understand how it works for your fleet, and then wait for the supply chain to sort of catch up. On the scope 2 side, which is the electricity you buy and the emissions associated with that, the best thing most companies can do and the easiest thing is to reduce the amount of energy used. You've heard people talk about energy conservation today, LED lights, retroactively commissioning your HVAC systems. Anybody ever work in an office where there's somebody freezing in one corner, somebody's roasting in another corner because the system doesn't work right? Really inefficient. But right now, one of the biggest challenges is we've just come off of a couple of years where the availability of renewables has dropped off. We had embargoes in the US. We were boycotting certain regions of China. The Department of Commerce just completed an investigation that said China was dumping solar panels in the Pacific Rim. And the administration gave them about 1.5 years, 2 years stay of execution. But pretty soon, those are the biggest suppliers in the world. We have to make up for that supply somewhere. And not only that, but there's about 2,000 entities in the world with net zero goals, whether it's governmental or private companies or public companies. And there's a lot of competition, a lot of demand. And what happens when you have demand and supply out of whack? We all experience inflation. So, right now, a virtual power purchase agreement you could have bought in 2019 for less than $30 a megawatt hour. That's 3 cents a kilowatt hour. Now it's going to cost you between $50 and $60, or 5 to 6 cents. That's almost double. So, but it's almost like dollar cost averaging. I can't tell you that the price is ever going to go down again. I can't tell you it's going to go up. So just like your 401k and your stock market, get in the market, learn a little bit, wait and see what the price does. The price of conventional energy is going to go up over time, and eventually those two lines will cross again, and renewables will be in the money.
We like to, after an answer like that, say there's a lot to unpack there, and then
There
really
is.
we could dig into it for the next hour. But I'm going to ask you about some other emerging technologies and sort of what are you excited about? What's coming on? Is it batteries? Is it smart grid? Is it what your companies get excited for?
I think there's a lot of different things. Batteries are going to be absolutely critical because of the intermittent nature of the renewables we have. And there's really cool battery technology that's evolving right now that gets away from just the very expensive and exotic lithium ion. We don't have a lot of lithium ions in this country, but they're talking about ammonia ion, other types of batteries, iron air batteries that may be heavier, but you don't care because they're stationary. That's one thing. Microgrids where you have distributed generation, you might have solar, you might have wind, you might have a fuel cell, and being able to use electronics to optimize, whether I want to optimize for cost, for carbon, or for reliability if you live in an area that doesn't have a lot of reliability. I personally think that small modular reactors are going to be very big, but I think it's going to take 20 or 30 years before we have enough of them.
Okay, well, Ira, it's fantastic to meet you. Where can folks who want to get more advising on this kind of stuff reach out to you? How can they?
Just hit me up on LinkedIn. I'm the only Ira Pearl on LinkedIn.
Fabulous. All right. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure meeting
Thank you, Ira.
Pleasure.
Claps. Here we go.
Good to meet you.
looks like we have Charlie Phillips.
Charlie Phillips from the Fish Dock is coming on down. Charlie,
You want the quiet one?
come on down. It's good to see you.
Got all the mics all of a sudden here.
Hold on, take this one right here.
That one.
There we go. This one right here. Charlie, introduce yourself for us here. Looks like you have somewhere to be in just a few minutes, but tell us about yourself.
I'm Charlie Phillips, and I've been here probably either catching shrimp or fish or in the shellfish business since a long time ago, 50 years, give or take. But right now, we're still running fish boats, and I don't have shrimp boats anymore, but we're running fish boats, and what supports my boat addiction is my clam farm. So we grow a lot of clams, and we're impatiently waiting on the Corps of Engineers to give us our permits so we can start growing some oysters.
Well, Charlie, and you have the oldest and largest clam and oyster farm in Georgia. Can you tell us about your aquaculture practices and commitment to environmental sustainability?
Yeah, the UGA came to Roger DeWitt and I back 96, I guess, and asked us, do we want to grow some clams? So Roger and I talked about it, and we said, sure. So his dad had a lease, so we had an approved water lease to do it on. And they brought us some clams. They brought us 750,000 clams, the size of my thumbnail. Probably back in those days, about $15,000 worth of clams. They told us how to plant them in a bag and where to put them. And it was the absolute worst place you could ever grow a clam. So we ended up killing most of them. But we kept working, and we saved some, and we sold them, and we bought more. And I think the state gave us some more. And the next time we went to Mud Bottom, which worked much, much better. And we just kept changing gears. We went to Cedar Keys and copied some of their gears. They were using a bag culture. They decided they were having some fouling on the bags, so they decided that some of those guys down there were dipping their polyester bags in roofing tar, cutting it with gas, and which I didn't really like. So we never did that, and we just kept trying things to figure out what would work in our environment, because it's just so different than anywhere else. Nobody's got as much tides as we do on the East Coast until you get New England. Nobody's got the marsh that we have. So we have a really good environment for growing shellfish, but you just can't go somewhere else and copy it, because it's just different here. Even if you get to Charleston, you're looking 2 foot less tides or something.
So you're at the intersection of fishing, commercially, the aquaculture and environmental protection, correct?
Oh yeah, we try. It's not very often that you get to do something that's commercial and environmentally friendly, because the algae is the only thing the clams and oysters eat, and so they're just cleaning the water. We don't add anything. There's no steroids or chemicals or anything. All we do is grow clams, and they clean water. So the more we grow, the cleaner the water is.
Are there environmental challenges or anything to the work?
Yeah, it's a lot of work and finding help, and it takes 2 years to grow a clam from the size of a BB up to something that you can sell. And a lot of people really can't work for 2 years before they can get paid. So it's a long, oysters are going to be quicker, but they're going to probably be 10 times the work of clams. And so there's all trade-offs, but win, lose, or draw, this shellfish is really an environmentally friendly business. I mean, we've gone to great pains to place farms where there's no conflict with navigation or other fishermen, and there's been a lot of public comment. So the state has gone to great pains to try to make sure there's as little as conflict as possible.
Well, Charlie, you were doing farm to table before that was a buzzword and that was a thing. I mean, you are farm to table. So you got to tell us, what is your favorite or most special dish that you're most proud of?
Oh, I guess the nice thing about it is because my boats bring in golden tilefish January, February. And then when the tilefish are closed, then wreckfish are open right now. So I've got a wreckfish boat that's fishing in probably 1,500 feet of water, about 90 miles offshore. He'll be bringing in wreckfish Monday. So I love to be able to bring in stuff that most people don't even know we have off of Georgia. And that's not even counting the beeliners and triggerfish and black sea bass and stuff that we have inshore. It's just fun to be able to show and share with people what we really have off of here. There's a lot of people don't even know, especially up north, don't even know Georgia has a coast. So we have to train them.
Well, Charlie, it's been a real pleasure to spend some time with you up here. Please, everybody, go and check out Phillips Seafood that's out there, Sapelo Sea Farms, and Dock Bar and Grill. Please, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do we have Ernest?
Yes.
Ernest
Ernest McIntosh, come on up, Ernest. A pleasure. Please, Ernest, introduce yourself before us here. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay,
Yeah, that was hot.
Yes,
That was
it's
hot. You
hot.
want to try this one here? Hold on.
yes, I am Ernest L. McIntosh. I'm the owner of E.L. McIntosh and Son, and I've been farming. I've been commercial fishing for about 45 years. So it's been a long time. And
Well, tell us about your aquaculture, what we call aquaculture practices, and your commitment to sustainability.
well, agriculture farming is growing an oyster from a seed. We buy seeds from a hatchery, We started with UGA, started back about 9 years ago. And they asked if we wanted to be partnered with the state. So it started with 7 harbors for the state. And we was one of them. And we pretty much hung in there over the years. And we had one of the first for the state, So we would grow the seeds from small seeds, and we worked with the scientists, and that's where we at.
It's fantastic.
Oyster farming is real good for the water quality, and it cleans the water, It really does.
Tell me a little bit. So I don't know. Tell me a little bit about McIntosh oysters. And it's exactly what is it that makes a McIntosh oyster a McIntosh oyster? What's special about it? What's it taste like? It's different than anything else you ever tasted.
Well, we trademarked E.L. McIntosh oysters back some years ago. And the taste of the oyster is pretty much come with the taste of where it grows at. It's just like a wine. No oysters out of different waters will taste the same. It could be a mild different, and you got a different taste. So Harris Snake produce a great taste of water.
Well, you've got to tell us, speaking of on the water and a lifetime on the water, I'm sure you have some tall stories to tell, tall tales, and some legends. But can you please tell us what's the scariest thing that's happened to you out there on the water?
You really want me to tell you that?
I want to know.
No, this is real. I've been crabbing for 45 years, man. And I was out crabbing one day, and my father told me, keep a oars on the boat, an anchor. Young, didn't have it. This motor shut down with me in the middle of the sound. And I didn't have a paddle, and the tide was going out. So I didn't know really what to do, and I thought about what my dad said. And I tried and I tried and I prayed and I prayed, and I got down on my knees and I prayed and I said, you know what, Lord, what am I gonna do? you know, and this boat was steady drifting. I gave up. I laid on the bow of that boat and I went to sleep. I'm serious. And this boat drifted offshore. And when I woke up again, there was a guy out there in a little canoe boat, you know, and he hollered at me. He said, "Hey, man, you all right?" When I looked up, just amazing, you know what I mean? God had brought me from offshore back in. I guess what happened when the tide turned, it brought me back into the intercoastal waterway.
Yeah.
And this guy looked at me and said, "You all right?" I said, "Yeah, I'm all right." He said, "How long you been out here?" I said, "Man, all day." He said, "You want some water?" And this was a stranger, you know. I drank that water, man. So this is the strangest thing that ever happened to me.
Well, I got to tell you, there is no finer way to conclude our panel with that legend right there, that story. Ernest, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a real pleasure and a joy. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, sir.
And give a hand for all of our panelists who joined us here. All right. Jock, my co-panelist over here, come on in the pinch. And of course, Public Service Commissioner Tim Echols. Let's give it up for Tim.
All right. We got some awards that we're going to give out here as we conclude our day. Faith Henning's going to come up. And Faith, I'd like to have you sit right here, and then the award recipient will sit in the middle. And then I'm going to be down and give the award. We do have just a programming note. If you are going to the Low Country Boil today, you need, well, you can pay your own $5, or you can take this card and you'll go up to the Friendly Express. That's the gas station. There's a little gate there. And Amy Spinks, who did our commercials today from the chamber, she will give you a bracelet. And that bracelet's going to get you in to the Sacred Gate, and will let you then get into the Keys North restaurant and on out to the deck of that restaurant, where we will have a delicious Low Country boil. We're also going to give our final two awards out there, because we have one recipient stuck at an EV charger, and we have one EV stuck in traffic. So, Faith, is this the hot mic here? Maybe it is. Yeah.
All right, so we are giving away our Energy Matters Awards. This is the second year we've done these awards. The inaugural Energy Matters Awards were created in 2021 to support the vision of Public Service Commissioner Tim Echols to recognize environmental excellence from individuals, businesses, and communities throughout the state of Georgia. These awards encourage individuals and organizations to share their innovative and sustainable projects in the spirit of collaboration and knowledge sharing. Nominated projects were reviewed by a panel of Georgia leaders in sustainability, business, and education, and a winner was chosen for each category. The first awards were presented in 2022 in 15 categories. This year, we consolidated them down into 10 categories, which was much more reasonable. The categories judged this year were sustainability by a government, sustainability in an underserved or faith community, sustainability by a medium or small company, sustainability by a large company, sustainability by an individual, sustainability by an educational institution, EV implementation by a large company, EV implementation by an institution, CNG or propane implementation, and recycling reuse. We are happy to have several of this year's award winners here with us today to present their award in person. Each winner will receive a beautiful framed print of artist Sterling Everett's Docks at Darien piece, which was sponsored by YKK for the Energy Matters Awards. They will also be interviewed by Commissioner Echols for his radio show, Energy Matters. Please come join me on the stage as I call your name. We are going to start with EV implementation by a large company. The winner was Cox Enterprises. Y'all have already met Trey. Trey Benincosa is accepting this award. As he makes his way up, I'm going to describe what they were awarded for. So Cox Enterprises has a history of adopting new technology as its businesses transform. What started as a newspaper company gradually evolved into the cable and internet services provider in Cox Communications, and the acquisition of a Mannheim auto auction initiated the brand known as Cox Automotive. Innovation and adoption of new technology has always been key to the success of Cox. The emergence of electric vehicles has been no different. On the Cox Communications side, the company is evaluating how to incorporate electric vehicles into its fleet. The organization aims to initiate a pilot by the end of the year in various markets throughout its footprint. Switching to EVs requires new strategies to recharge the vehicles, and so Cox has been exploring the possibility of offering EV chargers to its employees who volunteer to participate in the pilot program. In this manner, Cox can maximize vehicle range by beginning the commute to the first job directly from an employee's house. On the Cox Automotive side, Cox has been investing in electric vehicle charging infrastructure throughout its network of Mannheim auto auctions and acquiring Spears New Technology, which recycles used electric vehicle batteries. Accepting on behalf of Cox is Trey Benencosa, Innovation and Technology Lead in Cox Conserves, the sustainability and engineering arm of the organization. For nearly 20 years, sustainability has played a key role at Cox Enterprises. Founded in 2007, Cox Conserves has spearheaded the deployment of energy efficiency measures behind the meter solar projects, a landfill gas renewable energy plant in Beckley, West Virginia, and large-scale renewable energy procurement aimed at reducing Cox's carbon footprint. With the launch of Cox Communications EV Pilot, the newest technology in the company's arsenal of emissions-reducing tools will be electric vehicles.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
It's an honor to be here and accept this award. This has been a tremendous event. Darien is beautiful. I cannot wait to come back. Honestly, it feels selfish to be up here and accept this award because there are so many fantastic people at Cox that have given us the ability to try all these new tools, develop these new businesses. So thank you to those folks at Cox, and I'll just say thank you to Commissioner Echols. This was a tremendous event. I can tell you put in a lot of hard work. And we talked about leadership today, and maybe a shortage of leaders in our younger generation. It's because we're spoiled, because we have people like you. So thank you very much for all of your service.
All right, our next award will be Sustainability by an Educational Institution, and that goes to City Schools of Decatur. And Christopher Young, is Christopher Young in the room? You step out. We'll move on to the next one. We have EV implementation by an institution. The Cobb County Fleet, Al Curtis is accepting that award. All right, so Cobb County has been a pioneer in energy efficient solutions in transportation for over 8 years. Currently, they have over 50 EVs in their fleet and have completed numerous trainings for their technicians. Cobb County Fleet has been consistently recognized and awarded by many of the top fleet media's outlets and best practices organizations, such as Government Fleet Magazine, Work Truck Magazine, Department of Energy, EPA, 100 Best Fleets in North America, Green Fleet North America, and National Association of Fleet Administrators. Cobb County Fleet Management is committed to utilize new and innovative practices and technology to aid in our sustainability efforts. They continue demonstrating their commitment to environmental stewardship as they work toward a more sustainable future. Some of their current accomplishments in their fleet electrification progress is the vehicle count is average 2,500 units. All electric vehicles are 50. Hybrid electric vehicles, they have 120, and most of them are in their police department. They have 4 electric motorcycles and 55 charging stations. They have received a $150,000 grant to install a solar array with a battery backup power for critical infrastructure, which they worked with Hannah Solar on. They were ranked in the top 50 leading fleet government and Fleet Magazine in March 21st of 2022. They were ranked in the top 100 best fleet in North America, March 31st of 2022. They produced multiple videos on electric and alt fuel vehicles. They created a GHG chart for user departments that displays their carbon footprint. They installed a 10 kilowatt rooftop solar array to charge electric vehicles and offset building grid chargers by 50%. They're currently on order a Ford Lightning, 3 of them, E-Transit, 1, hybrid and electric buses, 2 of them, and Ford Mustang Mach-E, 5 of those. Their National Association of Fleet Administrators Green Garage Contest, they ranked 10th in North America in December of 2021. The Green Fleet Award, they ranked 18th in North America in August of 2021. They were in the 39th in the 100 best fleets in North America. They were 18th in the Green Fleets of North America in 2021. And they have achieved all the points required in their category to aid Cobb in reaching the platinum level in the Green Communities Award. 37% of the vehicles put into service in 2022 were alternatively fueled vehicles, and they are partnering with Ingevity and the Department of Energy on a pilot program for absorbed natural gas.
It has been a busy, I'll say 9 to 10, 12 years. I can roll back to time and when I first met Tim Echols at a Georgia Environmental Conference. I was speaking there. He was actually there speaking as well. We took some pictures there as well. We had some in-depth conversations about environmental sustainability, how Georgia can lead. Just rolling back to 2014 when Georgia, a lot of people didn't know this. We have a lot of people from California. A lot of people didn't know that Georgia, we led in EV sales back in that day when we had the 7,500 tax credit for the state and also for the federal. So at that particular point, we as a government, we took advantage of that and bought our first 16 fully electric Nissan Leafs. We were the first early adopters in the state to deploy electrification. So you're thinking the chicken and the egg. So with the vehicles, we also got a donation from Nissan for a DC fast charger. And we used a lot of leverage in grant technology and grant programs to actually put charging infrastructure throughout the actual county. But that conversation that me and Tim had at that point at the Georgia Environmental Conference kind of sparked my interest totally in alternative fuels and also the EV space. So we have a large variety of alternative fuel vehicles. So we know electrification in all environments doesn't fit the bill. So we do propane, we do renewable natural gas, we do electric motorcycles, we do hybrid vehicles. So we try to check all the boxes. So when petroleum plants were shut down or when the pipeline shut down in Georgia, we were still able to be able to serve the citizens, the 755,000 citizens that we have in the county. And it's because forward thinking, it's because some of the partnerships we've had with Commissioner Echols and just wanting to be a spearhead, a pathfinder in environmental sustainability. And I thank everybody for attending. I thank Tim for inviting. And I just thank everybody in the whole audience that's doing what they can in their space for sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next award is for the CNG or propane implementation category. That was DeKalb County CNG Fleet. Robert Gordon is joining us from DeKalb County. DeKalb County began transitioning their sanitation fleet from diesel to CNG in 2011 and is now one of the largest government alternative fuel fleets in the nation. They currently have 360 CNG vehicles and 12 new trucks on order for delivery this last year. They also built 2 publicly accessible CNG stations, as well as supporting the development of at least 1 other public CNG station in DeKalb County. In 2020, their CNG usage exceeded diesel for the first time, and in 2021, they used 1.4 million gallons of CNG compared to 800,000 gallons of diesel.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just want to thank Tim and the Public Service Commission for recognizing us for the award. I also want to thank the Board of Commissioners of DeKalb County and the CEO, Michael Thurman, for putting faith in fleet management to carry on our sustainability program when it comes to natural gas. I don't know if y'all caught what she said a minute ago. Everybody today has been talking about carbon footprint and carbon emissions and reducing it. Not really sure what all that means to you, but when I tell you I offset 1.5 million gallons of diesel fuel by burning natural gas, most everybody can understand that, and that's in 1 year. And this year, we're going to even be more. We're going to be probably 1.8, 1.9 million gallons of natural gas and below 700 on diesel. To me, that's a big thing. My journey started with the natural gas when the boss came to him one day and said, "What do you know about trucks running on natural gas?" And I said, "I knew absolutely nothing." He said, "Well, write me a report. I need it by Friday." And that was in 2010. But once that was done, he come back to me and said, "Well, we're not going to do anything right now, but it's going to happen, Robert, in the future." And he said, "You need to become a guru." And I really dug into it. I went to California, I went to New York, I went all over the country where people was running it. When those first trucks, our pilot program was 42 trucks rolling out. That was the very first pilot in 2012. We're up to like 360 now. Huge amount of savings on fuel due to the fact natural gas is only about 210. On top of the fact we're pulling natural gas from our landfill, pulling methane, processing to pipeline quality natural gas, putting it in trucks to go pick up more garbage to make more gas. So to me, that is about as sustainable as you can possibly get. When you're looking at the full circle, that's what it does. Just a quick thing on electric. We only have about 20 electric vehicles today, but through the great folks at Georgia Power, we've put in 74 chargers that are up and running. And I got 46 more that'll be up and running by midsummer, along with 3 more projects of 50 each, which is awesome. And I have 100 to be purchased this year, fully funded. The Board of Commissioners approved. I'm going to buy at least 100 electric vehicles this year to move our program even further forward. So thank you very much and appreciate it.
Is Christopher Young in here now? No. Okay. I'm going to read off the rest of our award winners in the other categories. They weren't able to join us, but I want to recognize them, and then we'll turn back to the commissioner. Sustainability by a large company was Kia Georgia. The sustainability by an individual was John Noel. Sustainability by an educational institution, City Schools of Decatur. And then sustainability by a government, Athens Clarke County. Sustainability by a medium or small company was the Plant Riverside District in Savannah. Sustainability in an underserved or faith community was the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Atlanta. And recycling reuse was the Athens Composting Project.
Well, let's give it up for Faith, who ran the judges panel and did a phenomenal job. We will travel, as we did last year, to each of those people and give them their award. And if you are here and want to get your radio interview, we can do that here before the Low Country Bowl. We will. John Noel is en route, and Rick Douglas from Kia, from the factory. They're coming to get their award, and we're going to give them that award at the Low Country Bowl. It's going to be loud over there, but we'll talk loud. We probably won't read all of this over there. So with that, let me just recognize a few people as we close out our program. Steve Epstein in the back. Steve, thank you for your leadership with EVs and driving rideshare. Steve has probably introduced more people to electric vehicles in Georgia than anyone else because he does Uber and Lyft in an electric vehicle. Did you drive it down here? You got it out there? Yeah, of course. He's got it out there. Steve asked me, "Hey, how can I help you, Commissioner, and stay in office?" I said, "Can I wrap your car?" And he said, yes. He said, yes. So he's got an Echols wrap on his car. You haven't even taken the Echols wrap. Okay. Sure I can. No, don't answer that question. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Of course, Tim and Karina Karsten, thank you for your leadership in this. Amy, thanks for all your work. And Amy's got the bracelet. Amy's got the bracelets to get into the Low Country Bowl. You're going to want to see her. And all the folks here that have come. Christopher Young, did you show back up here? Wasn't he on site today?
Yeah, he's here.
Well, are you here? We want to give you your award. We'll just have to catch you at the Low Country Bowl. To all of our speakers, to Bill Edge, thank you for being our media guy. You can watch some interviews here from WTOC. They were here. Alfonso Robato from the Metropolitan Savannah Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. You guys have a parade coming up soon, right, on the 16th? Yeah. So I'm a big sponsor of their organization. So catch him if you're interested in sponsoring the Hispanic chamber. To everyone else, thank you so much. To everyone online who have been on for 5 hours, 22 minutes, and 51 seconds. Thank you. I've only had to put one person in timeout. There was only one meanie out there that we had to put into timeout. Everybody else behaved themselves. To my assistant, Faith, and to everyone that's made this possible, thank you. We'll see you at the Low Country Bowl next door. Have a great weekend, everyone.